Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 400. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, happy 400. How are you today, my friend?
Yeah, we did it. I'm doing okay. Not too bad, you know. Today's a weird day because it's like this marathon server slam is happening right now, basically, and just starting. So like, I feel like that. You ever see that that image of Lois Griffin, where she's like looking over at the pill bottle? Yeah. Although I don't even know. Like, I feel like it's gonna have a ton of server issues. So.
Yeah,
whatever.
You kind of want to maybe let everyone deal with it at first, and then when it settles, maybe you.
Yeah, it's cool, but like 400 is crazy. It's doesn't feel it. It's one of those things where like it feels like it's been that many, and also not even close at the same time.
Yeah, I understand completely.
Yeah,
it's gone pretty quick, and yet incredible levels of consistency for us, which I'm very proud of. We'll talk a little bit about episode 400 later on. I felt a little lazy around the time of getting 400 together. You know, it's like, oh, should we do something kind of celebratory? And then I'm like, well, why don't we? It's not, the timing's not great because Saints, you know, my new game, or our new game, Saint Slayers, is about to go gold. I've been really, really busy, like unusually busy, dealing with that plus the company stuff. So I was like, why don't we launched the show, I want to say July 2nd, something like that. And I was like, why don't we, July 2nd, 2018. So why don't we just do something then? It'll be easier. Give you a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Because 52 a year, it's like very, I don't know, 400 is not 8 years. It's something else. So like 7.5 years or whatever. So a little underwhelming. Let's be honest. Everyone's a little underwhelmed right now. Thank you for being here, Chris. It's good to see you. By the way, you're in New York still, looks like. And
yeah. There was some, I don't know if I want to talk too deeply about it at all, really. I kind of want to just get away from a lot of it, but
totally fine with me.
Family reasons, just like, you know, I feel like people can infer what that means, but yeah. So it's not the best circumstances to be home, but you know, it's nice to see everybody at the very least.
You found out someone was in the Epstein files.
Right, yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I was thinking about you, Chris, because you got to be there for the Blizzard.
Yeah, that was kind of nice.
That's kind of fun. It's annoying, but also kind of fun.
Yeah, if you don't have to do anything or be anywhere, what's the big deal?
Yeah, I mean, I had to shovel a little bit, but like, I don't know. It's like, I don't mind. Like, the lives that we live are so sedentary that like needing to shovel snow actually kind of felt like productive and nice in a weird way. And it was like, I don't get to experience this kind of cold all that much. Although I gotta say, like, it hit up here pretty hard. And I remember being outside while it was snowing, and I kept feeling this emotion where I was just like, this doesn't feel cold enough to be snowing. I don't know if I like, I remember when it would snow, it would feel fucking cold. And I don't know if my nerves are just dead at this point, or if I'm acclimated to it. I don't see how I would, because I've been in California for a while. So like, I don't know, something felt off about it. Although I remember like waiting out for the school bus in like literally -2. So maybe that's what I'm comparing it to. We just had like just sub 30, you know, so
it can snow when
enough.
it can snow even when it's above freezing.
Right. That's kind of what it was. I think like it was like 33 or something. And I remember being like, okay, this isn't exactly what I remember. But it was nice.
Yeah, because it snowed here a few days ago, but it was like almost 40 degrees. So like it didn't even stick or anything like that. But it was snowing. Weird. Like I was just looking out because it's very cold in the atmosphere, I guess. And
right.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You know, things I don't understand. Meteorology. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. I'm back on the standing game right now.
I see.
Mainly because, dude, my lower back the last like week, I think it's technically my right hip. Sometimes when I wake up, it's just like there's like a dull pain there. And I was trying to like stretch and do all this stuff. And I thought, well, I'll try standing for a bit. And it's actually, since in the last 10 minutes while we've been getting ready and stuff like that, it's been good. But it feels good. 400 episodes. We're here. We made it. Will there be 400 more? Who knows?
Probably not.
Probably not. Not by our fault. Something's going to happen.
Yeah.
Out there.
We'll see.
But all this plastic's going to catch up to us.
I know. The microplastics.
Yeah. My parents' dog Elora, that I think both of you met, is here. We're watching her because my parents are in New Zealand.
Oh, yeah, wow. Mike told me that.
Yeah, for I can't remember the exact day they're coming back.
Please tell me they're going to Australia too. If they're going all the way over there and you're just going to New Zealand, I find that a little weird. It's so far. Go to Australia.
Yeah, it's a long way. But
dude, it's it makes me want to kill myself just thinking about going over there. Like, I would love to go to Australia, but not really. I wouldn't love to go to Australia, let's be honest. But
you would love to be in Australia quickly,
right? For like a day. Like, let's go see what's going on. You know what I mean? But it's very long because I remember my brother-in-law long before he married my sister many years ago. He was a student teacher or something, and he went to Australia with his class for like a few weeks. And at that time, I remember him being like, it was like the longest, most boring. And that was in like 1999 or something. Can you imagine being on that plane without like a phone or like a laptop or?
Yeah, imagine reading a book.
I know, my
fucking nerd.
I would lose it. So they're there, or they have so they're there. They went to Auckland, I assume.
Yes, So what's weird and interesting? I guess this isn't uncommon now, but when I was a kid, my mom had a pen pal from New Zealand, also named Marcia.
Oh, that's interesting.
But her name is said Marcia.
Oh,
interesting enough, spelled the same way.
Are they going to go? Are they going to see each other?
They're with them. They're with her now.
Oh, that is this the first time they've met.
This is, I believe, their first time meeting, but they've kept in contact, and obviously through the internet, it's become much easier.
Cool. That's interesting. I
think they are near where Hobbiton is, where they filmed that, but I don't think they could get tickets.
Oh,
it's insanely difficult.
Yeah, you probably scalp if it was that important to you, But
yeah, they're mainly there for a bike trip, so they're biking.
Oh, that sounds fun.
New Zealand.
That sounds really nice. I love biking.
Sure, very beautiful. But yeah, so we're just hanging out here with the dogs in this beautiful weather outside. Yeah. They're sending me pictures. It looks amazing.
Yeah, New Zealand is one of those places where, like, if everything hit the fan here and I'd have to like move to a different country, like that's one of the ones where I was like, I'd have no problem living in New Zealand. It's fucking gorgeous over there.
Yeah.
I wish I remembered. Who was it? Like someone in my past thought New Zealand was in Europe. Who was it? And I was like, what? And I was like, wait, what? Like we were having a conversation about it or something.
Wait, was this me?
No, I don't. Was it you?
Because I remember telling a story on the podcast about like how a long time ago, I can't remember, like some adult must have told me at some point that New Zealand is where Greenland was. And I remember like just being like, oh, I guess an adult told me that. I guess it was real. And no one checked me on it. And I never bothered to check it. And so like later on in life, I was having a conversation with people and I was like, man, it's kind of crazy how the Australian accent and the New Zealand accent are so similar, despite the fact that they're so far away. And somebody was like, what? Felt like a complete idiot. But then I think back and I'm like, what a stupid thing to lie to a child about.
Yeah,
it's the type of thing to lie to a child about.
It is, I guess so. I guess it's like it's minimal harm kind of lie. But I remember being like, what kind of unless he was just that stupid also. You know?
Could be.
I'm always a little confused. I have to look into it more. I'm not going to because I don't really give a shit. But Zealand, like Zealand, not New Zealand, Zealand Prime, is a part of Denmark. So New Zealand is obviously a reference to that, I suppose, just like New England or whatever.
Yeah,
New
York, Amsterdam,
New Hampshire, and so on. So with that in mind, is it Danish? No, it just feels like it was British, but maybe it was Danish at some point. I don't know. Who cares? Who really gives a shit? The Danish were a seafaring people, of course, the Vikings. So, well, here we are. Episode 400. It's good to be here with you guys and hope you're enjoying yourselves out there. Late February, cloudy weather here in Virginia. I'm doing okay. No one cares, but I'm doing all right. Again, really busy. I've been playing Saint Slayer so much, and we'll talk about it in a little while because I want to bring people people's attention to a new trailer and all the rest, but just been, and I've been playing it on PC, obviously. I always play our games on PC on Steam, and I've played for like 30 hours now, which is absurd when you see the game. I can't believe people play at their computer. I just can't believe people sit in this chair like this and just play on a computer. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
it's crazy. Like, I'm sorry, it's just absolutely nuts. But to each their own.
Sitting at a computer and playing with a controller, I can't really do. I've done it. It's different when I'm using a mouse and keyboard.
That I can understand.
Engagement level.
It's just there's going to be some psychopath that plays Saint Slayer with a keyboard. But I'm not. Yeah. I'm not that psychopath. So, and yes, we use the D-pad, of course. But welcome to Sacred Symbols, 400 episodes long, and we've done over 500 episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus, meaning that we're in the 900s now, which is really kind of stupid, actually, when you think about it. It's like, how much could there possibly be to say about all of this? It's like absurd.
Yeah, you're the Brandon Sanderson of podcasts, really.
Yeah, right. Well,
your favorite.
I'm of two minds with this because I don't like to shit on Brandon Sanderson because I've never really read any of his work.
Yeah,
I just find it impossible to imagine a person can write that much and it be good. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Who is Brian Sanderson?
Brandon Sanderson. He's a fantasy author. But if you look at I've never read his stuff, but if you look at his bibliography, he's like really famous, but he writes so many books well beyond Stephen King or something like that. And I think Stephen King's a clown for writing so many books. Mike always gets mad at me. I'm like, this is, because I'm just like, isn't it? She like rolls her eyes at me. She gets so mad at all the different things. It's like when I say that NFL coaches should wear suits and ties, she gets really mad. This is another one of those things that she gets really mad about where I'm like, isn't it cool when you look at an author's like bibliography and they wrote for like 30 years and they wrote 4 books? Like the deliberateness of it, like,
yeah,
Harper Lee writing 1 book, like to me, I think that's so interesting. And then you look at like Brandon Sanderson, and it's like, he's like, I wrote 37 books this year.
I'm in the middle with that because there's a degree of like, if you're like Stephen King and you're writing like, I don't even have a concept of how many books he writes. Like it's hundreds of books or whatever.
I'm going to look it up. Yeah.
It almost kind of nullifies a sense of pretentiousness that you could glean from an author who is a little bit more like I get like the very deliberate people who are like, 4 books in 30 years. Like that's amazing. But then you have like the partially deliberate people. Like that's kind of how I feel like Quentin Tarantino. Like I love his movies or whatever, but he's always like, I only want 10 movies. And I'm like, I've seen you do other dumb shit. Like you're in Little Nicky. Like, what do you just keep like, I don't know. So yeah. On some level I'm like, I like the fact that Stephen King's like, yeah, I don't know, a fucking ghost lamp, whatever.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice.
It is an amazingly mechanical way to write, which I am jealous of in some way because I struggle. I mean, I'm a writer, but I struggle with, I want to make things really, really good. And these guys do write great books that people read and by the millions, It just, to me, it seems like Cormac McCarthy is one of my favorite writers. And it's like, you look at his bibliography and it's like totally sparse. I love that. Yeah. I think it's cool because then it says like, now it's time for me to say something. And then I'm going to go away for a while and think, drink, do drugs, do whatever it is that, an author does. But I was actually looking at Brandon Sanderson's bibliography. It's not as bad as I thought. It's bad. In terms of the numbers, but like Cormac McCarthy wrote, let me see here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He wrote 12 books between 1965 and 2022. Pretty dope. Brandon Sanderson wrote 12 books about a dragon last year.
That's like, do you know who Quan Mills is?
Quan Mills, and I don't know. Let me look.
So he I don't even know how to describe this. He writes so many, but it's all garbage. It's like, this hose got roaches in her crib.
Oh, I've heard of this guy. Yeah, I've heard of this.
Yeah, he writes so much. Pregnant by my gay stepdaddy. It's just a bunch of garbage. I love that. I never saw some of these titles. I just looked it up. The coldest thug ever, A Thug's Rise.
We should read some of these.
I've thought about it.
Have a reading club. Have a little reading club.
Quan Mills Book Club.
Yeah, book club.
Colin, people love your podcasts. They love our podcasts.
Yeah.
So what I'm about to say is not a diss at our own content.
Yeah.
But at the end of this week, if I'm looking at this correctly, you will have been on mic for well over 10 hours in 1 week.
Right. Yeah.
So the brain, I'm just saying it's...
I just feel like it's different. I feel like we've had this conversation before. I'm just riffing.
Maybe Brandon Sanderson is too. He's just really good at it. Like you can riff, you know?
Like I write game stories, and I've written, I guess this will be Saint Slayer's my 6th in 7 years. So that's quite a lot, actually. But then again, it's not like it's a prodigious thing. But hey, man, I'm just spitballing. You know what I'm saying? Episode 400. It's a fair point. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia for early ad-free access to all of our shows. You guys know the drill. Couldn't do it without you. You get early ad-free access to the show and all the other shows in our network, as you know. Defining Duke, the Xbox podcast, Punching Up, the Nintendo podcast, and so on and so forth. You also get Discord access if you want to deal with those crazy people. Every so often, Dustin, we get a DM of because I actually explained this to someone. I actually came up with a term for it, although it's probably a term. Someone had written in being like, I'm sorry that I'm pretty hostile in the comments sometimes. And I'm like, I'm name blind. Like, unless I am really like, I used to be the same way when I used to read forums. I would never even look at anyone's name. Unless it's like, oh, what is this? And then who wrote this? Like, you look to the left and there would be like the little name, the information.
Sure.
I'm totally name blind. And we get these DMs where most recently, and I put in the Discord to ask, it's like, this guy said he got banned from Discord like 3 years ago and he wants to get unbanned. And then you like have the receipts and you're like, here's what he said.
Right.
And it's always like something heinous.
Right. We are exceptionally lenient in the Last Stand Discord. There are people that certainly, without them, the greater good of the Discord, it would be maybe a more enjoyable place, but we try to be as chill as possible. But there are people that just take it too far, and there's always a receipt. There's a record, I think, of everything ever said in our Discord for the most part, unless we have specifically deleted something, which only really happens if someone says something that is against terms of service or truly heinous. But a lot of cases when we ban someone, we make note in our moderation channel. So all I had to do was search that name, and I was like, here it is. That was a screenshot that Ben took when he banned the guy that I sent you guys.
So that's what's going on Discord.
Yeah.
But you can hang out over there. We have 6,000 people over there. A lot of funny shit happens there, I'm sure. I'm more in our staff Discord and the Lilymo staff Discord than the normal Discord, although I do love the idea. Really, I do. I love the idea of like every year people just vote and they just vote 5 people out of the Discord forever. Like, who are the 5 most annoying people? Or like maybe you weaponize it. It's like an election. You're voting for someone, you're voting against someone. You have maybe like a little contingency of people and you vote for this person and then they agree to vote for the other person. I think it would be very exciting.
Yeah. I could tell you 3 of them right now, probably.
I look for my name. I search for my name and every once in a while on the Discord to see like if people are saying anything about me. And then I realize it's the same 5 people. Always talking about me. Very scary stuff. Very, very scary stuff. There's thousands of people in there and everyone's having normal conversations about this and that. But when I come up, it always seems like it's these people. Very interesting. Very interesting. Those are names I've started to learn. Not so name blind on them. Although a little name blind because I get a little confused. I'm like, I thought this was this person. And then I look and I'm like, oh, that was that other person. It's a lot. We should have ID, voter ID.
Discord ID.
Discord voter ID.
Discord. Yeah, like when we put election, like when we put like different things for people to vote, it's like you got to vote with a voter ID.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't there a thing you needed ID on Discord recently? They're changing that now.
You're going to, I think, to have like adult access. I hear though that, first of all, I know it's annoying, but I kind of get it. It's like these places are becoming heavily bastardized in a lot of different ways with very inappropriate, often illegal shit. Roblox is dealing with the same shit. I mean, Roblox is getting fucked. Valve is getting sued by the state of New York for their own shit having to do with gambling, I think, or whatever. So you want to mitigate all of that. I kind of understand what they're doing. And I've heard that it won't really affect the normal person on there.
No.
So it's like, I don't know. I don't care. I mean, I don't, it's not ideal, but it's not like I distrust Discord or something. What are they going to do? I guess they could leak your information or whatever.
Yeah.
There are all these things where you take a picture of your ID sometimes for an app and they're supposed to like look at it and then like eliminate that data or whatever. And I wonder if maybe they'll do that, but they don't really do that. I don't think.
No, no one ever gets rid of any data, any big company. I mean, that's theirs forever.
I was thinking about this recently, guys. Like, actually, it was just last night in the shower. How are we storing all of this stuff? Like, isn't there just an exponential need for ever increasing amounts of data storage? I've just been thinking, it's like, think about YouTube and like the number of videos that are going on. Patreon, when I post like 2 back-to-back things, or you probably notice this when you post video and audio, and the numbers are all sequenced, like the URL numbers. It'll be like some 8-digit number. It's like it's like the 80 millionth, 500,000th post. And then you post the very next one a few seconds later, and it's like 25 ahead of that. And it's like, dude, there are 25 other people that just posted right now. Where's all this shit being stored? How could it be?
How could it be? I wonder that, like, if you click a really, really old YouTube video that maybe like you have unlisted on your account, I meant like someone's got to dust off that hard drive.
It's just there
somewhere.
It's weird. Don't you guys think that's like, I know obviously hard drives have gotten much more sophisticated, much larger and all those things, all these servers and all the rest, but I just feel like the earth would be covered with this shit eventually. We should start deleting things.
Yeah.
Probably. I think you and I had this conversation, Chris, and you were against it, as I remember years ago, but I was like, they should just go and delete 25% of YouTube. Like there's so much shit on, seriously, it's like there's so much shit on there that like no one's ever seen. That like just lives there. And then you search for something and it just comes up and it's got 3 views from 10 years ago. And it's like, well, why is this even here? You know?
Yeah. I don't remember how I felt about it at the time. The gut reaction I have now is that like, there's definitely like niche nostalgic favorites of mine that I would be kind of sad to never see again. And there's no way those are getting traffic. There's no way like those accounts have been logged into for like ever, like it's been forever. So like, that would be a bummer. Like, I mean, I get it from like a logistical perspective and just from like a efficiency perspective, but like, I don't know. The way that I feel about it genuinely is that like, there's so much that's already, we're like efficiency maxing to the point where like every building is depressing to look at. And,
right.
I'm just like, if we can't spare even the slightest expense to make our buildings look less depressing, let's at least have a balloon shop video from 2007.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, ultimately, I think you're right. But there is something it's like the whole thing about how I do love throwing shit out. Like I just love throwing shit out. It's one of my favorite things in the world.
It's very satisfying to just like, it's very satisfying to like, it's one of the nicest things about moving into a new place and having a lot of space. Like there's like a key moment in time where you have exactly everything you need and no more and no less. And then eventually like a trinket shows up and then you're like, all right, it's starting.
Right.
Like someone shows up with like, hey, here's a keychain. I thought of you when I saw this keychain. Here you go. And I'm like, all right. I like it. Thank you. But this is the beginning of the junk drawer. The loose battery that I for some reason have not thrown away because I may need it.
Yeah, I know the batteries. Yeah, the batteries are a problem. Rubber bands. Menus. Not so much anymore, I guess. People don't really collect menus anymore, but I always used to love the menu drawer.
Yeah.
What do you want? Fucking Thai food? Nah.
And then they were all outdated anyway.
Right. Half the places were closed. The fuck was I talking about? I have no idea. RSS access on the Patreon.
By the way.
Yeah.
People are going to be in the comments. My dad showed up earlier. That was my dad.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because I was looking at it on my monitor. I was like, is that my dad? And I was confused because people are going to see like a man's face just slowly hovering in this weird dark space behind me for like a solid minute and a half.
Good. I hope he's well.
He's fine.
When are you coming back? Or going back? You're not coming back because we're not in the same place anymore.
I don't know at this moment. I don't think I'll be here for the next. I don't think I'll be here by the time we record next time, but it's also very possible that I am. So
cool.
I didn't get my return ticket, obviously. So like,
gotcha.
I have some flexibility, but
cool.
I hope to be back soon.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, a convenient way for you to seek the talk therapy you may need. Learn more now at betterhelp.com/symbols, where you can get 10% off your first session. As an on-again, off-again therapy enjoyer for the last 3+ decades of my life, I recommend it without reservation to just about anyone. It's useful to have someone to talk to, and while some people feel like they need it on a regular basis over a longer period of time or even in perpetuity, many others use it exactly the way I have, when difficult chapters in life unexpectedly pop up. BetterHelp is the perfect way to touch base with a professional therapist that you can, for lack of a better term, unload on and seek counsel from. Whether you're feeling down, having issues at work or in a relationship, experiencing listlessness and malaise or whatever else, these are all profoundly human experiences. Everyone deals with them, and therapy can help you navigate those choppy waters as you find your way back to shore. It's easy to shrug away your mental health, but it matters a great deal. Your mind is you, it's who you are. Why wouldn't you tend to it? BetterHelp meets you where you are with therapy over video, audio, or even via text, all with a legion of 30,000 licensed therapists whose sessions received a collective 4.9 out of 5 stars over more than 1.7 million client reviews. Accessible, affordable, convenient, the excuses are no more. Will you give it a try? Your emotional well-being matters. Find support and feel lighter in therapy. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS. Again, that's betterhelp.com/symbols for remote therapy that can help you right now. Sacred Symbols Plus. As I said earlier, we've done more than 500 of these episodes. These are the supplements to Sacred Symbols on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. So a major part of the perks over there. We did our God of War, Sons of Sparta review discussion spoiler cast. So we got deep into that game. That was fun. Hogan and I got together to talk about the Ubisoft reorg. We'll talk a little bit about that later in the show today. We talked with Dustin's friend in his hometown about his retro game shop, which was a really fun episode. We had Jaffe on, of course. Kingdom Hearts conversation. Naked Snake wrote in. Many people wrote in about this, but I went with Naked Snake. He says, "Hey, CDC, this one is for Cobra Commander. How can it be that we haven't gotten a sacred cross-defining Duke with the state of the industry seemingly in flux between Sony's continuous mismanagement of its studios, failed live service push, and a possible PS6 delay, and then on Xbox's side, Phil Spencer retiring, Sarah Bond stepping down, and then possibly not even releasing another Xbox seems like a ripe opportunity for the realm of the Dukes and the Sacred Boys to assemble once again." That's the next episode of Sacred Symbols Plus. So you read my mind, and great minds, of course, think alike. So stay tuned. And again, I was pleased to see all the write-ins about it because people are wanting, and yeah, it's been a while. This one will have a little extra twist though. Because Cog will not be able to be there. He has an appointment to attend, but Brad will be stepping in. And thus, did I write it down? What was I going to call it? Sacred something, I don't know. Defining sacred signs or something like that. Figure it out.
Couldn't have been that good, I guess.
I don't know.
You said defining sacred sign or defining summon symbols.
Yeah, defining summon symbols.
I like defining summon symbols. That one's better.
That's so stupid. But yeah, we're looking forward to getting together because there is much to discuss. And Sacred Streaming continues as well. Moriarty Cross Jaffe, big hit. I don't know what else to say. You know, Dustin, did you see the traffic for the last one? This will be the biggest one yet. Very interesting.
I saw people say that you're Herman Holsting with Jaffe. Like Jaffe's your Horizon.
Yeah, my Horizon. He's my Gorilla. He's my Decima engine.
So I was like, that's funny. That's awesome. They're good though, man. They're good streams.
Yeah,
he's a good personality.
He is fun and it's silly, but it's also insightful. He knows a lot, so you have to get him there. But I like the adventure. So some people are being like, why are you doing these so much? And I'm like, they literally do about 3 times better than the game streams. But I also want you guys to know, and I also just enjoy them a lot more than the game streams, but I hear you and I listen. So 2 things I want to say. First of all, the third episode of Moriarty Cross Jaffe, the last episode of Sacred Streaming, we were actually supposed to do something else that day. And it just seemed like because of everything that was going on, of course. But I hear everyone. So this Sacred Streaming, unless something catastrophic happens that we need to talk about, Monday. So what would that be? That we're going to be in March at this point, I think. March 2nd. So the day this goes live on free feeds, I'll stream Resident Evil 9. Okay? Okay? Is everyone going to be all right now out there? Relax. Take it easy. I hear the game's fairly short, which doesn't bother me at all. So I probably should be able to beat it this weekend, and then maybe I can do like one of the extra runs or begin one of the extra runs for the sacred streaming. And Dustin, you'll be there with me.
Dude, I was so excited when I saw I saw people complaining on Twitter about like, oh man, Resident Evil 9 is like really short. And I remember being like, oh yes. Yes. It's like I'm so much more excited.
Yeah, totally.
Than I otherwise would have been. I mean, Resident Evil games are never that long, but
no, they're not. And they're also highly replayable. So, because there's always like, you know, like the healless run and like the hard run and getting all the collectibles.
Yeah.
I could go for, depending on how good the game is, a 15-hour Resident Evil campaign perhaps, but I don't need to go any longer than that. And I hear this one is like 10 to 12 hours, something like that. Maybe even shorter, 8 to 12 or something. I don't know. Whatever. That's fine.
Sweet spot.
That's perfectly fine.
That's good.
All right. So please look forward to it. And merch. Last time we did at store. Jorkin the Penis Vance wrote in. Said, hello, SS crew. I was at the 9 Inch Nails show in Columbus last Friday. After the show, I was standing to the side waiting for my friend to use the restroom. I saw a guy walking by wearing a Sacred Symbols holiday sweater. Out of pure shock that I actually saw a Sacred Symbols fan in the wild, I ran up to him and told him I loved the shirt, completely forgetting him to stand down. So I wanted to write this to apologize to that person and officially tell him to stand down. I hope you enjoyed the show, and if there is a hell, I'll see you there. Thanks for reading, and keep fucking that chicken. Love to see it.
Yeah.
A holiday sweater.
Yeah. In February?
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting. Very,
very curious.
Yeah.
At a 9 Inch Nail show.
There's two implications in this. Number one, there's some kind of unwritten rule that Sacred fans need to tell each other to stand down. Or it's like a level of disrespect.
Right.
Not something, this isn't something we created, but we don't have control over that.
Right.
You guys have to.
That's the zeitgeist. That's culture, baby.
It's a breathing organism at this point.
The second implication is that if you listen to Sacred Symbols, that you're going to hell. Because he said, I hope you enjoyed the show, and if there's a hell, I'll see you there. Now, it could be because you're at the 9 Inch Nails show that you're hellbound, or is it sacred, or both?
Yeah, it could be. At 9 Inch Nails, I don't mind 9 Inch Nails, and there are some great 9 Inch Nails shows. Like, they were really big when I was in like middle school and high school, or really.
Yeah.
And,
Trent Reznor.
I think, Trent Reznor, right. And I actually, didn't I tell you guys the story that like I liked this girl in middle school? Her name, I won't even say her. Like, her name was Gretchen. And she like really liked 9 Inch Nails, which I just really wasn't very familiar with. Like I saw like a music video or two, but it's not really it's like industrial and like, it wasn't what I was listening to at the time. I was really in the mid 90s. I was listening to like The Offspring and Green Day and No Doubt. But people used to write on their backpacks. Like that was really, I'm sure that was a cool thing afterwards. But I wrote like the 9 Inch Nails logo on the back of my backpack to try to get her attention or whatever. This was like 7th grade maybe or whatever. But I always felt a little bit, I don't know, like out to lunch with like so many people like, Trent Reznor and 9 Inch Nails. And I'm like, it's fine. Wasn't really my thing. It's like a very highbrow thing, actually, for a lot of rock fans, comparable to the other things that they might listen to.
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to think of like it's almost like opera. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, ooh, I'm going to see 9 Inch. It's like sophisticated,
right?
In comparison to like I don't know, The Offspring, which I also love. But
I love
Trent Reznor, not a Butler native, but very, very close.
Oh, interesting.
With his hometown. Well, I was looking. His hometown is Mercer, PA, which is just north of Butler. And he was born in Newcastle, which is not very far either, like 40-minute drive. But there's an urban legend, though maybe it's not. My mom told me this, that at one point, Trent Reznor was seen at the Clearview Mall in Butler, PA. And it the word spread quickly that he was there. Is this true? I don't know, but
maybe
it's not impossible with him being
visiting,
semi local.
Right.
I know someone that was like, yeah, I knew this guy in high school. He's like ended up being a real big musician. Trent. I was like, you mean Trent Reznor? And he's like, yeah, that's him. Like a guy I went to church with told me that, and I was like, Trent
Reznor.
You Trent Reznor.
It is crazy. I mean, aren't they? Unless I'm misremembering, aren't they doing the Naughty Dog game? Intergalactic?
Oh yeah, he is right. Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's a good point. I totally forgot about that.
That's one of the more exciting. I mean, obviously, like a teaser trailer only shows you so much or whatever, but that was like the thing that was like, ooh, this is gonna be something.
One Nine Inch Nails performance I saw online because someone shared it to me. The guy Gary Newman, the guy that wrote Cars. You know, that's right. Like that early 80s song, which I love.
My brain autocorrected to Randy Newman. I was like,
oh, that's what I thought too.
And I
was like, no way.
No, yeah, it's Numan, by the way. But like he played with them, I guess, in like 2009, and they played that song live. And dude, it was fucking sick. I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. So I had a lot of respect for that. But yeah, maybe Randy Newman in there as well, doing a few things with Trent Reznor would be very interesting. But we have something else to talk about with merch. Dustin, I had this idea. I don't know. I wonder how people are going to receive it. In my opinion, this is a great idea. And I want to see if the people out there take to it or not. Last year, we came up with or Micah and I were talking about Allegheny hogs, right? And this is a term that I came up with randomly when I was watching a fight video. It was in like the Appalachian Mountains or something. I don't really remember. Micah might remember the story better, but the woman's tits were flying around. She was like some fat chick. And I was like, look at them Allegheny hogs. That somehow found its way to the show, right? Let 'em oink and all of the rest. And people really loved this. And then I was like, you know what? The Allegheny Hogs sounds like a minor league baseball team. And so what we did was we went to an artist friend of ours, and I was like, let's make a fake baseball logo. Let's back up a minute. If you're a fan of minor league sports, like A ball, double A ball, the AHL, ECHL, shit like that, like the leagues that feed the professional leagues, it is very common for there to be insane names and insane logos. There's like a shit ton of funny stuff. It's so good. And like some of them are awesome. And I was like, dude, Allegheny Hogs legitimately sounds like an A-ball team. Like 100%. So we had a logo made. Maybe we'll show it on the screen now. Yeah. Do we do that? We'll show it on the screen right now. And we're going to sell merchandise with this. And the thing is that nothing, because originally it was like, oh, do we want to like indicate, like one of the mock-ups had like let 'em oink on it and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, just play it straight. Like there should be nothing sexual or weird about the logo at all. I want it to be a real fake A-ball logo. And we're selling t-shirts. We're going to do a pre-order for these t-shirts, and we'll maybe do more in the future, depending on, I don't know. Sometimes we buy this stuff outright, right? And we just sell it on the store. But I don't know if people are going to enjoy this idea or not. I feel like it's I honestly feel like this is the best piece of merch we've ever done. Just going to be honest with you. Just going to be honest with you. Wow. Because it's totally different. It's not like it's not asking us to. It's not like wear our logo or whatever. It's like it's made up. No one benefits from this except for me a little bit. We make a little money. You know,
I appreciate merch that doesn't look like merch, or at least like I mean, I guess it looks like baseball merch or whatever, but doesn't give away like what it's from, or like it's like Sly, or it's like if you know kind of thing. I haven't seen this design yet.
I just sent it on the staff Discord. Chris, it's in the Sacred Symbols. I tagged you.
Oh, cool.
You can see the shirt.
That's pretty convincing.
Yeah, I mean, it just look. And so the idea is you would wear this shirt.
Yeah.
And then people are like, oh, like what? And then you could just make up whatever you want.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they play independent ball or whatever, you know? They're a you
gotta get this on a jersey is what you gotta do.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is like, do we want to do sweatshirts,
or like a baseball shirt,
hats, yeah. It would be cool to get like real like, I mean, that would be great, like real button down jerseys with like Allegheny written across it or something like that, and like the hog logo on the arm. But let's see what happens.
Right.
Sure.
You know, you don't support this shirt, nothing's happening. But I'm happy with this personally. I think it's funny.
That is good.
And what was fun is that, you know, Cog and I and Micah are sports fans, but no one else really, and Hogue too, I guess, no one else really in the company is. And so I was trying to like explain, I'm like, no, there's a difference between like the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Dodgers and their logos and their treatments and minor league teams. You know, like we got it. And then I started sharing the logos. Like, here's some AHL logos. Here's some, you know, AA ball logos and stuff. And people started to get it, started getting the idea. And I'm like, yeah, like get nuts with it. Get nuts with it. But make it serious. And so this is what we came up with, Allegheny Hogs. Fake team.
Yeah. Shout out. Our artist for this was Hodge. He's done pretty much all of the art for our live shows and designed some of our merch. He does excellent work for us. He's at HodgeBaba57 on Twitter if you ever need any stuff from him. But he knocked it out of the park with this one. So this will be available on Monday. We're going to launch it the same time as the podcast on Monday when it goes public. And there will be a pre-order period. As Colin was saying, we need to hit the threshold in order to make the sale happen, as Colin was saying. So I believe with that, you can put in your pre-order. You won't be charged until we actually go and order the shirts. If something happens where we can't order the shirts because there's not enough, then you're not out on anything, of course. But yeah, look for that on laststandmedia.store Monday.
Because at first it's like, oh, you want like the logo to be a pair of tits? Kind of like, that's like, no. You know, I want people to be convinced that this is real, you know, and convince them we will. And maybe we'll become like, maybe we can even make a real franchise one day.
Yeah.
I like the idea. Like, we have an agreement. Maybe I add this to the selling. Like, if you buy this shirt and someone asks you about it, you do not say, oh, it's an inside joke from my favorite podcast. We need to make it like where, I mean, I guess the Allegheny Hogs have to be from Allegheny.
Yeah, Allegheny, Pennsylvania. That's where I can.
I know you're working a lot on Saint Slayer, but can we get some time? Like, we need a little lore description of the Allegheny Hogs, maybe some of their history.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like winners, like champions of Western Pennsylvania League, and then like all the dates, like 73, 81, 82, 83, 99, like just. Like
if we can somehow gaslight. I did this once completely by accident. I made up. I can't remember if it was on a podcast or a stream or what. Maybe even a tweet. But I would go around talking about this fake show called Full Metal Sheen, which was like after Jimmy Neutron ended, they were trying to get Planet Sheen off the ground. They had this like interstitial kind of cartoon in between called Full Metal Sheen, and it was Sheen in like World War II or whatever. He like got transported, and enough people either believed it or thought it was funny enough to like, for a while you could Google Full Metal Sheen and Google would tell you like that it was real, that like it went from this to that, like, and so I could just tell people it, and they would look it up and they would be like, oh, it's real, and they would just believe it, and it was awesome. I didn't realize you could even just do that. But if we can just there's got to be a community effort, you know. There's a way to do it. I've seen it happen. I don't know how, but y'all can figure that out.
Yeah,
we'll get Allegheny Hogs. We'll get the lore and the stats and all the players.
Dude, yeah, we'll make we could tell AI like make the box scores for every game for a fictional A-ball baseball team going back to 1971.
Yeah, there you go. And then get some fun player names in there.
You know what I was thinking of too?
Jack Marius Tech Theratrix.
The funny thing is that those skits are like not even accurate anymore because like they're even crazier in the real league still. Like, I hear names all the time where I'm like, what was that? There's a there is a guy. Let me see if I can.
That's one of my favorite. We're talking about Key and Peele college basketball sketch.
Yeah. I was gonna say a character. There's a guy on the Broncos named Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Yeah.
And when you watch it, they're like Lil Jordan Humphrey with 8 yards. Like, oh boy.
That's one of my favorite sketches ever, man.
It's excellent.
It's so good.
It's excellent. Those guys are
such good names. What was it? LeCarpetron Duke Marriott.
LeCarpetron.
It's like amazing.
And another great one. He played for the Lions, I think. Equiminius St. Brown. Which I was like,
is that a real person?
Yeah. I love it. It's good shit. What was I talking about? Allegheny Hogs. Yeah, no, it is. So I do see it as a baseball team. That's the one thing, is that I do see it as a baseball team. And yes. So with the one exciting thing is, and I'm pretty sure you can do this, is are people going to integrate this in the MLB The Show? Because I'm pretty sure you can make a fictional team and
there you go.
And play in the minors or something. I'm pretty sure you can do that. You can make your own players. So I'm excited to see what's going on here with the Allegheny Hogs.
Yeah, make your own players.
Dude, I don't know. We don't want to be cheeky. I was like, is Colin Montgomery the head coach?
Colin Montgomery, yeah, Colin, head coach.
It's not called like we can't. But
what they would call in baseball, the manager.
The manager. Yeah. Okay, manager.
That's fine. Yeah, do it.
Manager Colin Montgomery.
Colin Montgomery, yeah.
The current manager.
You got to have at least like 40% of the players have to be Dominican if you want a chance.
Yeah, definitely.
If you want even a remote chance in getting ahead. Sorry.
Dude,
I don't make the rules.
We'll definitely have to, gotta get, if we want to win, we'll get Dominicans. We'll have a couple of Cubans.
Yeah.
We'll definitely be going all over Central and South America and the Caribbean to find our players. And a few, we want
to find our hogs.
Yeah, to find our hogs. We need our hogs in MLB The Show. I'm looking up, can you make your own team in MLB The Show? Yes, you can create your own team by designing custom logos, uniforms, and branding, primarily with Diamond Dynasty, or by replacing existing teams in franchise or March to October modes. So that's pretty interesting. You have two options. You either can make like a minor league or whatever, or you can just replace one of the MLB teams with the Allegheny Hogs if you're really feeling bold. Because they're in Western Pennsylvania, I think you would have to kind of replace the Pirates, thus being in the NL. That's foreign ball to me. By the way, I don't know if you guys. Why would you see this? They have now, because baseball, like spring training, is going. They're testing this new thing where people like catchers and I think batters can protest balls and strikes, and they're doing it and they're winning. I think it happened 3 times in one inning, and I'm like, why do you even have an umpire? It's just that's kind of crazy. Baseball is one of those things where I'm like, you don't need any human umpires. It's all 0 or 1, all of it. Hit or no hit, out or safe, ball or strike. Like that, like it's all just, it is what it is. Like just have computers and very funny. So I'm like, we're 2 minutes away from the umpires being out of baseball, which I'm totally fine with. It's so annoying. It's like the catcher like catches the ball in the strike zone. The umpire calls it a ball, and then the guy like taps his helmet, which is the indication that he wants to challenge it. And then they show the screen and it's a strike. And I'm like, okay, so like, why do you even have this person up here making wrong calls? What is going on with that?
It's part of the game.
Some people make that argument that it is part of the game. That like the personal strike zone and kind of like like the interpretation.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
just being like, I don't like this guy. That's a strike.
All right. Because it is episode 400, I have a somewhat extended early topics of discussion just to get into a few things. I thought we'd have some fun today. And then we can get into the news. We'll get into what we're playing. We'll finish with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas about games from the audience at the end. We begin, though, the topics of discussion at the top with Serge, who says, greetings, boys. Can we take 15 minutes? I don't know if we have to take that long. I mean, we can take however long we want, but to look back and appreciate the finer details of the Sacred Symbols universe. The last 400 episodes have brought us Little Raisin. How can that be? The Southern Man, Sweet Oinky Hogs, a real-life deli sandwich named in your honor, and I haven't even mentioned the countless relationship breakups that we know about. God willing, there will be more to add to the list come episode 800, which, according to my math, should air on or around October 6th, 2033. Of course, I am a product of the American public school system, so I'm sure I missed a digit somewhere in my equation. As always, I'll sit back and listen for another 400 episodes. Thank you for writing in, Serge. A lot of lore, but a lot of fun as well. I thought we would just reflect. Chris, you have any reflections about any memory? I don't know, not put you on the spot. Just, what are your feelings here at episode 400? This auspicious occasion.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think the more interesting part of this has been watching how the audience takes things and just either blows them up or just like, because there are bits that I think during our show that I think are absolutely hilarious that nobody gleans onto. And then there are just nothing, like passing glances almost that somehow get like insane traction or like become bigger bits than I and so like it just kind of I guess I can't really properly calibrate ever. Like I'm always going to be wrong in some way about like what works and what doesn't. That kind of freaks me out a little bit, but it's cool. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
I've been doing this for so long.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, you must experience that with Snark Tank as well, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, I have somewhat of an ear for like what works but I am still surprised.
Yeah,
you know, like I think everything works, but like the things that do work, I'm surprised work as well as they do.
Yeah,
consistently.
I've always been kind of befuddled by that, and we've definitely discussed it in the past. Yeah, things that like I thought were really funny or really like memorable, and then people, I think, and I'm sure we all feel this way. Every podcaster I've ever known who I've talked to about this feels this way. It's like people are like, "Oh, what's your favorite episode? Or what's your favorite moment?" I'm like, you have to understand, this is a blur.
Yeah,
like it really is. It's not an insult to the craft. It's like it would be like doing morning radio or something, and it's like, "Oh, what was your favorite?" It's like, I don't know, lady. I've been doing morning radio for 25 years or something. Like, well, you want me to pick a fucking moment? It's like my job. It's like, what's your favorite? What you ask a plumber, like, what was your favorite job?
What was your favorite? What was your favorite episode of the news that you anchored?
Right, exactly. So like, it really is a blur. It's more about like the feelings and the trends and the inertia that's created by the show. I think like it's funny because I did I did Podcast Beyond for I don't know 250 episodes or something. And then I did P.S. I Love You for 100 episodes maybe or something before I left. And then this for 400. And it's funny how many people know me, especially from P.S. I Love You was kind of a blip ultimately. But I mean, it was a big show, but it wasn't very long. But Podcast Beyond was huge. And like Podcast Beyond at the time I did it was way, way bigger than this show ever was, which is so funny. But it's because it was IGN and it was propagated by a huge masthead. And like I told people, we had them over 1 million downloads a month, which is crazy, you know? And that means it just finds people over time. And one of my favorite things because of that reach that Podcast Beyond had, because it's all been downhill from there, let's be honest. But the thing that I find surprising is that people still pop up to this day and are like, I had no idea you were doing anything. I used to listen to you on Podcast Beyond 15 years ago or whatever. And I'm like, that's so funny because we found this little niche or niche. It's niche though for me because I'm American. I speak English. And I kind of love it. Like I love just kind of being just above the radar that people can find us, but below the radar where it's this unique special thing. Yet it's really one of the 10 biggest. I mean, if you believe iTunes, you know, the biggest podcast distributor in the world, Sacred Symbols is one of the 10 biggest video game podcasts in the world. I mean, it's kind of crazy, you know, and always, even on our bad week, in the top 20. And that's pretty, and actually all of our shows are in the top 50 often. And that's pretty fucking crazy. We run this thing from our offices, our home offices, distributed around the country. And it works. And I am really humbled by it. Sometimes I think it's like, what is this all about really? Like it almost feels like a joke. I really feel that way sometimes. Like it's what I always wanted, but never thought I could really accomplish. And I think that that's kind of like my whole career. As I always tell people, like when IGN offered me a job when I was 18 to write for them, they cracked the door open. I just booted it off the fucking hinges. I was like, oh, you're not going to like give me a little daylight and I'm not going to fucking seize the day, dude. But little did I know that 24 years later, after I got that fateful email in 2002 from them, I was 17 actually at the time. They had to wait until I turned 18 so I can legally sign my contract. Here we are. And the internet's changed a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That was an internet where there were big brands, big mastheads. There were fan sites and all that kind of stuff in forums or whatever, but you weren't going to strike out on your own. That's what makes things like, that's why I'm so impressed with certain things in the past. And I bring them up all the time and they're random, like the 1UP show, where I was like, dude, they were doing podcasts before podcasts were a thing. They were doing video and VOD before that was ever a thing. Or Angry Video Game Nerd.
Yeah.
Like that guy was just doing it on his website. It wasn't until I think season 3 or 4 that he went to YouTube. It's like, or Sean Baby back in the day, which was like a huge influence on me back in the day. Even things like Something Awful, and like there's like so many interesting things out there, but now it's about a lot of micro communities. It's like an endless archipelago of content, and we're just one little speck in it. And yet I find more meaning in this than I ever did in my professional career. There's a different kind of pressure with this. I always talk about the pressure of reviewing things on IGN and like just millions of people reading it and how scary that was. And now it's like we have a fraction of that audience, and it feels so much more relaxing, and it's better for everyone. It's better for the creation. It's better for making money. It's better for, I don't know, man. Like it's been good. And I have good teammates, not only with you guys, but just everyone in the company, but certainly you guys. So yeah, that's my kind of reflection on it. Is it's funny how this has all happened, and it feels fake, and it always will feel fake. And I have always been one, and I think everyone that listens knows that I say this a lot, is like, I'm very lucky. Like, I'm not one of these people that's like, I'm the best. I'm really good at what I do. There's no doubt. I mean, obviously we wouldn't be able to do this otherwise, but like, that's not good enough. You have to have an enormous amount of luck.
Yeah.
Just serendipitous timing, or nothing happens. And I have to acknowledge that there's no replicating it. It just kind of is a flash in the pan sort of thing that either, lightning in the bottle, and it's, you capture it. So yeah, that's basically it. Dustin, do you have any reflections? When did you join the episode or the podcast? What number was that? One in the 100s?
My official first episode as permanent co-host was 150.
150, that's right.
So that means I've been on the show 250 episodes now, which is crazy. I totally agree where it's like it feels like it's been that long, and also not at the same time. But it is my favorite aspect of it, I think, is kind of with Chris as well, just seeing how the audience reacts. And it's been, I mean, over, I don't know how many years ago that was now. I think was it 2020 when I joined, when 250 was? That sounds right.
2018 and 19 would be 50. 19 to 20 would be 100. 20 to 21 would be 150. So 21.
Okay. So right around there.
That feels too late though.
18 and 19,
to me.
19 to 20.
You're probably right. I just like that sounds weirdly I feel like you've been here forever.
Yeah, it was. I remember when we did our first live show in Butler, everything was clear on COVID, but I know that there were people that were still unsure, in which we were like, that's cool. But yeah, it's been such a huge blessing on my life, this show, working for this company, both you guys, both our work together and our friendship together, the things that we've been able to do because of this show, whether it's a sold out show in New York City or other places that we've gone, have been all incredible. I've made so many friends through this podcast, whether it's other people in the industry or people that were listeners that I now see at different events and stuff like that. And I don't take it for granted at all. It's a lot like Colin was saying, where sure, you get used to the idea of, you're like, okay, I'm going to record this show. It's going to be listened to tens of thousands of people. But there's still like days where I wake up and I'm like, this is crazy that this is what we're doing. This is crazy that I remember when I was at my old job editing a dance recital, and I was like, I'm going to check out some podcasts. What about gaming podcasts? And hearing Beyond back then, being like, this would be a really cool thing to do. I have no idea how I'm going to do that, but I'm going to try my best for a few years. I mean, it took forever. And as Colin said, a lot of luck, but so it's never lost on me, and I'm sure it's not lost on you guys either. And I will always be so deeply appreciative to the audience for sticking with us, being here with us, through whether it's crazy news, boring news, bad things happening in our lives, or great things happening, the support is always felt, both from people that are vocal, and it's great getting messages too, from getting messages or meeting people in real life. They're like, hey, I've never commented on a video. I don't say anything, but I really appreciate this show. It means a lot. So thank you for, these 400 episodes, 250 for me. And I'm sure there will be many more to come.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, they will. I mean, the people always ask, like, when, because I always joke about retiring and stuff like that. And I'm like, I feel like ultimately I'll just do this for as long as I can. Why wouldn't I? It's fun. Like, it's not, I have to remind myself, I've worked shitty jobs and I did it when nothing was on the line, right? Like, I had no kids, or not that I have kids now, but like I had no responsibility. So like when I was doing landscaping or groundskeeping and I was like fucking dying of the heat and sweating and freezing and doing the shittiest stuff, it's like, well, I get to go home. I get to go to my dorm room and get drunk later. Or like I have to go to class tomorrow or something. People out there have to like get up every morning and like do real shit. And for true purposes, like to support a family, and they grit their teeth and they do it. And it's like, I have nothing to complain about. And I try to acknowledge that. Like, I've been like, this shit changed my life. It's not like just some job. Like, it's an incredible level of security that I could have never imagined. And you have no idea, for a person like me that like is so stressed out and anxious about everything all the time, like what that did for me. Yeah. Because if I was out there grinding and in the real world, I'd be fucking nervous. And then again, I think about myself in the past when I had the least and I had to do the most, and I felt very carefree. But I think that comes from ignorance. So
yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to get too philosophical here on episode 400. Ray Charlizard wrote in and said, "Gang, I am." Oh, did we? Oh no, I'm sorry. We'll get to you, Ray. Austin Prentice wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Boys, and congrats on 400 episodes. In the years since you've been doing the show, what's been your favorite part about the process? I'm sure there's lots of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that we don't know about that makes the show run so well, and it certainly pays off each and every week. Been listening since the Beyond days and eagerly tune in every week. Here's to another 400 episodes. Thanks for the memories." For me, it's just become very mechanical. Like, I just dedicate Wednesdays to the show. We record Thursday, but Wednesdays I try to just dedicate to like just reading and watching things and taking notes and studying like everything that's going on, reading press releases and stalking people on LinkedIn. And like, that's like when I really like activate in terms of doing the show. And I try to just be really prepared. It's funny, like I have like just in addition to all of the notes we work off of, like I have a bunch of shit that I work off of just to be able to speak about things eloquently, and know what I'm talking about, because there's a lot of things I know and there's a lot of things I don't. And that's actually how I think people are, some people are surprised like with how well I know the industry. And I'm like, well, part of that comes from being in the industry for a very long time, but also I just feel like if you put in the work, you just learn it through osmosis. I think at some point you just know things after a while. And so I know people tune in for me to do that. And I try to do that really well. And that's the one thing that I hope in terms of our preparation is that like I hope it shows that like I am prepared. I also think that you bring up a good point, Austin, in that there's a lot that goes on that you don't see. A lot of it goes on with Dustin, frankly. So cutting the show up, which is not a huge deal. It used to be a much bigger deal when we did audio cuts, which I did personally for 2 years. And it's like a horrifying thing to do. It's like literally the worst thing.
It
sucks. Like
it does suck.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm weird. I love editing a lot. Like I like the tedium of it, but even with, audio is a bitch to deal with. One of the things that I would do on Snark Tank a lot is like if we talked over one another, I would slide the conflicting audio files just to like give each sentence enough. And I did that forever until I handed it off. I was like, I can't. Nobody gives a shit that I'm doing.
That was what we kind of discovered, was that like I used to do these really fine edits when you and I used to record in person. I would overlap the audio obviously, and then I would like go in, and anytime we did or like or like, it would often like, we used to do 90-minute shows or 2-hour shows, that would be times 3. So like you would leave and it would be like, all right, so this is going to take 6 hours for me to edit this.
Mm-hmm.
And it did.
Yep.
Then I handed it off to Dustin to do. And then we handed it off ultimately to Ben. And then we realized no one cared. We just stopped. It's very similar to like it feels a little mean, but I just not constantly, but I've conducted many experiments with the audience where I'm like, let's just see if anyone notices. And like just made changes and no one ever notices. And we did that for the first time when we just started recording remotely and no one noticed. And then like 3 weeks after, we're like, by the way, we haven't even been in person. The entire time. So like just disarming people. And we've done that on several different occasions. And I think the audio edit was another one of those things where I'm like, let's just stop. And no one said a word. And I'm like, yeah, no one cares that like we're doing this very fine audio edit. It's really not worth it. And that made life a lot easier. But Dustin, you do the thumbnails, which is a really important. I remember at IGN, and it's true, like they really instilled in us, like, don't even bother making content if you don't have a good headline and a good thumbnail. Now, headlines, I don't care about that. But the good thumbnails are really important. And that always stuck with me. Like, do the little things. It's like the maps and the HUDs in games.
Like that always stuck with me. And then we name our episodes after like just nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to acknowledge you because that is a lot of shit. And I don't have to do it anymore. And I haven't had to do it in years, which is awesome. But so I have to acknowledge that there's like a production pipeline that allows this show to happen. And you are the central figure in that pipeline.
Yeah. It's Austin is asking about our favorite part of the process. Certainly the production is not my favorite part, but making the thumbnails, I remember very vividly when we switched to video. And if you look back, and honestly, I wasn't very good at making thumbnails because I was new to it at the time, but the first few thumbnails are pretty generic. And I think it was when it was probably like the second or third video episode where it was like I think when James Bond was rumored. And I made a very cookie cutter YouTube thumbnail, and then I made one with Colin in it, and I think it was you and Chris, with like James Bond styling, and it was like kind of silly. And I sent them both to you, and I'm like, which one? What do you think of these? And you're like, oh, do the silly one. Like, okay. And then since then, it's just kind of been whatever, dude. The thumbnails. It's such a weird thing because sometimes I can have an idea for a thumbnail while we're recording and it's such a relief. Yeah. And then there are other times where it's like, dude, I have no idea what this thumbnail should be. I don't know. Like for a while, I think I've eased up a little bit. I've always I was thinking like the thumbnail needs to be funny. Like it has to be funny. There's an expectation set. I've kind of let some of that go where it's like, there are still funny, weird ones, of course. But I don't want to force it.
Yeah. The stupider, the better, I think. I mean, that's like my mantra in life generally.
Yeah.
But I like stupid. I like stupid. Like, I think that's fun. And that's why, I never really, the titling of the shows, I could title them normally if that's what we want. I don't really give a shit personally. I just do it because I think it's funny. Yeah. I think it's stupid. And I'm about preemptively disarming people. I like doing that. Stupid thumbnails, nonsensical headlines. You can never accuse us of being clickbaity, at least. And that we do so well with those headlines and those thumbnails, I think could we do better? Maybe, but like there's something weird about the headlines and the thumbnails and the headlines feel authentic. Like it's not a serious show. It's a thoughtful show. It can go deep. It's informative, but it's kind of stupid too and silly and weird. And so I think you kind of find your people by leaning into that, as it were. And I will say the headlines are always song lyrics, or they have been for years now. They weren't always, but like for years they have been. But they're always associated with its subject matter. Sometimes it's obvious and sometimes it isn't. But like someone always gets it. Like when I read the comments, I'm always like, oh, this is a reference to that, or this is that band, which means this to that show, to the show, or whatever. I'm like, that's cool. So that's why I do it. It's like the anti-pretentious. It's just supposed to be fun and silly. And this is appointment viewing, in my opinion. It's not something you were like, oh, I'm going to watch this because it says they're going to talk about Nacon this week or something. It's like you're either in or you're out, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think it really matters. But every other show on our network doesn't title like that. And I appreciate that too. Take a hint, bozos.
I'm looking through some of my old thumbnails to think like, what's the most out of pocket thumbnail I did? I really like there's the one when Jim Ryan retired, and it was like his retirement party, and it has the three of us. And then I took every image of Jim Ryan that I could find. So there's like 30 of him surrounding us. That one was pretty fun. But
there was one that I think about. I feel like, was Colin kissing my head or something? Was it a Death Stranding?
Oh, Death Stranding. You're the baby, I think.
That is my favorite one, I think.
Yeah, that's so disturbing.
There's been a few times over the years where I've made a thumbnail and then I posted in the staff Discord, and I'll usually say like too much because I'm a little cautious sometimes. And usually Colin's like, oh no, I love this. There's like the one, I think it was when I did This Is an Xbox pod, and it was for our podcast around that. And I was like, is this too much? And you're like, no, and you were right for sure.
Yeah, that's good.
There's one with the Sega Moment episode where Jim Ryan and Phil are shaking hands, which I totally photoshopped that. So we gotta push it.
Colin probably comes from a similar kind of lens that I come from now, especially with mine, because Derek does all of our thumbnails and stuff for our show. And if I just get so much as a nasal exhale from it, I'm like, good. Because I didn't have to do it.
Right.
Like everything's way better. Like it's like getting food. It's like the difference between cooking food for yourself versus like getting food made for you. It's like I could make the same exact thing and it's going to taste like 10% worse if I made it for whatever reason. So it's like there's like an inherent boost to anything somebody else does.
Yeah, totally.
It's like, this is a great thumbnail. I didn't do it, so it's way better.
My buddy, it's so funny you say that. My Eric Castro, my friend that comes up sometimes, he's the bar owner in San Diego, a good friend of mine.
Yeah, we met him, right?
Yeah, you met him, right? We went to it. Yeah, right. You guys know him now. That's so funny. It's so funny. My worlds have crossed over entirely now, which is wonderful. He's a really great guy, and he would say back in the day, and this always stuck with me. He's like, you can never, no matter how good you are at making cocktails, the cocktails you make for yourself will never be as good as the ones someone else makes for you. And I was like, yeah, it's true. Because I would always wonder, I'm like, I'm making this old fashioned to the T. I know I'm doing it right. Like, but it's just not quite as good as when someone else makes it for me. And he's like, that's just the way it goes. And it's true. It's very true. But I'm again, thank you guys for 400 episodes, just absolutely amazing. And we've never missed a week. That is 400 weeks since launch, like without any misses. And I've been on every episode, which is crazy. Chris, you've probably been on 390, right? Something like that.
Maybe. I know earlier on I missed more because I was just doing a lot more. But I feel like I haven't. This is the first one. The most recent one is the first one I missed in a while. So I can't.
Yeah, maybe 385 or something.
Something like that.
380 to 390.
Somebody knows.
Yeah. I feel bad too, because people reach out to us, not only James Solar, but like others are like, oh, I did this, or I wrote this script for you to like do this. And I'm like, I just can't keep up with, I appreciate the work, to like, and it's cool. And I will get to it at some point. I'm very busy. I can't.
Oh, that stuff's impossible. It's like I'm terrible about responding to people in my real life that I know in person.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So like, straight, viewers sending stuff. It's like I either see it or I won't. But like, I'm sorry.
I'm clown of the year 9 years running with that with not answering people in person. Like I have text messages from people and I'm like, oh, like I'll find it like a week later. I'm like, fuck. Like, and I read them too, so I don't have like the little blue dot or whatever.
No, I do that too. It drives me crazy seeing it, but then I'll forget to respond because nothing's new on my phone, and then it's a whole mess.
Because I've seen phones where it's like, oh, you have 25,000 emails and 4,000 unread messages. The gear icon has like 17 red. It's like, what? Like, I've never even seen that. I don't know what that is.
How many updates?
Yeah.
My emails are pretty crazy. I have a lot of emails.
But
that's like a secondary form. Like text messages are like, I can't have red dots on there.
Yeah, totally.
Shit out of me.
I love emailing because I love the record keeping of emailing. And I don't email like normal people in my life, but I mean for business and whatnot. It's like everything's through email. So I keep that very clean. Very clean. All right. What are you even talking about at this point? Ray Charlazard wrote in and said, gang, I am glad we can finally move beyond episode 400 to get to the next true milestone, the 420 special. The dense fields of dank Yarnum nugs call to you. It'd be super unchill to not answer them. I'll go back to working on my retro gaming setup and listen. That's not... Now, I wanted to acknowledge this. I wasn't going to acknowledge this at first because we had a lot of people writing in very nice things about episode 400 and, remembrances and so on and so forth. And I did my best to choose some representative ones, but we got a lot of write-ins about the 420 one where I'm like, all right, I guess I got to include this. This is a moment of excitement for people.
We'll all smoke.
Yeah, we'll all get out the bongs and the bubblers and the bowls. It's all bees. And you know how I feel about alliteration. Blunts.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have joints. So that kind of ruins it a little bit. Iron Lion 44 wrote in and said, hey, SS gang. At first I thought Colin was just being a little bitch about his water bottle cap, but there may be something to this capspiracy thing. I believe Big Plastic may be up to something. I noticed that my contact lens case had changed its design a bit. It felt smaller and slimmer. Then I went to untwist the cap, but I couldn't do it at first. After some time, I got it done, but it was definitely harder than normal. And the amount of threads to twist is certainly shortened. I don't have much else to say except I apologize for discrediting Colin. Have you guys noticed any other degrading factors of the plastic industry? Thanks and be well. This almost sounds like something I wrote to the show myself.
Yeah.
In reading it, I didn't realize when I read it. I'm reading it aloud now.
It's like a sock puppet account.
Right.
It's his John Barron.
John
You've
Barron.
got, I don't know, man. I really, look, I got smart water recently.
No problem.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what anybody's talking about. I think people are just maybe like slightly weaker than they were a week ago.
That's entirely possible.
I think but you're deteriorating.
I mean, that's for sure. I feel it. Believe me when I tell you. Teeth Mummy wrote in and said, what up, Sacred Bros? Can we get a shout out to our boys bringing home the gold in men's hockey for the first time in 46 years? Woke up at 5 a.m. Sunday to watch history and still buzzing from it, especially beloved former Islander Brock Nelson. Obviously, big props to our women's team for also slaying the Canadian Dragon in OT and bringing back gold, and all our American athletes who competed. It was a great Olympics. Stay patriotic, my friends. What a big win. Did you guys pay attention to Winter Olympics is going on for a couple of weeks? It's over now. We came in second in total in cumulative medals and in gold, so I'll take it. Norway dominated. Did you watch any of the events? I watched quite a bit. I watched a little something every day. Actually,
I know genuinely next to nothing about the Olympics. Like if I know way more about sports, like general, like the NFL and the MLB and the NHL. I know way eons of knowledge more than I have about the Olympics. I have no concept of what it is. I don't like because every now and then I'll see like somebody do like a
concept of what it is.
No, I don't, because it's just like it's all these like made up things to me. I'm just like, oh, this person could like jump real high on a stick,
yeah,
and I'm like, okay,
I agree with that.
Look, it's cool. Like they're athletes. I appreciate it. I heard that they ran out of condoms because they were fucking like crazy. I guess.
Oh yeah, it's like all the most beautiful fit people in the world, basically.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, like, of course, but I don't know. I've never clued into the Olympics. Every now and again, someone will break through the mainstream and kind of like find their way on Twitter or something like that. Like, what was that guy? There was a guy who was like he was like shooting, right? And he didn't have any of the eyewear.
Oh,
or something.
Right. Like with the yeah.
And like everybody else had eyewear or whatever, and he just like and he like won or something. I know about that, but Yeah, I don't know. It's just a bunch of people doing stuff I've never seen.
A lot of it is like
okay.
really crazy shit where it's like, how do you even get into this? I always think about that with like the luge or the bobsled. A lot of the crazy skiing stuff, like it's like the biathlon or whatever they call it, where you cross country ski and then you just randomly stop and shoot. Like your
that's
rifle.
A sport. That's a thing?
Like you're basically skiing in a circuit, and then like every round of the circuit, you like get on your you take a rifle off your back and start shooting shit, and then you keep skiing.
So you're skiing with a rifle on your back?
Yeah.
It's fucking fake.
Yeah, that's so I totally understand. I totally understand what you mean.
Yeah.
There was another one I saw where I was like so flabbergasted by it. I didn't even look up the name of it, where I'm like, what is this? Where Micah was like laughing because I was silenced by it while I was watching it, because it was like a skiing event, but there was they like get to a point where they have to take their skis off and run upstairs. And then they put their skis back on. And then they get to another part of the course where they like have to take like this ribbon off of their binding. So they have to like take their boots off or something and then like take this ribbon on, and then they put it in a pouch on their belly, and then they put their skis back on and they keep skiing.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, this is the thing I saw.
What a nightmare. This is sounding so much worse than I even thought. I'll tell you what I would watch. You know those like slap competitions where people slap the shit out of each other? I would watch Olympic slapping.
Love that shit. Have you seen
that? I would watch.
Have you seen the newer one where it's dudes that just run full speed into each other?
It's so stupid. We're really running at it. Yeah, they headbutt each other, right? They like run with their
like full speed, just like right at each other. It's awesome.
We really are at a point where we're just finding it's like brain damage in cursive.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Like speed running to brain damage. Like whoever wants to commit suicide first. We weren't meant to be
this. We're not meant to be this bored. No one has.
I agree.
Like,
yeah,
there's a lot to worry about, and yet when you think about it historically, there's nothing to worry about. Nothing. Like when you think about it, it's like, oh, I'm going to be warm in my house, and then I'm going to go to the supermarket and get groceries, and I'm going to go. It's like our fucking ancestors were huddled in a cave, fucking freezing to death.
I have a theory that, like, I think, I mean, you Colin, you're an anxious person like me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I have a theory that it all comes from, like, the awareness that not enough is happening to make the anxiety, like, logical. And so that inherently is stressful.
Yeah, I totally understand.
The fact that, like, I shouldn't be, like, I'm nervous about an email. I should be nervous about, like, whether or not a boar is going to skewer me in my sleep.
Right.
Like, that should be, like... That's why I say, like, sometimes, like, people think, like, I'm talking shit or whatever, but, like, I really do think, like, in a scenario, if I was, like, dropped in, like, a really, like, life or death situation, I would feel a lot better just because my anxiety is valid, as opposed to just being completely arbitrary and bullshit like it is now, which bothers the shit out of me.
Dude, I love that you put that into words, because I feel that way, too, where I'm anxious about something and I'm feeling nervous, and then I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what are you nervous about? Like, why are you nervous?
Right, you say that, but it doesn't stop you being nervous. You're still nervous as you're saying it. It's so dumb.
Not at all.
Fucking garbage human brain.
Dustin, did you get into the Olympics at all?
Holly would watch it sometimes in the morning when we're drinking coffee. Like, she would just watch the clips on YouTube. And, it's fine. I would never personally put it on myself. And, the hockey sounded interesting, but on a Sunday morning.
Oh, I didn't watch it. I'm not getting up at 8 in the morning to watch that.
No.
I did when I woke up to go to the bathroom at, like, I don't know when it was, but I looked at my phone and I'm like, oh, we won. And then I went back to bed, which was good, because I was curious. Like, I was like, oh, I should look to see if, like, who won the game. And Canada was supposed to win that game. I will say this. I don't know if you've noticed. First of all, hockey is my favorite sport. I mean, I love hockey. It's what I played as a kid and a teenager, and it's a very important sport to me. This broke Canada. I don't know if you guys have been seeing, like, the 1-2 punch of the women's team and the men's team both winning, and the men's team winning for the first time since its famous 1980 win over the Soviets. I don't know, man. It's like a spin out. Like, they're just, I don't know. What do they call it? Crashing out?
Crashing out.
Dude. I mean, like, it's been going on. It's like going on like almost a week at this point. It's
kind of their game.
It is. And I appreciate for that. I love it. I love that about, and I would say, well, I went to Canada to play, and, like, in tournaments, or the Canadian teams would come to play us, and they were very good, and you showed them an extra level of respect. Like, it's a different level of game in a lot of those places, but they're not handling it well. I'll tell you that. No, it's too bad.
Sorry.
Too bad. Sorry about that. Because the big thing is that they're like a Canadian team hasn't won the Stanley Cup in 31, 32 years. I think it's the Canadians, the Montreal Canadiens were the last team to win the Stanley Cup, the Canadian team in 1993. So it's just not good right now for them. But I never expected that what I feel bad about the asymmetry of it, because like it means something to us to win the gold medal. We understate how big hockey is the fourth biggest sport in the United States. Football, baseball, basketball, hockey. And those are considered the four big sports in the United States. So we have a big hockey culture here. There's no doubt about it. But 99.9999999% of the discourse about that game in the United States has already occurred. And you're looking at maybe 50% of the discourse in Canada about that game having occurred. So there's a lot left to go through. And so there's an asymmetry there that I feel bad about. Shout out to our boys and girls that did awesome work at the Winter Olympics. And I really enjoyed watching a lot of the events myself. The level of athleticism in cross-country skiing specifically is like so crazy. It's like, dude, to the point where they finish their events and collapse. Like literally. They just collapse like after the finish line and they just, and it's a thing. Like I was watching them, it's a thing. Like everyone leaves them alone. Like they just, in like a ball and they just like, and they're like huffing and puffing for like 10 minutes. And it's like, damn, dude, it's just, it's to the limit your body goes. It's so fucking awesome. I love it. So even the crazier sports, I'm like, this is like skeleton when the dudes are on like their backs going down the ice tubes or whatever, like 80 miles an hour. I'm like, this is fucking insane. This is awesome that someone does this and is like good at it. Like they're good at it. It's very cool.
I think the skiers are playing it up a bit.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I don't know, man. Like physics is doing most of the work for you.
Well, if you're going down, if you're doing cross-country skiing, that's skiing flat on flat ground or up going up. And it's hard. It makes me, I was telling Mike, I'm like, I kind of want to cross-country ski. It kind of looks fun.
Have you been skiing?
I've never been skiing or snowboarding. Never.
Oh, I loved snowboarding. I didn't get a lot of chances to do it, but whenever I did, like I used to go to Vermont.
Oh yeah, that's the place.
Only like once or twice I did it, but like I would snowboard elsewhere, like when we would get like good snow or whatever. It's just like, ooh, I love snowboarding. It's so much fun.
Yeah, because
it's like it gets rid of a lot of the fear of like I was too nervous to skateboard because I always felt like if I skateboarded, I was just gonna break. I was immediately gonna cave my face in. I was gonna look like an elephant man or something. But something about snowboarding is like you're not afraid of falling at all because it's snow. We've all fallen in snow. It's fine. Even hard snow is like way better.
It's better. Yeah, it's better than the ground. Yeah, better.
Yeah, or like a staircase. Like I don't know. It's fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always been interested in it, but it was just never accessible to me. Really, obviously we have no mountains on Long Island, but even being in New England all those years and in college, I think it was just I was playing hockey and like we were just busy in the winter. I kind of think that's what it was.
Yeah,
because people used to go to like Sugarloaf and they'd go up to Vermont and New Hampshire, Maine, upstate New York. And but the skiing is like fairly quaint in those places compared to like, if you go to Colorado or you go to like California, in the Tahoe Mountains. Daz Groombridge wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, I work as a freelance proofreader and editor, and so I am accustomed to seeing all kinds of crimes against language on a daily basis. Today, though, I saw something that I knew would enrage you, Colin, not just the use of the double space after a period, but a triple space. It looked like the illiteracy problem was only getting worse. Anyways, thanks for all you do each week is made a little brighter by all the work you guys do at LSM, and I couldn't bear to deal with the so-called writers I work with without you all keeping me somewhat sane. Here's to 400 more. Thank you so much, Daz. I hope none of your writers listen to the show." Triple spacing into the wood chipper, like literally.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you don't even get a trial.
It's weird. It's weird, man. I wouldn't say it's illiterate though. Like that almost sounds like to even be aware enough of literacy to even triple space at all implies like at least some level. Because there's no way if you're illiterate, you don't know what the fuck a triple space is. Right. You know what I mean? It implies like you know that this is something that's done, and you're either doing it to be cheeky or interesting, or it's kind of like, oh, I know the rules, I'll break it. Like know the rules so you can break it, kind of thing. I don't appreciate it. I think it makes every sentence look odd and weird. And Even double space, I'm not really that
double
good
spacing is fine. I don't
like it. Just space is fine. We have spaces for a reason. There's periods for a reason that communicates.
Right. One space is all you ever need. Thank you you did trigger me though, and I appreciate that. I was curious what you guys thought of this, and then we'll move into the news. Simon said, questions for Chris and Dustin. Colin has claimed he could probably eat 100 chicken nuggets, to which I highly doubt. These kinds of statements need proof. However, does Chris or Dustin think they could eat 100 nuggies? If so, what strategies would you use? With or without dip sauce? Slow or fast? Anyhow, congrats on 400 episodes, and remember to keep fucking that chicken. Slow or fast? There is no slow. I mean, there's got to be some sort of time limit. I can eat 100 chicken nuggets over the course of a day. I mean, that would be a joke.
Right.
But by the way, it's really not a joke. I was looking this up. This came from the Q&A we do on Patreon for our $10 and up subs every month that I do. And we were talking about this. And I looked up that a chicken nugget at McDonald's is 180 calories, thus making 100 chicken nuggets 18,000 calories. That seems nuts. But from an intellectual level, when I think about it, it's like, I feel like I could do it. Eating 20 chicken nuggets, so a 20 piece from McDonald's is trivial. You have to do that 5 times. It's like, could you do it? Why wouldn't I be able to do that?
Yeah.
Listen.
If you can you be high? Because then it's over.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
That would be easy. That would be child's play.
Trivial. I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think I could do 50 for sure. I think no problem. I probably wouldn't even need sauces for it. Like I think I could genuinely do I could do 50 dry chicken nuggets. Probably wouldn't be great.
Oh,
but I've been so high that I think I told this story on the show, where I ate so much that I went to urgent care because I thought my stomach was going to explode. And it was so irresponsible in retrospect. I can't remember exactly. I definitely told it on the show before, and that version of the story will be way more accurate than what I'm about to say. But it was I think I ordered 5 guys and a big bacon cheeseburger and a large fry, and then it was taking forever to get there. And so my friends were like, "Hey, we're going out." It's like, "Yeah, my food's not coming. Get me a Crunchwrap Supreme, 4 quesadillas and whatever." And then both of them came at once, or whatever. So I had 2 Five Guys meals, that meal from Taco Bell, then a bowl of cereal, then a fucking sandwich. I was going crazy. And I wanted to keep eating. The only reason I couldn't keep eating was because my stomach was starting to hurt. And I was and then I lied down. And I was like, I can't sleep. I can't even breathe deeply because my stomach is pushing against my lungs. That's how crazy it was. And then I got into my own head. I was like, I'm going to die. I'm going to get sepsis and die.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know. So I think I could do 50 if in the right circumstances. 100's a lot though, man. I don't know.
I was way off on the calories, by the way. I want to correct the record before we can move forward with this conversation. Because I looked it up. I thought it was an individual nugget, but it was actually showing me 4 nuggets. So at 6 nuggets, it's 287 calories. 100 divided by 6 times 287 gives us 4,783 calories. I'm telling you, I could eat 100 chicken nuggets. Knowing that,
that's a lot for me,
that's a lot of calories. That's way too many calories that's 2 days worth of calories. But I don't know, man. I just don't seem like it's that. Dustin,
I was having trouble with 3,100 calories a day when I was doing boxing.
Oh yeah, that's all. I mean, that
was hard.
That's a lot. That's a
lot. Listen, there's one way. It's extremely easy to find out.
Yeah.
Now, when we started doing sacred streaming, a lot of people are like, "Oh, I don't want them to lean too hard into streamer culture and do a bunch of bullshit." And I agree with that. But a 100 nugget stream, I kind of like the idea of it.
Yeah,
each of us, the 3 of us, the stream starts at 1:00 right at lunch.
Yeah.
Which is not normally when Colin eats. You might be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm not going to be very
hungry. We make it a special event stream.
Yeah, it's fine. I can try to figure it out.
We each get 100 nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I could do it. Maybe though. I think it sounds like quite a nice idea.
Well,
I like this idea.
I'll take note.
Take note of that. Now,
you have to purge afterwards. I mean, I don't know that I could digest. I don't know that I should be digesting that many chicken nuggets. but I've never purged in my life. But like,
I feel like it's cheating if you don't digest.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you're right. What would Joey Chestnut
deal with
do?
the consequences?
Well, I'm glad you brought up Joey Chestnut. I'm a big fan of Beard Meets Food on YouTube, and he's like he does like food challenges at restaurants and goes around. Huge YouTuber. I'm sure a lot of the audience knows who he is. And so from watching him, I've seen a lot of his strategies. You got to save the sauce. Save the sauce for when you have flavor fatigue. So maybe once you get, in theory, I don't think, let's say I could eat 100 nuggets. Sauce doesn't come out until 50 nuggets plus at that point. I agree. The other thing that he does is what he calls the tactical Diet Coke, where there's something about the Diet Coke, while you think it would fill up your stomach, something about it, you drink some of that Diet Coke, you burp, and it feels like you have more space. And that's what you do when you're in, it's go time, nugget 80. So I would try this, but I am a glutton, like this is thrilling. The idea of doing this.
Yeah, I've never seen you so animated about something before.
Well, dude, I watch Beard Meets Food all the time, and I always consider like, I wonder if I could do that, but I would never actually do it. But
the thing to take into account too is like, it's McDonald's, right? So it's a gambit as to how, like, sometimes those chicken nuggets come out like, and you get like a nice fresh, but then other times that's been sitting there, man.
Yeah,
it's been sitting there. You get a stale. If you get like, so I'll say this: the difference between like a completely fresh batch of 100 fucking, which I guess would have to, right, on some level, and just like a significant portion of those being stale or old, and you can tell, your ability to do the complete 100, I think, goes way down.
I'm gonna have Micah go to
me.
McDonald's for every 20 piece. Fresh. And so like when I'm 5 to 10 in, she's actually just going to she'll just be going back and forth, and just delivering me a fresh batch of 20. Because I told you guys, like, I live what I would describe as a legendary McDonald's in my area. Like, I've been a McDonald's consumer my whole life. I've been to many, many McDonald's, bad, good, indifferent, whatever. This is a legendary McDonald's. And
fattest thing you've ever said.
Oh my God.
This is a legendary. It's crazy.
They're just so good, dude. Like last week, we haven't gone since Christmas. We always go on Christmas Eve because my family does the 7 fishes and I hate it. So traditionally I just go and get fast food, and I don't have a problem with them doing it. It's tradition. I'm not asking for anyone for anything. It's just that's what I go do afterwards. So we hadn't been there since I don't know if you guys heard about this. Five Guys sent out a buy one, get one free thing last week.
Oh, yeah.
And it like went haywire for them, and we were in that. And so like basically like they ran out of food, the app crashed, like all sorts of shit happened, and like we couldn't get it. And we were really disappointed because we were like, oh, let's go get Five Guys. So the good McDonald's is right across the street from the Five Guys, and we're like, let's just go to McDonald's. And it was the first time I had it in a couple months, and I'm like, this place is just fucking, I don't know what it is about this place. Like, why are they so good? Like everyone that eats fast food knows exactly what I'm talking about. Like in Santa Monica, there was a shitty Wendy's. I would still go to it, but it was a shitty Wendy's. The Burger King, of course, I always talk about in Dover, New Hampshire, legendary Burger King. This is one of the great McDonald's. And I feel like this works into my advantage if we do the chicken nugget challenge.
The great McDonald's. Well, that's actually something he would say.
Yeah.
That's not even a joke.
Didn't he
this
do
is
the
a fine McDonald's. The
didn't
best.
he do that thing weren't they feeding McDonald's to the hockey team?
Oh yeah. They always have like, and I'm like, I can't imagine that's very good.
No, it's Washington D.C. fucking McDonald's.
Maybe if they had like a McDonald's, like a special McDonald's at the White House or something, that would be different. If I became president, that's what I would do.
You almost feel like it's a civic duty if you're managing a McDonald's in Washington D.C. around that area to put as little effort as possible.
Right. Fuck all the orders up.
You know what I mean? It's like, why the fuck you're not getting a fresh nugget, you piece of shit.
I always think about that.
Not even just the president, just the people who work there. You know?
Do you know the Pentagon pizza thing? Like the when there's
tracker.
Yeah, like there's the pizza tracker. That like that bad things correlate to like when there's heavy traffic with pizza stuff around the Pentagon. I love that. And if I were one of those pizza shops, I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Maybe for Colin, you always say you want to do charity work with Last Stand, and we've never done it.
I'm just going to keep saying it.
Just keep saying it.
I think it's a good idea. I would totally do it. Although it would be fucking grueling because it would be 10 a.m. for me. If you guys
we would have to do it.
A special event.
Yeah, we'll do it later.
Special event.
Maybe we'll do it around. We should do it around episode 420. That would be funny.
Yeah, that would be good.
I don't know if I'm going to be out.
You'll probably be out for that. Oh no, for
20 weeks from now.
Oh yeah, no, I'm thinking episode 420, but I'm saying 420.
Oh, yeah, okay. That would work.
Although Saint Slayer comes out that day as well, but that could be fun to just tie it out all together.
Did you pick that date on purpose?
Well, remember, were you on the show when I said the date in the chat? I remember who was on that show with me, and everyone laughed.
No, I wasn't there.
And everyone laughed, and I said, I didn't pick it, but I wasn't saying the date, so people had figured out from that it was 420, but it was just the date that I think was open for us to slot into.
Yeah.
I had nothing to do with the date personally, but I was pleased to see it.
Yeah.
I like how people are like, the 420 jokes, obviously like, oh yeah, Hitler's birthday, really cool.
Come on, man.
That is, it is unfortunate.
Yeah.
That those two, like that you couldn't have two more diametrically opposed vibes.
Yeah.
Than smoking weed and Auschwitz.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they're not compatible really.
Oh boy. No, not really.
Chill, man. It's just Auschwitz.
Getting high and watching Schindler's List on 420.
Oh my God.
All right. Let's get into the news. I want to start with an inquiry. Actually, we rarely do this here, but Chris was out last week, so I want to give him a chance to first write a response here. It says, Brucey Thomas wrote in and said, Colin and Dustin, I wanted to congratulate you both on the conversation you two had last week about the Bluepoint closure. Doing it live without having time to digest and delivering a discussion that was well thought out. It was like finding religion. That's a little over the top, but I appreciate it.
That's crazy.
You know how to butter me up. There really isn't a better podcast to be found in the gaming industry. The only downside was that Chris couldn't be a part of it. So, Chris, can you please give us 15 to 20 minutes on the Bluepoint debacle? Congrats on 400 episode. Here's to 4,000 more. I don't know if I'll be alive. That'd be nice if I was alive. I don't think so, though. Anyway, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know if that'll be so sad though. That's a depressing amount of time because then it's like it becomes The Simpsons. You know what I mean? And you hear like, oh, Colin sounded old. Chris doesn't have that pep no more.
Right.
You know, it's like I don't know about that. But yeah, that was a bummer to miss because that's rare kind of breaking crazy news. But I don't know, like the way that I felt about it when I first saw it, I was like, I don't really know how to feel about it because I just don't know what the leadership at Bluepoint is like, really. Like, I don't know really much about that studio. And a lot of my opinion kind of hinges on who decided the live service God of War project was a useful way to spend their time. Was it Bluepoint leadership that pitched it, or was it Sony that kind of either incentivized them to do it, or, was it a push? And to be fair, I've been kind of disconnected this last week. I don't even know if there's an answer to that. I think I saw some stuff floating around that it was a Bluepoint pitch to do that. But I don't know, Colin, do you know if that's been like confirmed or anything?
I think so. I was going to bring that up as like the
because it changes how I feel a lot.
Yeah, sure. The source is that guy. I think he goes by the name Detective Seeds, and I don't know if he's trustworthy or not. People that have proven to be trustworthy don't seem to trust him. And I know that a couple of them have sounded off saying like some of the things he was saying doesn't comport with the things that they know. Okay. So I don't know for sure, because like some of the things I was reading from him, I didn't read all of it because he's released a lot. Like I think what he claims, and I don't know, I don't like saying claims. It's like, why would I like to believe people? But he apparently like went to LinkedIn and just messaged everyone basically and heard back from certain people. And so I believe that that's possible. That a lot of people do. That's like,
sure.
Like just journalism, like shoe leather journalism. But some of the stuff he was saying just doesn't make sense to me. Like where I'm like, I'm like, why would? So I think then he wrote something about how like they were, one of the things they were spinning up was like a Ghost of Tsushima spinoff or something like that. And I'm like, I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. Like Sucker Punch has made it pretty clear that if no one's working on their ship with them. Yeah. And so that didn't make any sense to me at all. And he also said something about, I believe, why can't I think of the name of the a Shadow of the Colossus, like remake or like addition to it. And I'm like, there's just, or not a remake, but like an addition to like more bosses, like newer, like maybe a sequel or a 1.5 version. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like something Sony would ever let them do to an Ueda game. It just seems unlikely. I don't know. So I don't know. I don't like calling people. I don't like saying like, oh, this guy's full of shit. I really don't know. But
that sounds suspicious. Like, I have no idea. But like the answer to that question is pretty pivotal to how I feel about what happened. You know, like they're saying that dude's not trustworthy, and that's fine. But we still don't have like a concrete answer as to like what was like why that kind of game was pushed on them. If it was them that pushed it, if it was them that pitched it. We don't know the talent drain that resulted from them working as a primary remake studio suddenly on a live service God of War project. Like, who the fuck knows who left and who stayed? I really just don't know the composition of Bluepoint enough in the state that they perished in to feel strongly one way or the other. It's sad that they're gone, but they haven't made anything in 6 years. The stuff that they were making was a poor use of their time. Whose fault that is kind of irrelevant, ultimately. But yeah, I don't know. The way that I feel about it really is like if Bluepoint really championed a God of War live service game on their own and they just really wanted to do it, then, you know, I don't feel that. It sucks that people lost their jobs, but I mean, like, that's not what you do. You know, like that's and it's on Sony also even letting them do that realistically, because I know that there's an air of, you know, Microsoft has their reputation of, or at least had their reputation in the days of the 360 of like, you got to do this, you got to do that. They were kind of overbearing, and PlayStation was kind of like, do whatever you want. Right. That was kind of the vibe that I got, or that they were trying to present. And so I get that they maybe didn't feel like, oh, well, we can't tell them not to do it. And again, a lot of this is speculation. Who the fuck knows? But if Sony if Sony was like, hey, we're going to put you on this, a God of War live service game to, I don't know, capitalize on the moment or whatever, then closing them, I think, is crazy, because you did that. That's not really. It kind of reminds me of Zipper in a different roundabout way, where it's just like, well, I mean, it's not their fault that your systems collapsed for an entire month and fucked their game. You know, like, that's not their doing.
Yeah, totally.
So I don't really know how I feel about it, really. But those are my overall kind of thoughts. I just want more concrete information of like what leadership led to them even doing like it is still so fucking crazy that they were spending any time at all doing a God of War live service game. I don't even. It's crazy that any studio would be doing that. First off, I want to make that very clear. God of War is not a live service. It just doesn't. That does not compute, dude. So regardless of who it would have been crazy. That it's Bluepoint, their premier remake studio. That's twice as insane. So I don't know. That's kind of the long and short of it, really, how I feel.
Yeah, I mean,
I need more information.
Well, we definitely wanted to get you. It's good. We definitely wanted to get you on the record with that. Jaffe and I talked about it a great deal on the stream as well. And one of the things I was saying was I just, and it's what you were just saying, and I totally agree with you. I think the big thing is just the mismanagement of resources from, like, just directionally. That they were comfortable working or having them work, and they wanted to work on this God of War game because they were working on God of War Ragnarok. And it's like, why were they working on God of War Ragnarok? What are you doing? Like, and you're using them as like a support studio. Like you can just hire a support studio and send that shit out to like South Korea or something. You don't need to use one of your first party teams to support another first party team necessarily. I just think it was all mismanaged from the beginning, and it's an incredibly disappointing situation. Dustin, I was curious, could you look? I feel like this Detective Seeds person deleted his Twitter account. Oh, so if that's true, I guess either the abuse got to him, or I would say Occam's razor is a lot of the shit is bullshit. But I don't know. A lot of it from, it's weird because people can make shit up
and also happened to, you know what I mean? Like it could be that they were made to do it, but he just doesn't know and he's making shit up.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like to necessarily.
That's the first.
I feel bad when people get dunked on or like, overwhelmingly destroyed for things that I'm like, I'm not so sure one way or the other, but.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This from what you were talking about, how he was told that they were working on, in addition to Shadow of the Colossus. I mean, that's clearly not.
Well, he was just saying like they were pitching this. He was saying like it was basically like they pitched everything you can imagine, and I'm like, I don't know about that, dude. Like they pitched a Resistance game, they pitched a Jack game, they pitched it. It's like there's that doesn't. It just seems too non-directional. It's like. You would probably settle on something, but maybe he's telling the truth. I don't know why people would tell him these things either. But
it's why would you? I guess.
But what do you find? Did you find anything, Dustin?
When I'm searching, like it's coming up on Google. Like this is his Twitter account. I click it, and it says this account doesn't exist.
Yeah, he's gone. He deleted.
Yeah,
it.
right.
Which is not a good sign. It means you're probably like
Yeah, what's annoying me is like no one seems to notice, because like I was looking on Twitter and like no one's talking about this yet. I feel like this would be a huge story, just because this is the source of a lot of that stuff to begin with. But I don't know. So I don't know. That's where we stand now. I don't know what's true and what's not. But it is what it is, and I wanted to hear from Chris on that.
Yeah, and ultimately it does. And ultimately, I want to close it out. The buck ultimately does stop with Sony, because even if they, whether they pitched it or not, they kind of let them do it, which I think you need wise leadership to step in and say, like, we're not wasting Bluepoint on a live service game. They are a premier remake studio. If they want to, it sucks that they want to do it, but like, no, like that's not.
So
go somewhere. I don't know. It's weird.
I was hesitant about him saying he deleted his account because something weird was going on. I just sent you guys a tweet.
Oh, what?
This is it. He is.
Oh, okay. What is this?
It's weird because when I click the profile, it says account deleted, but this this is the account that the tweet is from. So it looks like the channel has been, or the Twitter account has been rebranded.
Yeah, maybe it was
with a bunch of AI stuff called Green Zone Bytes.
Maybe he got hacked.
Maybe.
I don't know.
You know how they like hack and then they just like that's what happened to Dagon.
Green Zone
Maybe.
Bytes.
Yeah, but you're right. But when you click on it, now it shows up for me again. Like it's
no. So the reason he followed me on Twitter this past week, and I clicked on his profile.
Yeah.
And I saw he had a YouTube account, and I looked at his YouTube account, and it was branded to him. There's also a YouTube account now that is rebranded as Green Zone Bytes, and it has his same videos on it.
Yeah, I don't know what this is all about.
So
that indicates that it was intentional.
What are these tweets? I've had 9 deployments to the Middle East. What is happening? From Green Zone Bytes.
I don't know what's going on with this guy. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I would like to know more.
I'm sure we will. I will. Again, I don't want to call people reputable or not reputable, but I will just say, I was like on the fence because again, I'm sniffing things out from what I know and what I understand. I'm like, this seems too. It's like when those fake state of play runs leak, and I'm like, come on, man. Like this is like a dream list of things, and it's like I don't know about that. But the thing that really stuck out to me was like a Ghost of Tsushima spinoff. That doesn't sound like something Sucker Punch would allow.
Yeah.
Not that, and the reason I say that, by the way, is from a specific, we went over it on the show at the time. It was maybe 2 years ago now, where they wrote that blog post basically saying like, if we're not working on Infamous or Sly Cooper or Ghost, no one is, kind of thing. I think based on rumors of something that was happening. And I think also based on the fact that they probably feel a little scorned with Sly 4 and that's not going to happen again. They're in the driver's seat as one of the studios that's really valuable. So, but yeah, I think we'll learn more over time. And I feel like a lot of the quiet out of Bluepoint, like even the people that work there are being very quiet because first of all, I think they work through March, but also I think Jaffe agreed. And I think it's interesting. It's like, there's a 0% chance that someone acquires them as a group. They're talented. That happens once in a while. It happened to fucking Tango Gameworks. So
yeah. Do you think, I guess the big question about that though, is that there's comparatively around that time, like what is the investments in like what are the investments looking like in the games industry compared to, you know what I mean? Sure. Like AI seems to be this bubble that's kind of bursting, and there's not a lot of room. Even just in animation, not a lot's getting greenlit right now. So like there's not a lot of investments coming in compared to like when Tango was available. So I don't know. Worst time really for them.
It's a shitty time, but I also think it's like an interesting thing, and maybe not even an acquisition, but just to come in with, say, like, you guys can stay together and here's an investment in a game that we want to contract you to do. I think that like any publisher of scale that has an eye towards their back catalog might see something valuable in Bluepoint to say like, well, let's let them wander around our fucking archive. And at EA or Take-Two or something, like there's things that, imagine Take-Two says like remake Spec Ops The Line or something. Yeah. Well,
if they put Bluepoint on like GTA 4, that'd be
oh my God, that'd be sick. So I feel like, I wonder if that's where like a lot of the disciplined quiet is coming from. Like you don't even see things being like, this is my last day at Bluepoint. I mean, again, it's not happening quite yet, but you're not even seeing that kind of thing. Because I wonder if internally they're like, everyone shut the fuck up. Like we have interest to like stay together.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I hope so. One thing I will say, I will say this, the next time we see Media Molecule or Bend show up with something, that thing better fucking hit, dude.
I know.
Because with respect to, you know, both of those studios, I'm not super huge on Bend. But I respect Media Molecule a lot. Even with Dreams being like a mess, but like, dude, like I would have assumed just based on output and, you know, all sorts of different things that I just kind of thought, and I'm sure you probably had similar takes on it, where it's just like, I thought they were a lot safer than maybe those two.
Oh, I didn't even consider them in any way up for cutting. That's like getting close to the bone in my opinion. Yeah. Bend, Media Molecule, Fire Sprite, although we really don't know about aren't they working on a horror game or something? Like, so maybe they're Until Dawn 2, maybe. I don't even know like what they're doing, but those would be like the obvious, because it used to be like London and other things, and like there is no more obvious target anymore. After you get through some of these though, there's no targets. Like then it starts getting weird. At that point, wouldn't
you say though that like those next two, like really, like given this happened right to Bluepoint, like there's kind of like there was already a lot of pressure on Media Molecule and, you know, and Ben to do something cool, but like now I feel like from my perspective anyway, that's like way higher.
Oh yeah, there's no more distraction. Like the Matador has no more red like cape to distract you with. He's gonna gore you next. You know. Yeah. Absolutely, because otherwise it would be like, what are you going to do? Like Santa Monica, Sucker Punch, you know, Asobi, Naughty Dog, Gorilla. Yeah, it's kind of absurd. You know, Housemarque. I'm so glad Housemarque's got a game going and they seem safe because they're just doing their thing. Because that would be another studio I would be a little scared at if I wasn't about to release something that's probably going to do fairly well. So, and looks fucking phenomenal. But all right, well, to remind everyone, we're going to do Sacred Symbols Plus with the Dukes and Brad from Summon Sign about this whole meltdown at both Sony and Microsoft. So a lot of you wrote in about this stuff. It'll all go there. We don't want to cover the Bluepoint stuff again this week in any deeper context. And the Xbox stuff, we'll leave that for a more appropriate place. I
didn't mean for that to go on for as long.
Oh, no, I don't. I have nowhere to be. I don't give a shit. Dustin probably has a hot date tonight, but I don't.
Not tonight.
All right. I wanted to announce that my studio, the studio I co-own, Lily Mo, our next game, Saint Slayer, Spear of Sacrilege, we've announced the release date, as we said earlier. It is April 20th, 2026. It's coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, Switch One, and PC via Steam. We want to be on Switch 2. We just don't have Switch 2 dev kits. I assume that if and when we get access to those, we would bring it over, but we'll see what happens. It'll cost $10 digital, and we're really, really excited about it. I wanted to direct people towards a new trailer we have on the YouTube channel, or you can just find it on Patreon if you want. It's free to check out, obviously. And we have an object, as we have had since last year when we announced the game on Steam. We just surpassed 8,000 wish lists, which is pretty awesome for a game like ours. Great. It's about converting those, of course, but
sure.
But we're really excited about this game. We were in Next Fest, which is kind of cool. So we got a little bit of the Steam kind of demo thing where they have a barrage of demos to send your way, which I thought was pretty cool. And Yeah, I've been playing a shit ton of it, and I'm really, really excited about it. So we're less than 2 months out. And so just a few notes about this, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't forget to bring these things up. The first is that like it is on Steam, so wishlist it there if you're going to play it there. We appreciate it, and you can download the demo and play it there and send us your feedback. The games will appear on all the other network, like PSN and Xbox and all the rest as we pass certification. At that point, you can wishlist them. We haven't even entered we haven't gone gold yet, so we haven't entered certification, but we will soon. And then I'll let you know on the show and on social media, and you can start wishlisting things there if you'd like as well. People have been asking if they can pre-order. I don't think that's even an option for us, and I don't really know like to what end. Just wishlist, and on April 20th, when the time comes, we hope you buy our game. We appreciate that. And then a physical copy. I know people have been asking about this. The plan is to do a physical run on PlayStation 5. However, we have to go gold, certify, patch the game, and then start the process with East Asia Soft, which will co-publish it with us at Last Stand. So I can't even promise it's going to happen this year. But it is my hope that it happens later in the year, like for the holidays. That would be ideal. I already have Dagon on board to do all the box art and the instruction manual and all the rest, all the accoutrements that come with the special edition or the physical edition. And just to reiterate, we're not doing physical runs on Switch because the publishing minimum is way too high. We will not sell near enough copies to be able to justify that. I would love to be wrong. It would be awesome if Saint Slayer sold 500,000 copies and we can easily sell 10,000 physical copies on Switch or whatever, but that's not in the cards. So we can't do that. There's no demand for Xbox physical games, really. So we're not going to do that. And we could do PS4, but we'd rather just be on PS5. So just to answer those basic questions. But otherwise, very, very excited. And we appreciate everyone supporting us out there. So Saint Slayer, Spear of Sacrilege, please check it out. Jose Reyes wrote in and said, Colin, with Saint Slayer coming soon, are you ever planning to make a 32-bit graphics game or just focus on 2D, 8, and 16-bit titles? Some might feel 3D retro lacks the charm of classic 2D, but I wonder if you've discussed this. It seems there's an audience, but not sure if it appeals to Lilymo. There's definitely an audience for it. I mean, when you're thinking about like Mega Man X4 or Castlevania Symphony of the Night and things like these are beautiful games, Final Fantasy Tactics. A lot of like retro pixel art beauties out there. But we're going to focus on 8 and 16-bit, and mostly I think on 8-bit, although I think we want to kind of evolve more into 16-bit stuff, get a little bit crazier with it. So that's all in the cards. But 32-bit graphics, maybe one day, but that's going to be a much more expensive, heavier lift for us, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. I don't want to do... and oh, by the way, you say some might feel 3D retro lacks the charm. I mean, you don't have to be 3D to be, be 32-bit. You can be 2D, 32-bit. So I want to make sure. Well, I don't want to make 3D games, if that's what you're asking. Daniel Sarni wrote in and said, hey, CDC, this is more for Colin and Lilymo Games. When releasing a game on multiple platforms, how easy is it to do an Xbox Play Anywhere play? Of course, if you can say playing on my Xbox and ROG Ally X is such a huge benefit, I would love to have Saint Slayer on both. Thanks, boys. I don't really know how it works, but I don't know that we would. I don't know. I'd leave it up to Barry, but I'm not crazy about giving away our game basically for free on a different platform. I think a lot of the Play Anywhere stuff is paid behind the scenes outside of the first and second party. Like big third party game X is available both places when you buy it once. Like that doesn't make any sense for most publishers, in my opinion, which is why you don't really see a great adoption of it outside of those who Microsoft can strong armor within their own ecosystem. So I'm open to it. I just don't know what the economics look like. If we knew the economics made sense, so we need to make every cent we can on this game so we can move into the next one. We already have an idea for the sequel and everything too, which is exciting. Should it just be, should the sales and the response justify it? But we're very excited about it. All right, let's get into the news of the week here, the bigger news. And it's that Wolverine from Insomniac Games, long in development, has a release date. It was revealed on social media by Insomniac as September 15th later this year. You could wishlist it now. It's available on PSN for you to do so. I did so. And I don't know. I guess that's it. Now, the leaks are renewed from and I want everyone to be careful out there if you care, that this news has reignited the contents of the Insomniac leak from 2023, which really did spoil the story. I don't know if they've rewritten or redone it. So just be careful, because I've seen some stuff out there where I'm like, that's going to bother someone if they find that out. Dustin, excitement level of Wolverine, September 15th. Nice little slot. I think they'll make that date too. They have to, because if they push it any further, they're getting into Grand Theft Auto territory, and sports territory and Call of Duty territory. You don't want to be in that space.
Yeah, September definitely feels like the perfect time. If they do delay it a month and it's somewhere in October, that would be a fine, not as good, but it's really, November with Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm looking at Game Informer keeps a nice calendar of everything coming out. And right now, the big games slotted for September are, on this list, it's the Halloween asymmetric multiplayer game on September 8th and Phantom Blade Zero on September 9th.
Interesting. Which is a PlayStation console exclusive. So they're going right on top of each other.
Yeah. For my hype level, I feel the same way as I did about Spider-Man 2, where I am fully confident that this is going to be an excellent game and I'm going to enjoy playing it. But I don't feel excited for it. I'll feel excited when it's release week and it's like, oh, sick, I'm gonna have a cool game to play, as where I can be a short man with claws and rip someone's throat out. I mean, that's exciting.
Bub.
But it's not fully my kind of game. Not that I don't like it or anything, but I'll be excited when we're close and then we'll play it, of course. But it's not like wow, I can't wait for Wolverine. It's my most anticipated title or anything like that.
I have to say I'm really intrigued by it just because it's clearly a game that was supposed to come out a long time ago. People have to remember it was announced in 2021 at the same time Spider-Man 2 was announced. Spider-Man 2 came out 3 calendar years ago. So there's just no way that Wolverine wasn't supposed to be out around maybe a year later or something like that. And obviously we know that I forgot about this. I went and I was like, what was that guy's name? Brian Horton was the old director of the game. And he was the creative director. I don't know if you guys remember, he left in 2024 to go to the Initiative to be the creative director of Perfect Dark. And then they shut down. So that kind of blew up in his face, although who knows the full story behind that. And then a personal friend, Marcus Smith, who's the director of Resistance and the director of Sunset Overdrive and Spider-Man expansions and so on and so forth, and did Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. He and Mike Daly, who were the co-directors of Rift Apart, are now the co-directors of Wolverine, creative and game director, respectively. And Mike Daly has a design background. He was the lead designer of Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales, which are very well-respected games, and was one of the directors of Spider-Man 2. So it's a good group finishing the game, and it does seem like it's going to come together. I am very interested just from that level. I'm not like a big fan of the X-Men or Wolverine or anything like that. I just, I'm going to play the shit out of it. Also, I'm just an Insomniac consumer as well.
Yeah.
Chris, you're much more a fan of, well, you're a huge fan of Spider-Man. I mean, this is all in the same universe, apparently, which makes sense. So are you excited about Wolverine coming September 15th?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think I feel largely the same as Dustin, maybe a little bit more interested, just because, I like Spider-Man, and Spider-Man 2 I thought was good as well. I thought it was weaker, but only by like a little bit in the writing, which is not really why I'm playing a Spider-Man game anyway. But yeah, no, I think their last reveal, the last time they showed it to us, I think it looked great. It looked a little bit reminiscent of Origins Wolverine, which was a great game. It looks like it's bloody in the right way. It looks like it's gory in the right way, which was like a somewhat of a, I don't know if it was like a legitimate concern, but it was always on the table where I'm just like, I hope they, especially with how, I don't know, something about Spider-Man 2 feels very, very Weenie Hut Jr. or something. Like there's something about it that has like a Nick Jr. kind of shine over it in certain places where I remember feeling like, I don't know if this really needs this. So going into Wolverine, I was a little concerned, but it looks like I don't know. I don't really have any concerns about it now. I'm not clamoring for it. It's going to be a game that once it's around the corner, I'll probably get, more into it and more excited about it. But for right now, I just expect that it's going to be very good. And I look forward to when it's playable.
Sony has a good thing going with first party right now.
Yeah.
They have Saros imminent, Marathon even more imminent, and then Tokon from second party into Wolverine. It's a pretty good year. It's a versatile year. and stronger of a first and second party output than I thought they were suggesting they were going to have. Actually, I feel like fair is fair, and you kind of have to tip the cap a little bit. Should Marathon turn out, Saros is obviously going to be awesome. I think everyone knows that. Tokon is not a game for me to judge, but it seems like people are really high on it in that community. Although the fighting game community is seems a little uneven right now. And then I don't think there's any doubt Wolverine's going to be something interesting at the very least. It looked. I'll tell you, it looked a lot better in the trailer than I thought it was going to be. Although I want to see like real beat to beat gameplay and all the rest, as we were saying, and there's more to see. But this is this might be like it. Is this like the best year of PlayStation 5 for out of first and second party? Maybe. I mean,
yeah. I mean, ideally.
So things seem to be turning around. Just to be fair, of course. Cole Smith wrote in and said, "Hey guys, congrats on the milestone, 400 episodes in, and I enjoy the content every week. Thank you. Was the Wolverine post about the release date a way to try to get the news off of Bluepoint, or was this always planned? Seemed like there could have been a new trailer with a release date at the last State of Play now." I wouldn't. I would imagine the exact opposite is probably true. Although who knows? Where they're like, "Oh shit, we were supposed to announce this," because they went quiet after Bluepoint. Like they were just getting, on all their social media channels, and it's like, "Oh, we have this thing planned. We got to come back out." Insomniac's the one that said it, not PlayStation. I don't think, which inoculates them a little bit from that response, I assume, and it seems to have when you look at the response there, but. I don't know I don't think that's the way they were operating necessarily. If anything, I think it endangered the announcement of Wolverine. But that would be I don't have any information one way or the other, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm open-minded about it. Things seem to be looking up. I think we're all very pleased about that. This next piece of news is developing, and I don't really know exactly what to say about it yet, but I want to at least add it to the record for us to start examining now, and then we can get back to it if and when we get more information. But there's this idea, this notion that's circulating from fairly reliable sources that Sony seems to be internally moving away from PC releases in at least the single player AAA realm, and that their movement towards this multi-platformism might be actually going backwards. In fact, I've noticed that on Twitter, Nix's is trending. Not like just for me, but like in the actual United States trends, which to me indicates that a lot of people are wondering, like, well, if that's true, why do you have the studio? Although if I were Nix's, I wouldn't worry so much. There's going to be multiplayer games that are always going to be on PC, and they're going to need your help to do that. So I don't really see the danger to them personally. But the big stuff here is that there had been, I guess, speculation on a podcast Jason Schreier does. Jason Schreier is, a well-known journalist for Bloomberg, used to work at Kotaku, and we talk about him on the show when necessary. He posted on a Reset Era thread about what he had said on his show about this idea that Sony is moving away from PC releases. This kind of speculation that they might be moving away from it. And he wrote in the thread for that on Reset Era just today, a couple hours ago from when we're recording, he says, quote, "I mean, it's not speculation." So talking about Sony moving away from PC releases. But he continues, "But sometimes topics come up on the show before I'm quite ready to publish a story about them. More to come soon, I'm sure." So that's interesting. And this seems to line up with some things that other people had been saying about PC releases. Nate the Hate, kind of an unfortunate name, but he's a fairly well-known and reliable leaker of things. He said, quote, "Sony is shifting their PC strategy absolutely as well." Okay, so I'm very curious to see what you guys think of this. This is surprising. It's somewhat justifiable because people are always like, well, they do things for money. And we've got into it ad nauseum, like how much I hate that. Like, that's so reductive. It's like, you do things for money, then like, why isn't Metroid on fucking PlayStation? Why isn't Uncharted on Switch? Why isn't everything on everything everywhere at all times? It's because it's not just about the dollars you make, but about how that affects your ecosystem and all the other things that you can judge and measure. And I guess maybe what they're seeing is that they're not making nearly enough money to upend their console ecosystem, I guess. And that's selling hundreds of thousands and maybe even low millions of copies on Steam is quote unquote free money, as Shuhei put it. And that's the way I always saw it for them too, but potentially comes at a cost. or at least they've been able to measure that, not unlike putting Horizon on PS Plus and measuring the effect of that and so on. Maybe they have enough data to realize this isn't working for us. I don't know. People are worried about Nix's, but and I think Nix's is a great studio, but I'm like, there's no way the multiplayer games are not coming to PC. Like, I don't think that changes. But certainly, Dustin, I guess we'll begin with you. This is totally the antithesis of what I was imagining they were going to do, which was to kind of spread the field a little bit. And maybe they just feel like they have to protect the base. What do you think?
Yeah, it has seemed like the novelty factor of these games coming to PC has worn off to some degree. And I was kind of under the impression too that this was just easy money. But while in some way, because we've talked about this extensively, like what if the next Xbox is a PC and you can play PlayStation games on it? And I was always under the thinking like, well, they're fine just making that money as well. Maybe there's an element though where it's not just Xbox. And it's not just Steam Machine, because obviously we've talked about that being a niche device, but the possibility of a lot of different living room PCs becoming a thing, whether it's Valve or it's Microsoft or other third-party manufacturers that want to get into that. And so they're looking at the situation. They're like, well, we're seeing diminishing returns on this. There is not a for sure, but a possible chance that the PC becomes more common in the living room. And that's kind of a different thing than when we started this, where a PC gamer was not using their PC necessarily as a console. And it's shifting right now. So I don't know whether PC is going to become as competitive and specifically in the living room as a console. It's hard to say right now, but I think that there's kind of a point where, and I know we've talked about this too, where it's like they could maybe they're looking at, it's like, okay, well, either we stop doing this with that possibility or they have to lean in. Because there is an argument, too, where there's diminishing returns on these PC ports because they're not day and date. But I think that with how important the console business is to Sony, that they wouldn't want to give that up, where they could see that as a step too far. And with the data they have so far on it, they're like, you know what? There's a possibility that this could hurt us in the future, and it's just simply not worth it anymore. So it's very interesting just because I have felt the opposite about it, even with diminishing sales of these games not being as big as some of the early ones. But clearly, as you were saying, Colin, they're looking at the data. They're trying to read the tea leaves on what's next, and they might see this as a threat. So shifting back to console, I don't want to say shifting back to console because that's not the case either. It's a shifting to a console exclusive will be interesting. And there's their handheld involved as well. So it's kind of going to have they're expanding back to having console and handheld. And if that's the only place you can get those games, it's a very traditional way of looking at it in this world where like Xbox games are everywhere. I guess returning to being more like Nintendo, which never swayed on this, other than there being a few mobile games that aren't even, Switch games or anything like that. They're exclusive IPs on mobile. So very, very interesting. And I'm curious when Jason's report actually comes out, because it is not a lot to go off of right now, like as far as reasoning, other than what we can just speculate.
Yeah, agreed. I was going to say the same thing, is that it sounds like it's obviously on his mind if he's bringing it up on his podcast. And so he's obviously writing about it. And it sounds like there's going to be something imminent that maybe he's still clearing it with his editors or needs a little bit more time to research or whatever. So it sounds like we might have information about this soon. Where are you on this, Chris? We've talked about this so much to the level of acceptance. In fact, later on in the show, we're going to talk about Death Stranding 2's PC launch date and its specs. So these things are still happening, at least in the second party, and it's hard to stop a moving train, I guess. But elaborate.
Yeah. So actually, this whole time I've been thinking, this doesn't really surprise me as much as I would have thought. And I was thinking about like, why is that? And I think what I've come to, as far as like thinking about like why they might be doing this, is there's kind of an uphill battle to be made for the next generation of PlayStation going forward. There's not a lot of hunger for PS6. Even within the community, there's like people just got their PS5 Pros. You know, there's really not a rush to get this generation over. And so I actually kind of feel like in some way they're looking at not only, you know, the living room PC space kind of growing, but they're looking at, we don't have a lot of reasons to come to our platform if we are just going to put our stuff on PC. That's becoming a more popular stance now. And not only that, but like we're also just losing, like, let's say, I don't know, man. Like, let's say Spider-Man 3 or Wolverine or whatever comes to PC and it sells, I don't know, 300,000 copies on PC. That's probably like, there's probably a few of those people that we could have got for full price in our ecosystem. And yeah, there's not a lot of hunger for this next machine that they're kind of betting on. PlayStation is the dominant platform, but there's not a lot pulling people to it. And so I think they see that disinterest. I think they understand that it's there, and I think they need to make a move to make it more competitive again. And I think they probably look at it and being like, well, we're not really getting a lot from putting our stuff on PC. If anything, now we've made a case for ourselves to not get our machine going forward anyway. Maybe not for right now for the people who already own the machines, but like going forward, like, yeah, why would you spend, I don't know how much the PS6 is going to be, like $900 based on like how the economy is going. Why would you spend $900 on a machine that you know you're already going to get the games on your household PC? It's a different ecosystem now. It's a different world now than it was when we started doing this. And we've got to start building a case for our machines now in the way that we used to. And the flexibility of porting our stuff to PC has been good for data retrieval and all sorts of things. And it's definitely opened us up to new audiences or whatever. And maybe that's actually good enough. Maybe we've gotten enough people on PC where they're interested in Spider-Man and they want to see how it ends. Maybe we got enough people interested in, you know, Death Stranding to maybe jump over to, you know, or not just Death Stranding specifically because it's not a first party, but, you know, maybe we've got enough people invested there that they would be more willing to come now. You know, for the next God of War, both of the God of War games are on PC. Maybe the next one, maybe people will jump because they're invested and they've played it. And we've made a case for the new machine. That's kind of how I'm thinking about it. It's the only thing that seems to make sense to me. Because if it was just about like, you know, just selling copies on PC to just kind of squeeze a little bit more juice out of it, I think they would just continue to do that. So it's clearly about more than just that. It's clearly about the ecosystem. It's clearly about making a case for the machine, and it's clearly a response, in my opinion, to, I think, a palpable lack of interest. Like, people are interested in PlayStation, but like when you bring up the next generation, like no one's particularly excited. Like, it's not like it used to be. Like, I was there. I remember when the next generation, when next generation rumors started to come out, people would be fucking excited about it. People would be clamoring about it. They'd be like, yes, what's it going to be? What new things is it going to do? That's not really the case now. And maybe that'll change as the years go forward. Like, I'm sure that equation will lessen as we get closer to it. I'm sure, like, you know, people are going to have time to fatigue. It's going to be more imminent, and it's going to be inherently more exciting. Like, what's it going to look like? What's it going to play like? What's going to be available? But, you know, the amount of time that this machine's been out already is usually the entirety of a generation. And you're not seeing that same excitement or hunger. And they're planning to go super soon. They already talked about plans to delay. So they clearly understand that the demand is not quite there, and also the economy is not great. So like you're planning for, you just got to make a case for your machine, and exclusives are the way to do that, as Nintendo has proven and as Sony has proven before. So I think that's the prime reason.
Yeah, like I'm a little surprised by this, but then when you carve out the numbers, you realize like, yeah, this is a nice piece of the business, but it's not really doing huge numbers. So I don't know if you guys, I think we might have went over it. I was looking it up. And sorry, I forgot to mute when I was typing at one point. So you probably heard me clickety clacking more than usual, but there's this idea that Sony has made something like $1.5 billion cumulatively on PC between everything they've published there. Single player plus Helldivers plus whatever. It's a nice amount of money. But then you look at their fiscal year 24 report, and their revenue for fiscal year 24 was $31.7 billion for PlayStation. So the entire time they've been releasing PC games, which goes back like 5 years now, really in like a big way, they've made cumulatively $1.5 billion. It's just not a big part of the business. And I think that now, if I were them, I'd be like, we should try to grow this part of the business personally, but they might be looking at it and saying, well, actually we tried. And it's, as you were saying, and I mean, I said this very early, was like, there's a novelty factor that is obviously there that is wearing off because the games don't make any sense when you look at the games that were most played. Like Days Gone was massive on PC compared to something like Horizon Forbidden West. That doesn't make any sense. Except for the fact that it was first, like way earlier. And so people are like, holy shit, it's a PlayStation game. And I really think that God of War 1 in 2018, Spider-Man, Tsushima, these benefit when you start looking at the games that they're releasing. They're just falling kind of like Ragnarok is below something like, I don't know, Days Gone, like substantially. And I just think they looked at it and they're like, this is just kind of dwindling for us. There's it's nice money, but what are all the tangible things that we can measure now about how this might be affecting us? And actually, I think maybe some of the most interesting data they're receiving, and maybe one of the reasons why they're so militant about PlayStation Network IDs and logins, or at least was because they want to see like, well, how are you fucking around in these spaces? Like, what is your behavior like? We can send this to our data scientists and try to figure it out. Like you're doing a poll almost. And so maybe they're learning things that are distressing them. I mean, that's definitely one of the possibilities. There are a few things, though, I wanted to say about this. I tried to articulate this the best I could when I was talking to Jaffe, but I want to say it again because I think it's really important. The increase in component pricing affects all electronics. So, at least sophisticated electronics. So the consoles will always be cheaper than the PCs. Everything gets more expensive. And so as we know now in computing, like PC desktop computing, it's like way out of line, like with normal people's ability to spend there. And I wonder if Sony's saying like, yeah, our costs are going up too, but it's never going to be that bad. And our product, like there's a serendipity to the situation in that PC gaming was becoming, and reasonably so, is becoming this dominant force, this undeniable force. And yet, as it gets more and more expensive, people are going to have a harder and harder time keeping up. And here we are. We have a PS4, nonetheless a PS5, and we can keep costs much more constrained. And I think that is and we've talked about this already today, but it's an incredibly relevant part to it. I think that might be something where, and it's a bet, but it's them saying like, it's going to be real bad for them. It's going to be bad for us, but it's going to be real bad for them. Just like what's happening with Steam and their Steam machines. They haven't announced like the pricing, like really any firm details because they're probably like, oh no.
Yeah. Terrible timing.
Because
legendary bad timing.
Right, exactly. When they got this spun up internally 3 years ago or whatever, they're like, this is going to be great. Like these are the prices we're aiming for. And that's what happened that is what happened with the PS6, because we know from Moore's Law and other reliable people that they're trying to make a cheaper console. So there's absolutely no purpose in releasing the PS6 if it's not cheaper. And I think that, again, they were caught flat-footed. It's not even being caught flat-footed. You're just the victim of circumstances. Like there's no way you can make contracts that can bear out the entire life cycle of your console. You might be able to make contracts to get manufactured for the first 5 or 10 million. But after that, the prices might double. You can't deploy a console in that environment. Can't. You can deploy like a niche thing, like the Steam machine in it, but where the price vacillates wildly, but you can't do that with a console. And so I think they're probably just saying like, oh, we can reinforce PS5 and maybe even ride this thing the entire decade. And if we can get cheaper and cheaper and have a really tantalizing catalog of games, I mean, we almost become a reasonable default, certainly in like developing in third world countries, but definitely in the first world too. So there is something to that. Dustin, you had brought up this idea of Xbox and like how this is playing in. I agree with you that my whole opinion, and people know because I've been very bullish about going multi-platform with things, especially with Switch, is that I don't know it's unreasonable for me to expect that Sony cares about that. Like, I don't know that plays into this. Like, because it assumes that they're even going to sell a large number of these Xboxes, which again, because of component pricing, I don't know about that. Like, I think Xbox is less attractive as a hardware brand for a lot of people than ever. And then you're going to release a box that's what? If it's a PC, what is it going to be? $1,000? And then that's going to be a threat to PlayStation. I think they just roll their eyes with that. So I don't think that that's the reason. I think there are two other things though that I wanted to speak on too. Maybe part of it is that they have received an unusual amount of hostility from the PC space, I think. And I wonder if they're like, yeah, we don't really need this. It opens us up too much. Like, look at all the drama with Helldivers. Look at all the drama. And although games like Helldivers will remain, but look at all the drama with this game's not running right and this graphic card not supported. And it's like, this is like the antithesis of what we do. We have like the thing where it's like, it works on your machine. The machine's the same. And so I wonder if there's a piece of it that might not, it's not an overwhelming part of it, but like the icing on the cake where they're like, yeah, plus like we don't have to deal with these fucking people, you know? And then the other thing I wanted to say was, there was this rumor going around that, and it comes from that guy, Hip Hop Gamer, who I don't have a problem with at all. And a lot of people are mean to him and stuff. And I'm not doing that because he obviously has connections and obviously knows people and things that he has said have come true. And he's been in the industry for a long time. So I'm not disrespecting him at all. But he was saying, I think he was the one that had the rumor that like Steam would be on PS6. And this is maybe a distinction without a difference, but it's not that I don't believe him. It's that I find it unbelievable, if that makes any sense, right? It's like,
sure.
I don't think he's speaking out of his ass. People are probably talking to him. I just personally find that unbelievable. Like, as in, why would you ever do that? And we've gone over all the reasons why that makes no sense and why Xbox doing it makes no sense. And it's ultimately going to kill their own ability to make money on games, as you're going to find out if they really do it. This just suggests to me that that's not a thing. I could be totally wrong. I mean, I have no information about it one way or the other. But I know a lot of people have been talking about that level of openness. And I'm like, I don't see that. This indicates that they're retreating to their silo. And I will say this, and I think we can all agree on this. The PlayStation hardcore are going to be thrilled about this. You know, they're going to be amped about it. And I get it. You're very. I love the ecosystem. I love PlayStation space. To me, I just I don't feel like the PC space is a threat, and I think the diminishing returns proves it actually. But it brings into question whether, therefore, it's worth. If everything did as good as Days Gone, God of War 2018, Zero Dawn, they'd probably keep going. But it's not.
It might be a different story. Right. Although I don't know if it would be. I don't know. Maybe. I do feel like the demand is a key thing here. But I do think. What do you think about? I mean, you assume live service games will continue.
That has to be, right? I mean,
because you need. It's part of the recipe. You got to be. You just got to be where people are if you're going to guarantee even a modicum of success. And even games that are available everywhere fail. So like, you really do you need that boon.
2/3 of Helldivers copies, I think, were sold on PC. That means that Helldivers would be massively successful on PS5, but on its own, and it sold 5-6 million copies on PS5. That's a massive success for a paid multiplayer game on PS5. Come on, that's huge. Outside of the sports games, that doesn't happen anymore. But the PC is what's going to keep it alive, and I think that they, in fact, like it's very schizophrenic because they released Helldivers on Xbox, which is unthinkable. As I said before, I would have bet $10,000 on them doing that, not doing that. That would have been.
It's surprising.
It was shocking. So they are sending a lot of mixed signals, but I think the signal that sends is like when something is alive, we're going to keep it alive. And so I think that we can at least bet on concurrent PS5 with PC launches. They're doing Xbox Marathon at the same time because that was announced for it, but I don't think they're going to do that anymore. And I think when a game sticks, then they're like, okay, like now we'll even look into Switch 2 maybe for some lower fi games, but certainly Xbox is a platform we want to be on, and they won't have to worry about that much more. If they really do this Magnus PC build, then it will just be on Steam, and then they literally don't have to play ball with Xbox at all.
Yeah.
So I don't think that it's going to change direction on that. So I would just, so for instance, like Hunter's Gathering, it's coming to PC. Certainly, if they announced it like 2 weeks ago, certainly if they were going to change tact, this has already been known internally, and so they're reacting as such. But fascinating topic. I just wish we had more to really go on. We don't right now.
Yeah.
Speaking of a Horizon Hunter's Gathering, the weekend we're recording this, so it'll already be over. But I just thought it was interesting that they're doing the closed playtest the same weekend that Marathon is doing its playtest. It's so-called Server Slam. I don't understand why they're doing this. Not for any other reason than it's like, well, just don't you want like attention to this? Does it have to be right now? You have another multiplayer game launching. It's like really big. Very weird.
Yeah, I also feel like I don't know how I don't know. Maybe part of me is also like, well, Marathon, that's out. That's for everybody. This is a closed test. We can assume that everybody who's going to be joining this thing is going to be pretty hardcore about it, right? Sure. Like maybe that's the idea, is that like you're getting hardcore people into the closed test because you kind of want, that's the people that you're kind of catering towards in some way, is the, you know, the PlayStation faithful. So it's, I don't know. It's because they're not exactly competing styles of game. So like maybe it makes sense. I would have, regardless, I probably would have not put this on the same weekend. I think it is kind of irresponsible.
It's just like this one hand knowing the other hand's doing. Like, what is going on here? It almost seems like they didn't.
Yeah,
in a way.
Yeah, I don't know. It maybe there is some method to the madness, but
I'll be very eager to see. I think it's NDA'd, but I'm sure someone will say something about this. But I'm very eager to see what people think, because I think it looks cool, personally.
My guess is that this is going to be a very, very limited closed playtest, being the first one. So it's kind of, and like you said, it's NDA'd. So it's kind of, I don't want to say it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant in the public eye. And so I would assume that the people they are selecting, they're looking at their playtime on Horizon games or other factors. And so it probably doesn't matter. It's the same weekend. I mean, this Marathon one is, so it's to test the servers, but it's also a huge marketing boost because they know people like Chris are gonna get in and stream it and talk about it. So, and that helps sell the game, where they're not quite ready. They're selling you on Horizon Hunter's Gathering, but they're not fully like in marketing mode for it.
Yeah.
So
it actually benefits in some way to have eyes elsewhere when you're doing a hardcore closed playtest.
Yeah.
You know, especially if it's like particularly unfinished, as a lot of these playtests tend to be.
I'll be
less eyes on the flaws.
Yeah, I will. I wonder if someone will say something to someone somewhere probably about it. I'm just curious because I think they need a win. Obviously, I think Marathon is going to be a win for PlayStation Studios, but I also don't think it really hinges on them. It's like Bungie's its own thing, and it's got its own history and its own expectations, its own fan base. This is really PlayStation. Like Horizon and Guerrilla are PlayStation, and I'll be very interested to see if they can figure it out, because it will be the rare, truly first party multiplayer thing that they're doing from a team that actually exists. I mean, what's the last time they had a success in that realm? I mean, I guess you have like Legends would be in there, but before that, it's like Factions, or depending on how you look at like God of War Ascension or something like that. It's like there's not very much. So, all right. Speaking of Bungie and Marathon, I saw this. I thought this was really interesting, and I was curious if you guys have any information on if this is normal, but this was making the rounds that cheaters on Marathon. So they right here, they have a Marathon security overview, like how they're going to go into like protecting your experience and making things fair and dealing with network issues and what happens if you get disconnected and everything, because it's so high stakes, and that's interesting. I think that's really cool that they're dealing with that, and I'm sure a lot of games deal with this. It's just not my space. But they say, quote, anyone found to be cheating will be permabanned from playing Marathon forever, no second chances, end quote. I find that awesome and interesting, but I don't feel like that's usual, because I think I say this over and over again. Publishers, hardware manufacturers, whatever, they don't want to ban you.
Right.
Like they don't want to. So like they don't want to have a problem. They don't want to hear from the Better Business Bureau. They don't, and all that, but they also just like, they want your money. They want you to spend money. They want you to feel comfortable spending money. So they're going to like have the loosest possible interpretation of a lot of different things. And so see someone like this so overt, I actually think is kind of cool and warns people about what they're going to do. And by the way, Bungie has sued people that have cheated in their games. So they take it very seriously. Chris, let's go to you. You're such a Bungie guy. Is this typical for them?
I don't know if it's typical for them necessarily. They do, obviously, they have a hard line on cheaters. I don't know if they've ever been vocal about this kind of, like, I don't know, for instance, that they've ever said this explicitly about Destiny 2, which, there's a lot of cheaters in Destiny 2. And so I think they've always taken it seriously. They're obviously willing to sue, but I think this type of game is just so different. In Destiny, if somebody cheats, you get kind of robbed out of like a fun match, and you might be set back a little bit in a little bit of progress. But in an extraction shooter, to deal with cheaters is kind of like you lose everything. It's not like Destiny, where if you disconnect during a match, like you still have your guns, you still have all of the stuff that makes the game fun for you when you come back in. So I think the stakes are a lot higher. It's a lot more competitive. It's a lot more serious. And so I think they're taking it a step further. It doesn't mean there's not going to be cheaters. Like, you're definitely going to have cheaters in Marathon. Like, be prepared. Like, I mean, it's the cost of doing business as far as like games go, but especially online games. But I'm glad to see a strict stance, because what the fuck are you doing cheating anyway? Like, the other games, particularly Arc Raiders, I think had like a 3 strikes policy. But like, if you're cheating, like, you clearly, it almost incentivizes you to cheat in some way, because it's just like, oh, okay, cool, I could do it twice and I could still have the, you know what I mean? Like, it almost encourages some level of experimentation. It's a little bit weird. I think they've responded after Marathon did a thing, or after Marathon said their piece about the no second chances policy. I think Arc Raiders adjusted theirs a little bit. I could be mistaken. I remember reading something about that. But yeah, I mean, this is important, and it's definitely a W for Marathon and for Bungie. I think there's really no sympathy for cheaters when it comes to competitive online play. It's like the worst of the worst, man.
Yeah, I don't understand it. Like, just cheating generally, like, cheat yourself all you want. I don't give a fuck about that. Go play like your NES games with your Game Genie and shit. Like, I don't care.
Right.
But like,
yeah. Single player is like whatever.
But like, and obviously unlocking cheats and all that, that's fun in those kinds of games. Like, we were talking about Turok last week. Yeah. But so I don't want to make it seem like, like, and I love using, and I wrote many strategy guides, and I love strategy guides, and, I don't use them for most of the games I play, but I enjoy them. And so whatever. But in affecting things for other people really does bother me too. Like, I don't, it's total degeneracy loser shit. Like, imagine being a cheater in a video game online. Like, what kind of fucking loser you have to be to do that. And it's the term I use a lot in my own life, and Ramon and I've used it for many years, and we get it from his brother as well, which is a DBS, dirtbag shit. Like, that's like, it's classic DBS, like classic definitional dirtbag shit. And so, yeah, I have no sympathy for these people either. Dustin, this, I assume, will preclude you from playing Marathon since you're an unknown cheater.
Yeah, dude, I've got all the 4chan, Tor, all the cheats from all the secret places online. So this is awesome, and it's so incredibly important right now, because I was thinking about this. Like, if you played Call of Duty on, I don't know, years ago on a 360, every once in a while you run into a cheater, and it's very annoying, makes you mad. But the next game more than likely won't have a cheater in it, and so you kind of forget. And you're like, okay, well, I can deal with this cheater obviously, if there's too many cheaters, then that's going to make you tune out. And that's happened to me with Call of Duty games. Like I'm trying to remember which one in the last 5 or so years there was like definitely a cheating problem that was like, I'm good. But then you think about a game like a battle royale game where you have a lot more time invested. The anxiety of the match is much higher, and somebody cheats, and that pisses you off way more than a Call of Duty match. But there's always the next match. No problem. But then you get to an extraction shooter where not only is the anxiety high, but you have a personal investment in each match and what you choose to bring in. The tolerance level for cheating on an extraction shooter has to be near zero. Because if you have all your best gear in and some dude snipes you with a pistol from across the map, I don't know, whatever kind of cheat would work. I don't know what kind of cheating would appear in Marathon, or someone that somehow knows your location through like a wall hack or something like that. It's like, yeah, you're done. So Bungie, as you noted, Colin, has a history of being very hard stance on cheating. The fact that they're already taking this so seriously and being like, yo, do this once and you're out is fantastic news. And of course, too, the fact that it's a paid game also does a lot for cheating, because a free-to-play game, it's like, oh, just make a new account or spoof your IP with a VPN or something like that. Someone could still do that with Marathon, but they're going to have to spend $40. It's good. The hassle is going to be so much higher. So I really appreciate it, because it's very, very annoying to encounter a hacker in games. So, I mean, God bless them, I say.
Fair enough.
Not the hackers.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean. I like the hard stance as well, and being aggressive. I think it's like putting people in prison in the real world. It's like it doesn't typically work for everyone, but it's some sort of cautionary tale that it could happen to you, and it does. And some people think twice. And I guess you could just make new names, but you would have to. I imagine on console they'll be able to tie your name to the game, I guess, and then on PC, on Steam, they would be able to do the same thing. So you would have to like make a new or have a different Steam account and buy the game again to get back in, and that's not insurmountable. But that you look like a fucking doofus doing that. Oh, I want to buy Marathon again so I can cheat.
And if you're a cheater, you're going to be, realistically, you are going to be gravitating towards free to play games anyway. Purely because of that. I mean, I'm not going to spend $40 just to get banned again. Like, I could just go here and spoof my IP a million times. So I think it's it's good. It's a good thing.
All right. Next story is Death Stranding 2 on the bitch. Coming to PC, as we know, via Nix's and Kojima Productions, has a release date of March 19th, ironically, as we talk about all this PC stuff, although it is second party, and the original Death Stranding, of course, came to PC too, where it found a huge audience. Additionally, there are shared here by Kojima and Nix's the spec sheet for your various settings, for minimum, medium, high, and very high settings. And Dustin, anything here stand out to you that's interesting?
Not really. I was looking around. I mean, if you want to play this game 4K 60, it recommends like a 4080. But the thing about PC games is that they're so customizable. Obviously, a lot of the stuff they mentioned in the trailer is like ultra wide. This is kind of interesting. For the first time on PC, you'll find Pico as an option in upscale settings. This is, I remember seeing this. So it's going to have Gorilla's in-house upscaler, because they didn't use PSSR for some of their PS5 Pro upgrades. And so the fact that you're going to be able to use their in-house upscaler on PC, I believe is a first. Well, it says, for the first time on PC, you'll be able to use Pico. So that's pretty interesting to see a different upscaling solution on PC, specifically from Gorilla. I won't be checking it out just because it's, Death Stranding is still fresh in my mind. I don't need to go back to it. Usually what's been good about PlayStation 5 or just PlayStation PC releases in general is that they're good for me for a second playthrough 5 years later. Like, I played God of War again on PC. I played Death Stranding again on PC. I played Returnal on PC. So maybe someday Death Stranding 2 will be played on PC for me. But yeah, these specs look all right to me. But
a beautiful game. So I believe people will be intrigued. And I feel like Death Stranding 1 didn't really hit its sales pace until it launched on PC. So I think this will be really, really good for the game. And it's a really wonderful game. So I hope people do check it out if they haven't already. And there's ultra wide monitors, or there's you don't care about ultra wide monitor stuff, do you? You care about Chris, you care about field of view specifically, right?
Yeah, well, which I mean, I guess is technically the same thing, but like, I don't care about FOV in a third person. Like,
yeah, third person is really bad.
The FOV in a third person game has to be really bad for me to care and notice. I think there's like a Resident Evil game that kind of has like I think Resident Evil 5 kind of has a rough FOV a little bit, but it's still acceptable. Like, it's fine.
All right, so we don't have to linger on this next piece of news, but I did want to bring it up because I think it's interesting. The publisher Nacon and they're a French publisher, revealed that they are insolvent basically and are asking for their debts and all their business dealings to be renegotiated so that they can stay alive and stay in business, which I'm sure they'll be able to work out. So this is obviously a form of bankruptcy declaration, I guess, in France. I don't know for sure, but I just thought this was interesting to add to the record. Nacon, of course, has come to some prominence in the last few years. It's a newer name. They were known as Big Ben Interactive for many years. I don't know if you guys remember that name. And they were a smaller publisher for many years. And I think they actually got their start in France in the early 80s doing like hardware and component and accessory kind of distribution within France. So like they would distribute the consoles and the accessories as they came to that particular market. And they began publishing in 2002 with some local games before ultimately founding the Nacon brand 5 or 6 years ago, I think. So some games they've recently published include Hell Is Us, Test Drive, Solar Crown. The game that just I don't even know. I didn't know anything about this game until I just looked it up. It came out right around now. Styx, Blades of Greed, which is like some sort of stealth game.
Oh yeah.
And they also publish like the fairly popular WRC racing series every year. And they publish a bunch of stuff in like the rugby and cricket places. They were co-publisher of Gollum and they own that studio. Lord of Ring. They published that game Steel Rising, which I never played, but some people really like that game. And Rogue City was the first Nacon game I believe I ever bought, and the follow-up to Unfinished Business. They also own a series of teams. They own Big Ant, which is the Australian team behind the rugby series, Cyanide, which is like a really long time cycling studio, I think in France, Daedalic, which is the Gollum studio, Clyaton, which does the WRC series, and they bought Spiders, you guys might remember, which is and so they're publishing Greedfall 2 imminently, but it seems like they are in decent amount of trouble. And when you own a studio that makes a game like Gollum, I guess that explains a lot. So we'll keep an eye out on that and see what develops from there.
Yeah, cut down on the escargot, I guess.
It's too much. Wee. I don't know if you guys saw this. We don't usually get into the smaller game announcements, but I wanted to give this one a little bit of special shine for Marvel games and limited run games. They're bringing out the Marvel Maximum Collection, which is a collection of 6 games from the so-called golden age of gaming that were in arcades or on PC or on console and handhelds. And they're collaborating with Konami to get this out. Although I'm fascinated that they call out Konami specifically because there are a bunch of different publishers involved in these games. So this will be coming to PlayStation 5. There won't be a PlayStation 4 port, and it's unclear when it will be released, but I assume sometime this year. There is no release date yet. But the big addition of the 6 games here, guys, and I don't know if you've played any of these games or are familiar with any of them, but X-Men, the arcade game, Konami's 1992 excellent arcade game. Now, I don't know if you guys remember this, and I went and looked this up to be sure. That game was released on PS3 and Xbox 360 for like a few years and a port, and then they took it down. So it was available very briefly, and if you own it, you might be able to still download it. I think I did own it. I don't know if I did or not, but so that's the big one in this. And I really loved that game as a kid. That's a classic 4-player game. So that's going to be in there, and that's where Konami comes in. But the other stuff is interesting too, because there's a Data East published game from 1991, Captain America and the Avengers. This game was on NES, but that was a different game, like a shittier game. The Genesis and SNES games are the ones that are going to be included here with this one from 1991. There was also Game Boy and Game Gear versions of the game, but that's not included here. Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage. This is a game I rented often when I was a kid. I remember the red cartridge very well. Very unique. And this is created by a British studio called Software Creations, which worked on a bunch of Marvel games at the time, and was published by Acclaim on Genesis and LJN, which is Acclaim, but under the LJN name on SNES in 1994. I remember that very well. And then Venom Spider-Man Separation Anxiety. This is also by Software Creations, published by LJN and Flying Edge, which is just Acclaim, between 1992 and 1994, depending on the platform. That came to SNES, Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Gear, and I believe all of those game versions of the game will be available on this collection. Let's see what else here. Spider-Man and X-Men in Arcade's Revenge. Also from 1990. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Separation Anxiety is from 95. Arcade's Revenge is from 1992 or 1994, and those will be available on all those different platforms. And then the sixth game is Silver Surfer, also from Software Creations, published by Arcadia Systems, which is a defunct British publisher, from 1990. That's more of a shooter. Arcade's Revenge is more of an action game. As we know, the other four games are all kind of brawlers. So I'm going to be down for this because I love me some brawlers. And that X-Men game especially is quite tantalizing. Chris, will you give it a go? Or have you played any of these games? It seemed like Maximum Carnage you were familiar with, which makes sense.
Maximum Carnage, I never played, but I was always jealous of people who had it because I remember I would go to people's or like cousins' houses and they would have the red cartridge. I didn't have an SNES or a N64. Like I went from NES to PS1. So like I missed out on a lot of those games, but I've seen Maximum Carnage. And I remember playing it a little bit, but it was always alluring to me. And I know that that's a pretty that's a historically significant game in like the Marvel space. I remember Maximum Carnage comes up a lot. But I don't really know what to expect from it. I don't think I've ever really watched much gameplay from it or familiarized myself with it, but that's an alluring one for sure. So I'm definitely going to that being playable on modern hardware conveniently is pretty sick.
Shout out to the powers that be. Marvel, obviously they can command they own the licenses and can command the money, but Konami getting on board and all the other, there's I don't know who owns the rights to these games. I don't believe Konami is the only rights holder of consequence here. So they did some hard work to get this going. And I think that's kind of cool. Some games conspicuously missing, I think, too, although maybe they'll be, because there's a Wolverine game on NES that studio made and some other things. And I'm like, why did you stop here? Dustin, I don't know if you have anything to add, but I did want to ask you also, do you guys know, so Software Creations created a game on the NES called Treasure Master. Do you guys know this game? Have you ever heard of this game?
Treasure Master.
Doesn't sound familiar.
It's a fascinating game.
I've seen the cover on this. It's so 90s.
Oh yeah.
Do you know the whole story?
I've never seen the game, but I've seen
the story behind this game though. It's actually very unique. So these guys made a game in 1991 and released it on NES. And there was a promise that there was something hidden in the game. And that on a very specific date, MTV would play something about this game in 6 months after the game came out and give you a password. And you put the password into the game and it would unlock a whole new stage that no one had ever seen in the game. At the end of that stage, you get a code. And you had X amount of time to basically use this code to get a secret prize. It was kind of a cool, weird thing. And as a kid, I wasn't aware of it at the time. It was something I learned about later. But when I was reading about this, I'm like, oh yeah, Software Creations is the studio, I believe, that made that game. And it's a whole weird thing about that game. I think that's such a cool idea. Yeah. Do something like that.
I love stuff like that because I haven't played it myself, but isn't there a thing with Star Tropics?
Yeah, it's in the instruction manual.
Yeah, and you need to
That's cool.
Is it light related or there's some
kind
of letter
or light or something? Yeah, you have to do something to the paper and you wouldn't know unless and it gives you a code that you put into the game at some point. And it was basically a way for Nintendo was really salty about rentals. And I believe that's where that comes from. Their idea of doing that as a way to kind of fuck with people. And I think people were really upset about it. So,
yeah.
And it probably got a shit ton of calls to the Nintendo Power Hotline, which is exactly what they wanted.
Oh yeah. They love that. The only one of these games I think I've played is X-Men, the arcade game. At some point, I've definitely played that at an arcade and it's awesome. I do recall, you'll know this, Silver Surfer. Doesn't that have an iconic soundtrack?
Yeah, I think that's the one.
It's known as one of the best NES soundtracks ever.
It's an interesting game too, because it's basically like an arcade shooter, but you're just Silver Server. So it's strange game.
But yeah, it sounds cool. I love collections like this. I don't know if this one's for me, but unfortunately, again, limited run. They got you by the balls in certain situations, whether you like them or not. They've certainly had me by the balls with Tomba. But this reminds me, this is a bit of an aside, but Colin, remember all the drama around Croc, the physical release?
Yeah.
I have contacted Rocket Games and I said, refund it. I don't want it anymore.
Did they do it?
So, to my understanding, I was trying to find the email. Okay, they said, I could process the cancellation of your order. Once canceled, we can't reinstate it. Also, depending on the age of the order, the refund may need to go out as a check instead of back to the original payment method.
Yeah, I mean, that might be just...
That's how long it's been.
That's
my
wild.
order. I want to say was in at least 2024. And dude, we talked about this on Sacred Streaming. Like Rocket Games, like they can't tweet anything. The Croc subreddit is obsessed with the fact.
I wonder what happened. Like what is
the Croc subreddit?
Dude, the Croc subreddit is pissed. Apparently,
I would hear that in my life.
I think the main problem is that they just have not communicated. And I don't want to say anything. They've done a very piss poor job of communicating. At somewhere along the line, Croc didn't release with a platinum trophy, and this made people mad. So the company that did the Croc remaster, and I think it was the original company that did it, decided to do a platinum version of the game that was a free update. And so they decided that they were going to put that version on the disc, which is what physical collectors want. They want the final no more updates disc. But it wasn't communicated. And for me, it's at the point where between the lack of communication, how long it's taken, it's like, I just am not giving you my money at this point. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like you've lost. I do think that people will get delivered their special edition and their game and their plushie, but it's like, not for me.
Not like this.
You're not getting my money. So Rocket Games, do better.
By the way, did you guys see the screenshot I put in the chat?
Yeah, Colin, I saw it. What the
this
fuck
is like
is
the Game Boy version of one of those Spider-Man games from
Is that supposed to be Spider-Man?
So. It looks like a wall, yeah.
A turtle.
Yeah, it looks like a turtle climbing a fucking like a radioactive coil. That's upsetting.
I love that. I love that they're including these gimped ass fucking Game Boy games in some of these collections. Some of them are awful.
Yeah.
I always remember that as a kid. I just had that knowledge as a kid. I'm like, oh, I don't want the Game Boy version of this game. Like if there was a game that it was like, oh, Genesis, SNES, NES, Master System, Game Boy, Game Gear. I'm like, oh, I don't want that game. Like I was like, who buys that? I felt that way all the way through like GBA and DS eras where I'm like, who's buying some of this shit? Why would you buy this version of the game?
Yeah. The DS was the point for me where I was like, okay, you had some interesting stuff on there and you could get the relative console quality. I remember the Super Mario 64 port on DS I loved. And that was the first time I played it. But I felt that way with Mario Land on the Game Boy. I remember playing it and being like, I don't know, man.
Mario Land felt like a compromise. I loved those games as a kid. Like there's 3 of them, I think, on a Game Boy. And
yeah, I played the shit out of them.
There is something compromised about them. Like I knew everything. I think especially in the first one, it's so small. And I'm not even talking about the screen, but like, yeah, like it's so small.
Mario is so fucking. Please, everybody, look up how tiny Mario is in Mario Land. It is actually ridiculous. It almost reminds me of there's a game called I Want to Be the Guy, which was like this troll game basically that I remember a lot of YouTubers playing back in like 2006, where it was just the whole game was like a platformer, but the whole thing was like it would treat you really unfairly. It would like unfairly kill you. Like platforms would move out from under you. It was a complete troll game. But the character in that is also mega small, and it reminded me of like Mario Land. I just remember being like, why the fuck is this Mario even? Like this could be fucking anybody. Absurd.
The second game is awesome. Mario Land 2 and the 6 golden coins.
I only played the first one and I just wasn't.
I played that like a year or two ago and it was very good.
Yeah, they're all good. I don't want to hate. But yeah, like that's what I always remember. Yeah, I'm looking up screenshots now and it's so much. They fixed it by this one.
He's so fucking swole.
That's what I remember about that. Being a young man. Game Boy had so many good games. You just had a bob and weave a little bit. Yeah. You know what Game Boy game I love is the game Alleyway. Very early Game Boy game. I think you would understand why though. Dustin, this next one's for you. Jeff Keighley had tweeted out a screenshot from a video that was in Japan celebrating Nier Automata's 10 millionth copy sold, which is huge for that game. Although it's taken a long time and a lot of them are probably cheap. You can't hate on 10 million copies sold, but he had a screenshot here. It says Nier Automata to be continued. Feelings?
Yeah. Yoko Taro fans, well, assumingly have had quite the week between it being announced that there's a new Evangelion series that he is writing along with and the composer of Nier is also attached to it. And then this tease as well. And let me tell you, Nier fans, stand down. You're so annoying. Why is it? I mean, I've had to do self-reflection the last few months because I realize I'm consistently involved with the most annoying.
You are, and I wonder what that says.
That's the thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But in this case, Nier fans, because a lot of outlets are like, is this Nier 3? Which is a very reasonable thing to say. But apparently, according to Yoko Taro in a tweet, Nier Reincarnation, the mobile gacha game, he declared was Nier 3. Well, go try playing Nier Reincarnation now. Go try playing Nier 3. You can't. It's been taken down.
Did you play
you know what? I don't think so. If I did, I maybe played it for like 10 minutes and I was like, yeah, I can't do it. Can't do it, man.
Can't do it. Sorry, man.
Can't do it. Sorry.
Can't do it, man.
Sorry. So this is exciting. It's surprising it's taken this long. It must be a Yoko Taro thing. Unless they finally decide like, fuck it, we're doing it without him. That would be incredibly unwise in my decision because he's so attached to why people love this series. So I'm super pumped for it. I fell in love with the series in Nier Automata and went back and played the remake of the first Nier game. And that game is also truly amazing. Excellent game. Both of them. I've not played Drakengard. I'm not that nerdy about it. I'd like to.
Yeah.
I think those would be cool games to go back to.
There was a new Drakengard game recently, yeah? Wasn't there?
I don't think so. I think the last Drakengard game was on PS3.
Drakengard.
Let's see. Drakengard games.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of like Nier Replicant or something.
Drakengard 3, May 2014.
Yeah, I thought that I could have sworn that they like re-released one of them, and I obviously made that up entirely. All right. Well, there's that. I thought of you instantly, and 10 million copies, very respectable. I'm sure Square Enix is extremely excited about that. I still hear people calling it Automata, and that really bothers me.
I think PR has said it both ways,
but that's not how you say that word. So that it's automata. That's a word.
Automata. I interchange it just so everyone hates me equally.
Yeah, well, that's good. All right. I wanted to just get a couple of these things here out. We don't have to linger too much on this, but I did want to bring people's attention to a Variety interview with Yves Guillemont of Ubisoft, the CEO and co-founder of the ancient French publisher that was founded in the 1980s. If you want to look it up, and of course, Variety is really an industry publication more for like film and television. Ubisoft's obviously going to go in a transmedia and multimedia direction, so they want to talk to this guy about all that. And it's called Ubisoft CEO Explains 3-Year Plan to Revamp Game Publisher Through New Creative House Strategy. More than $200 million in cost reductions. And then in all capitals, exclusive. So I broke down just some of the things that I thought were interesting in here. People should go read it for themselves, but I wanted to just call a few things up. We were wondering about their acquisition of March of Giants, that Amazon game, right? I thought that was interesting because they bought that game and the studio from Amazon, and they're doing this while they're struggling. And his answer to this was that they want to be in MOBAs. So I thought that was interesting. It was very, very straightforward and obvious, but like he was just saying, like, we want a MOBA and we feel like we need to be in that space. So that's that. And so they look at that as a wise investment. They were talking about Rainbow Six. Siege is up to 2.5 million daily players.
That's crazy.
It's 11 years old. They're entering their season 11 output now for the game. And they're dumping a shit ton of money into two different things. A mobile release, which I think comes out imminently. And they're putting a bunch of money in China. And he says that they think China could be Rainbow Six's biggest market once they're done. So it's so fascinating to see, like, they should be thanking their lucky stars. They'd worked hard for it, but Siege is a big reason why Ubisoft still exists. And at least in their current form. About Assassin's Creed, he said that they have several games in development, both single and multiplayer. I think we knew Assassin's Creed Hex, I think we know about, which is like the more supernatural one, I guess, and some other stuff. That's not a huge surprise. I don't understand Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, that's the Salem Witch one, right?
And I think it just lost its director, by the way.
Oh, cool.
But who knows what's going on behind the scenes there right now? I mean, there might be a lot of people there that are just not happy.
Yeah, true.
So I don't want to read too much into that. But so it sounds like they have at least 3 games in development for Assassin's Creed. Far Cry, 2 games in development. I'll take it. Mm-hmm. This makes me excited because it is my hope that they just continue a traditional Far Cry experience. Obviously, Far Cry has gotten crazier and crazier over time, but there is a way Far Cry is played and a feel for Far Cry that I think is continuous between all the games, in my opinion, as a mega fan of the series. But there was always this idea that they were doing this other thing. And that bothers me a lot less. And that was specifically the game that was rumored to be like a game where you have to beat it in 30 hours. And so it's like Deathloop, but like on steroids, where you have to like make decisions and like you have like your family members are like strewn around the island and you have to rescue them in any way you can.
Right.
And you have like X amount of time to do it, which sounds cool, but that's not Far Cry.
That sounds like a New Dawn or like a, you know what I mean? Like a New Dawn or
like a
spinoff or something like that.
Yeah, I totally agree. So knowing that they have 2 of them, that made me feel a lot better because it's like, okay, good. Like Far Cry, we say it all the time. Far Cry is one of those series where it's like, how many copies did that game sell? What? I love it, but then it's like, oh yeah, it's like 15 million copies. It's like, what? So people really love Far Cry for what it is, and I don't think they should fuck with it too much. Just make it over the.
So what I'm hearing from you is that you want an extraction shooter.
Right, definitely. Yes, please. Please.
Right? That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing.
You know what? It's funny, Chris. We make fun of it, but I think that they've come so close to death that they're seeing clearly now. That's like my feeling on it. Is like they're seeing things for what they are now.
Yeah.
I would love to see what some of the games were they canceled, because some of them were probably like, oh my God. And I thought the other things was they did ask tough questions. They asked him about the claims of nepotism, installing his son as the head of Vantage Studios. They asked about the 6 game cancellations. He wouldn't talk very deeply about it. They asked about the labor unrest, which is really significant at their French and Quebecois studios. And they asked about cost cutting, because as they say in the title, they want to do $200 million in cost reductions. Those are fixed cost reductions. That means like, that's not like a one-time cut. That's like cutting things in order to truncate your entire, footprint. And it's going to be very painful. And I think he admits that. He walks around it a bunch of times, but it's like, yeah, we are going to have to lay people off. And so there's not too much to say about that. I just wanted to bring that up. And I highly recommend people read it, because it starts off a little soft and I'm like, oh my God. But it gets they start getting into it. And it's smart to do that. That's smart. Jennifer Moss, I don't know, you're the interviewer. You get them on the hook first, then you start asking them the hard questions. It's always the way. You don't want to lead with that. You want to make them comfortable first. The other thing that's industry happening, and the only information I can find this is in Japanese. So I'm counting on Sal Romano over at Komatsu, who is clearly fluent in Japanese based on all the coverage he does, and translated it. But it seems like Koei Tecmo is rearranging some of their internal studios and other assets. Some of this has to do with their marketing and their business divisions. I don't give a shit about any of that, but some of it affects their studios. 2 of them, specifically Team Ninja, arguably their biggest studio, and Gust. So Omega Force and some others are not in here at all. But basically what's happening is Team Ninja is being split into 3. And 2 of them are staying as Team Ninja. One of them is being ingested into Gust as a separate entity. Gust is the studio that Koei Tecmo owns, that they bought back in 2011, but have been working with forever before that, I think, as Koei specifically on the Atelier games. So those are a big series of games. And they do the Fairy Tale manga RPGs as well, which are pretty big. So they'll be working on that stuff. And of course, we all know Team Ninja and all the stuff they've done, Dead or Alive, Ninja Gaiden, Wolong, Rise of the Ronin. No one talks about Rise of the Ronin anymore. Stranger of Paradise, all the Neo games. So so I don't know what this really means, but it's something worth noting. And I wanted to throw it out there.
No one ever talks about Rise of the Ronin. Gone but not forgotten.
It's weird though, isn't it? Like that game kind of just came and went. Even by PlayStation standards, things are a little more sticky. People still talk about the Order 1886. You know?
Yeah.
I tried it. It was too hard. I was like, I'm not playing this. Waste of fucking money. All right. 2 more things. New PS Plus games. Monthly games. So this is for everyone on PlayStation Plus, Premium, Extra, or Essential. Your quote unquote free games really as part of your subscription that you get for free. And these will be available for you beginning March 3rd until April 6th. So of course you have until March 3rd to mark for download the other games that you might not have gotten from last month. Those games are Undisputed, Subnautica Below Zero, Ultros, and Ace Combat 7. So get to add now. But the games that are coming up now, PGA Tour 2K25 on PS5. This is from HB Studios, the Canadian team that 2K had purchased to make the golf games for them a few years ago. It came out in February 2025. I couldn't find anything for a PGA Tour 2K26. And so which would come out around this time if it existed. And so I wonder if this is just going to be an elaboration of that. And so it's actually a pretty good get from that lens. Because when I first saw it, I'm like, oh, they're giving you like last year's PGA game. But it's actually this year's PGA game too, I think. So that's cool. That's at the top of the list. Monster Hunter Rise is coming to PS5 and PS4. This is the spin-off that was originally on Switch that came out in 2021. It didn't come out on PlayStation until 2023. Did you play these games, Dustin? Or this game?
Yes. I played it on PC, though. That was long before the PlayStation 5 version. And it's excellent. I highly recommend it. And it in some ways, I like it a lot more than Monster Hunter Wilds. So it's just different. Each Monster Hunter game plays a little bit different. This is the game that I've had the most time in for Monster Hunter. So check it out.
Slime Rancher 2 from Monami Park comes to PS5 as well. This was just released late last year and is the follow-up to the original, which I think came out on PC in 2017 and on PlayStation in 2018. The original Slime Rancher was really big. I went and looked. It sold millions of copies. I feel like I hear no one speaking about this game, and that might be why it's on PlayStation Plus for all we know. So there's that. And then finally, the Elder Scrolls Online Gold Road Collection. I went and looked this up. It's on PS4 and PS5. This is Chapter 8 of the Elder Scrolls Online from 2024, as I understand. So, obviously TSO has been going on forever and there's a shit ton of content. This is specifically, I believe, the 8th chapter of content. So not a very exciting month, in my opinion. I'll probably add Slime Rancher to my list. I'll never download it, of course, but I'll just add it to my list for fun. Monster Hunter, I'm never going to play. PGA Tour, the funny thing about it's so funny seeing Tiger on the PGA, on the 2K PGA key art, because he was so associated with Electronic Arts for so many years until his fucking meltdown. That was so funny. Remember all that shit that happened with him, with his wife? He crashed his car into a tree.
Only barely.
Like all that. It was like a very quick, like everything's fucked up for Tiger Woods kind of situation.
Yeah. He recovered.
He did. He's like, I think a lot of, I'm not a golf fan. I think golf's a really cool game. I just don't follow it. But I think a lot of people are like, it's really a shame that he like missed a lot of like prime time where he would have been great and he fucked it up.
Yeah. I mean, now the bar's low now, Yeah. Now that looks like
right. Oh my God. Yeah. No one would have blinked an eye if that happened today for him. Everyone would be like, who gives? People would be like, oh, Tiger's sick. You're like having sex with 25 different women. Good for you, man. Like
I think, he would have had Andrew Tate on his podcast or something. I think often about that guy who was running in like 08 or something or 11. You probably know exactly what I'm talking about, Colin. Is he the guy that went like this and made the weird
no, that's
noise
Howard Dean.
Or whatever?
Yeah. Yeah.
Howard Dean, right? Like I think about that guy a lot. It's like that tanked his career. That's
I was thinking
funny.
John Edward because he got like one of his campaign advisors pregnant.
Oh. Yeah.
And I'm not talking about crossing over with John Edward. That's like a totally different guy. Long Island's own crossing over with John Edward. I'm talking about I think he was from North or South Carolina, but he ran for president and he was fairly popular. Like maybe could have won a primary, maybe could have been a VP candidate. And then I think he ended up doing, but it's everything seems quaint. Even the Monica Lewinsky stuff, as inappropriate as it was, is like so quaint. You know, the way.
Yeah, that's a nothing burger now.
I was going to, what else was I going to say? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Let's move on to the next story. The final story is just 2026, or I'm sorry, 2026, January 2026 is sales data from Circana via Matt Piscatello, who shared it on Blue Sky. This, of course, tracks sales data for the United States, digital and physical. And some interesting things I thought were popping up here. First of all, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 back-to-back months is at number one. I don't know if that's just settling into a normal or if Battlefield obviously is fading a little bit. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what their expectations are for it or if it's going to rebound and whatever, but it doesn't. That fight I thought was going to be a little more. I was surprised by how much of a fight Battlefield put up, but once they put up that fight, I thought it was going to be more contentious. But it seems like Black Ops 7 has kind of really sorted it out. So there's that. And then NBA 2K26 and Madden NFL 26 are numbers 2 and 3. Madden especially intriguing since the football season was in the playoffs at that time. So people are that hungry for football, even at that moment, that didn't already own Madden. And remember, this isn't copies sold. This is money earned. So it's not like they're selling copies for cheaper. It's a lot of money still being made. Other important things here. Let's see. GTA 5 at number 7 won't go away. Final Fantasy 7 Remake pops in at number 9, I believe, because it came out on Xbox. Code Vein 2 at 12. Oh, no, 11. Go.
Shocking.
Do you think so?
It's not very good. It's not bad. This is one of the only games I've been able to do like an early review, not a review, but a video for my channel. And it runs really poorly. But anime games, they can do whatever they want and still sell a lot, usually. And
anime generally, in my experience. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 at 13. Helldivers 2 holding on at 15. Pokemon Legends ZA, how do you say it? ZA?
Yep.
16, but not counting digital copies. So way higher than that, obviously. I thought this was interesting too. Flight Simulator 2024 at 19. It was at 16 last month, but that's popping up because of its Sony release as well. So that's kind of cool. PlayStation 5 outsold Switch 2 in both monies made, not a huge surprise, but units sold in the United States last month. What do you think of that, Dustin?
I really don't know what to make of it because I've seen a lot of this stuff go around. Like, is Switch 2 plateaued? And, because it's coming off of the fastest selling console of all time for Nintendo. So there's clearly, I don't want to say a sustaining problem, but there's been some complaints from very hardcore Nintendo circles that just none of their they had their big hitters at launch, but since then it's been a lot of Switch 2 editions of Switch games and spin-off smaller titles like Mario Tennis and the Musou Zelda game, stuff like that. So maybe they just need some of their big mainline stuff now that Donkey Kong and Mario Kart have served their purpose.
I don't care what people expect out of those machines if that's disappointing to them. Like, I feel like almost what are you expecting out of a Nintendo machine? If not to not get most things and to primarily focus on the first party stuff that's obviously going to be sparse between release.
I also think it's just hard to replicate that level of success. PlayStation 3 sold half as many units as PlayStation 2. Like, these things, and PlayStation 3 was awesome and it did well. I mean, Sony lost money on it, but I love that console. I think if Switch 2 sells half as many units as Switch 1, that's a massive success. In my opinion, that's not what they want, of course, but it's hard to judge things based on that because it's like, you're not going to sell 150 million units every time you sell a console. It's like really just unbelievable to think that you can do something like that. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, the novelty of the machine for the casual person is kind of gone.
I agree with that. Yeah. And I think they're happy with the Switch 1 for now. They'll probably migrate slowly over. But yeah, I've been seeing a lot of that too, Dustin, in terms of the kind of the discourse around, is this worrying? And I'm like, I don't know if it's worrying. It's weird though.
Yeah.
Like it is a little weird. Like there doesn't seem to be very much excitement about it, but I think it's just you're waiting for the right games. People even point out though that like there was a major drop off in sales between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, which is like, even though the install base was higher. And so there might just be a falling novelty with some of the games that drew people to the console originally, like more casual people. In other words, it might have had a Wii like trajectory. Like we hung around for years, but no one really gave a fuck about it at the end. And I wish I used the letter. Someone wrote in saying like that I was being too hard, like was checking me, and it was reasonable, but saying like I'm talking about how Switch 2 is not powerful enough to run games. Look at the games that it's running at 60 frames, or whatever, and the games he listed were Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy VII Remake 1, and something else that I'm like, these games are 6 years old. 6 from the PS4. So just wait. just wait, my friend. All right, let's get into what we're playing. I'll go first and get out of the way quickly. I platinumed God of War Sons of Sparta. I was almost going to say
Sparta.
Platinum number 202. Took me like 40 hours. I saw people being like, you can do it in like 25, 30 hours. I'm like, I don't know how you do it in 25 or 30 hours, but I guess if you're really, really quick. I think the game gets better the more you play it. I think it's good. Recommend it to God of War fans. Recommend it to Metroidvania fans. I don't think you need to check it out if you're neither of those things. And we did an entire almost 2-hour podcast about it. So go check it out on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. And like I said earlier in the show, I'm also just been playing our upcoming game, Saint Slayer, Spear of Sacrilege over at Lilimo. So I've been spending just a lot of time on Steam playing it over and over and over again. And seeing, I wrote the game obviously, and I wrote all the in-game text and all the lore and stuff. So I'm just seeing how it all sits and the dialogue and all the rest. So I'm still making a lot of changes. We'll be going gold soon and we'll have more information on that. Chris, let's go to you. It says you're playing Counter-Strike 2.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know if I have... Do you know why? Because so first of all, I have limited access here, right? I have my PC library, which is not really where I primarily play, generally speaking. I'm usually on a console. I don't have a PS4 or a Series X here. So my pool is a little bit limited. I'm like, all right, I got what I have on PC. I'm not really in the mood to play anything that isn't Marathon right now, quite frankly. And so like in the days leading up to it, I was like, I need to play something. I'm losing my mind. So I figured, it's Counter-Strike's a shooter. I used to play a little bit. Let me see what's different about it. And it's significantly different than I remember it. It's been a long time since I played a Counter-Strike game. But I was kind of getting into it. It doesn't hit the spot for me personally. That's a very aim-oriented, mouse-oriented shooter that's really it's not really that heavy on positioning or like managing health or anything. It really is just kind of like one shot, you're gone. But I'm enjoying it. Like, it's fun. It's kind of fun to just run around and it is mega satisfying to get that one shot. Like that, it feels really good to do it. But I don't know. I just needed like a pure, simple kind of thing to play to get my mind off of waiting. And Counter-Strike was it. And you know what? To be fair, Counter-Strike's good. It is really good. There's something really pure about it that I quite like. There's no sprint, which was like immediately like nostalgic to not see your guns swaying in front of your fucking face as if that's what it looks like. But yeah, I mean, I like Counter-Strike. I don't know if I have much more to say about it. It's a pretty well documented game at this point. I will say I felt like an idiot for my first like match or two because I was like, the game is set up in such a way that you have a pool of weapons in your loadout, and you have a dollar value that you accrue over the game. And so basically, like, you start off with like, let's say like $100. You can only afford like a pistol, and as you move forward, you get like a couple thousand. I think it caps out at 10 grand, but like a nice rifle is $2,000 or whatever. So you spend money and buy them at the base or at respawn or at the beginning of a match. Could not for the life of me find the buy menu on my first so I was just running with a pistol the entire time and people were screaming. I was like, what are you doing? Or you're like, I don't know. And then I found out you press B. You press B to bring up the buy menu, which is like, I figured it would be like, I don't know, in tab or, the pause where like your loadout is or like where everything else is. It's a completely separate thing. So that kind of fucked me up a little bit. But yeah, Counter-Strike is fun. It's good. It looks really nice. I don't know if I think they did like an engine overhaul to it or something. Because it doesn't look how I remember it looking.
I was looking that up earlier. Like Counter-Strike 2 is a newer release, right? Based on Mobile Offensive, or whatever that game's called. Because I saw a screen.
Right. So I played CSGO. And I was checking for CSGO and it's not in my library anymore. So this Counter-Strike 2 is. So like I think they might have just like kind of like how Overwatch 2 is now Overwatch again.
Because I've seen lighting like screenshot differences between them and stuff like where they look really good. Actually,
yeah, it looks great. Like it's they did a really good job kind of bringing it up, but still keeping it feel. It's like minimalist realism, which is like I like quite a bit. But yeah, I don't know if I'm not gonna play much more of it. It's really just like a way to tide myself over because I don't have a lot here right now, dude. I had to go get a new graphics card for this computer because I have which was fun.
Oh, I bet.
Dude,
I bet you were thrilled about that.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't need to eat, I guess, but I ended up like running to Walmart and getting like the only one I had that they had available because it was like there's a bunch of time constraint reasons, but I got a 5070 in this thing now, which is nice. But I had a 980 in it.
Oh,
before.
Ouch.
It's a very old. It's not even that this machine is very old. It's that like when I moved to a new place, I just took the graphics card out of this one and moved it to the one that I was going to be using in LA. So I just put my old ass fucking dinky one from like 2012 in this, and it's just not. I remember trying to run Helldivers last time I was here on the 980, and it looked. I forgot that I had that card, and it was just like, oh man, this is going to need some TLC. But, my home rig is at the very least updated now, which is nice. Wasn't planning on doing that, but I was going to have to do it at some point anyway. But yeah, so that's really it. Counter-Strike, it's nice. I think it's a bit too hardcore for me. I'm not a mouse guy, really, even in shooters. Like, I appreciate it as an option, but if I have to do it, it's like, not into it.
Yeah, it's
too intense.
All of those Valve exclusive, or like the Valve shooter, like they're all very intimidating to me.
Yeah,
like
they're great, but they are
where like crazy people play them. Dustin, Dragon Quest VII, Super Battle Golf, Ninja Gaiden, Ragebound. Take it away.
Yeah, so I have finished Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. I loved it. This, as I've been saying, is the game to get me into Dragon Quest, and throughout the whole game, it's just so charming. The art direction, the diorama approach to it. I love seeing all the Akira Toriyama designs. The monsters in particular are so cool. My only real complaint is even though the game has been significantly cut down, I still felt like it was thematically a little too long. Particularly just the last act of this game. I was feeling done with it. And the last act is the least interesting in terms of what you do. So it put a little bit of a damper that the worst part of the game was at the end, in my opinion. But overall, didn't change my full opinion on the game. I loved it. Check it out if you're interested.
Just imagine how you would have felt if you played Dragon Warrior 7.
I can't even imagine, dude. I can't even imagine. So Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, I put it on here. I really haven't played enough to talk about it extensively. I did want to shout out, I'm assuming this will still be the case when this goes live, but the physical edition of this game is slightly cheaper than the digital version right now on Amazon. And it comes with a really awesome, not exactly, but an NES style manual.
Nice.
In it.
Love it.
And I was like, dude, that's sick. And I think it comes with a soundtrack that you can download too, which is cool, but I will never do that.
Ragebound is it's an exceptional game. It really is.
Yeah. I played like the tutorial and I'm in the first level. Like I said, I played it basically one time. But immediately, like the pixel art in this game is amazing. Like it's so insanely beautiful.
Incredible. totally.
I need to get in the right headspace because it's so different from Shinobi, and I just need to play it a different kind
It's
of way.
easier than Shinobi, I think.
It's easier? Okay.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
It's much more action oriented, like quick moving.
Right.
Slash and go, jump, stick to walls, stick to cum walls.
Stick to cum walls.
I forgot that's an old joke from there was a review. I'm afraid to even look it up.
Search that, dude. Yeah. Go for it.
There was it was a Spider-Man PS2 review done by a guy named Doug. We used to work with at IGN a long time ago. And I think in the plus minuses at the bottom of the review, it said it was supposed to say like stick to some walls or something. And it's like stick to cum walls.
Dude.
And it just became a huge thing in the audience for many years. I haven't even said that or thought about that in so long, but anyone who was back then knows exactly what stick to cum walls.
Crazy with no context.
I know. I just said it like no inner monologue. Anyway.
The other thing, which I want to shout out real quick too, with this, you mentioned, Colin, that Saint Slayer is on Steam Next Fest. So it's like all these demos are available right now. Indeed. I've played 2, and one of them was the new Vampire Survivors game, the card game, which I wasn't immediately sold on by the trailer. I played the demo for about 30 minutes, and this happens to me with demos where I turn it off because I'm like, dude, this game is awesome.
Yeah.
Insanely addictive.
I believe it.
And I absolutely loved it. I was talking to Ben and Jimmy about it last night, and I think both of them have over 2 hours playing the demo. And I was like, dude, I want to be able to play it and have my progress carry when it actually
I'm not even going to bother.
out.
Like I saw it, I'm like, Vampire Survivors is just so fun. There's no doubt that guy knows how to make something sticky. What's his name? Poncle?
Right? That sounds familiar.
Poncle. I think that's the guy's name. That makes
Poncle. Yeah, that's it. So it's really good. If you have honestly, any PC could probably run it. So, and I also checked out, this game has been viral. It's the gnome.
Oh yeah.
It's called Berglund Gnomes. So this is the new popular
awesome.
friend slot game where it's you and your buddies are gnomes, and you need to go into a guy's house, and you have like tasks that you can complete, like steal a can of soup, put something in the toilet. And your goal is to just steal shit from this guy that lives somewhere.
That's awesome.
And it's really cute and funny because your arms stretch out really far and it looks silly. And if you fall too far, your legs explode and you like crawl on the ground bleeding and stuff. It's okay. It was a really fun hour that we played it last night, but I've had way better experiences with other friend swap games. The most entertaining part was I went around a corner and I realized I was going into the bathroom, and the guy that owned the house was completely naked taking a shit. I was like, holy shit, this guy is naked. He's taking a shit. And he saw me, and then he got up from the toilet and was walking towards me completely naked. It blurred out his dick, but so alarming to be a little gnome running from
that is alarming.
A naked man that presumably didn't wipe. So it was all right. The main thing, though, is this game, Super Battle Golf, which has blown up on Steam. I think I saw Wario tweet about that they've sold many, many copies of this game.
I'll look it up.
And my best way to describe it, and hear me out here, because it's 2 very different things. It's like adding Mario Kart to golf. So it's not quite like a friend slot game, though it does have proximity chat, but it's like you and your friends. We were playing last night. It was me, Brandon, Ben, Brad, and Jimmy. And it's a golf game where everyone tees off at the exact same time. And you have to run to your ball in order to hit again. But where Mario Kart comes in is that there are items that show up on the map. And so you'll get like a dueling pistol or a shotgun. And so if you're able to successfully shoot another player, you get a speed boost. So it's like a really fast, chaotic golfing game where par for the most part doesn't matter. I think if you hit par, you do get bonus points when you finally complete the round. but it ends up just being total chaos. There's like landmines. So if you're ahead and you have landmines, you can like put landmines where someone's golf ball is, and so they'll blow up and stuff. There's golf carts in it, run people over, and all kinds of crazy weapons and items, power-ups. Currently, I think it's like $7, and there's 3 complete courses. We played all 3. Each one is slightly harder than the previous one, and it was so much fun. We had a great time playing it. It's a little content light. I would like to see them add more items and more courses, but I'm like, surely with how much this game is sold already, they're definitely working on more.
It's a brilliant idea. It's 400,000 copies as of today after a week.
400,000. Yeah, from no one even knowing about this game. At least I didn't. I highly recommend it. If you're on, I believe it's PC only for now, but with successful things like this, they sometimes migrate over. But it was nice. It's been a while since I've been able to play a multiplayer game with the boys, and so we had a great time just blowing each other up.
719 on the store, 2.87 million gross, probably 2.5 after the cuts, because Steam won't start taking crazy cuts from you until you start making more money. So that's sick. Good for them.
Yeah.
I was looking too how excited they must be, because their last game came out in 2024. I was just looking at it's a game called Overthrown. I'd never heard of it, but it has mixed reviews, 200 mixed reviews. And they must have been must have been so amped, to have that hit.
Yeah.
So congratulations to them. Good. It's a great idea.
Yeah, it's
like an all-out golf game. Very, very funny.
There's been a lot of chaotic golf games. Like I think the most recent Mario Golf has a mode kind of like this, where everyone tees off at the same time and you need to run to the ball and stuff like that. But
I've never heard of it.
It's I remember playing that mode and thinking it was just okay. This is clearly a much better executed version of this idea of a full chaos golfing with items. So I recommend it a lot. And for $7, dude, it's fully worth what's there. It was so fun that once we had played all 3 courses, like, man, I would really like there to be more to play. So I'm sure we'll play again, even with just those courses, and run through those again.
All right. Well, that's what we're playing. Let's wrap up the show now, as we always do, with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. You submit your inquiries on the threads in the newsfeed each week for the various shows. Sacreds goes live on Wednesdays and are deleted Thursdays, so you have that brief amount of time to submit. And we begin with Alex Porto, who says, "Hey, CDC, we often assume PlayStation Studios have full creative freedom, but are we really expected to believe that Guerrilla, Naughty Dog, Insomniac, London Studio, Ben, and Bluepoint all independently and coincidentally chose to pursue live service at the exact moment Sony decided to push live service? That's bullshit. This is deliberate, and it needs to be explicitly said. The live service push is actively eroding what made PlayStation special in the first place. The results speak for themselves. Most projects are canceled, years of top-tier teams, especially Naughty Dog, wasted, and multiple studios shut down. Yes, PlayStation needs to get into the space, but not at this cost. The closure of Bluepoint feels like Sony crossed the line, making me rethink how I support PlayStation. From now on, I'll only buy physical first-party single-player games on my PS5. Every third-party title will be on Steam. It won't make a dent of a difference, but it's all I can do as a consumer. If this is the direction Sony is heading in, as stated by Herman Hulst, then I'm fucking out." What do you think of that, Dustin? Pretty upset. We have an upset person here. I do think that people, I will say the Bluepoint closure sucks, but it doesn't feel like it feels like the straw that broke the camel's back, as opposed to it in and of itself being this meteoric thing. They're a great team. It's not the end of the world. It's just part of what it means, I think, to people, rather than losing them themselves.
Right. I'm thinking about his question about, are we expected to believe that they chose live service? Because I do think that is been an interesting factor where it's like, well, I think Naughty Dog did indeed choose that they wanted to do factions or Last of Us Online, whatever it was going to end up being called. And it's hard with Bluepoint right now too, because of, like, we were talking about the reporting earlier, like what's true, what isn't true. I wonder, could it be a case where maybe teams were incentivized to be like, if you have any live service ideas, we're able to provide a lot of funding for that right now. And so it's like, maybe there was an incentive So it's like, yeah, they picked, maybe Bluepoint did pick to do a live service, but they were heavily encouraged to. I don't know. Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. I mean, part of what I was going to say was, if you have a boss that walks in and says, I'm looking, this is really important to us. Anyway, you guys figure it out. And then you just ignore what he just said was important.
Yeah.
It feels like, so I think that they probably could have done whatever they wanted, but it's, as you said, like, why would you ignore this directive if you have the option?
Right.
Don't you want to be in the good graces of your bosses, be where they want to be, and try to contribute towards the new goal, as opposed to being this antiquated thing? It was that they didn't know the direction that it was going to end up going in, where it's kind of a dead end in a lot of ways. And this is why I think that that weak leadership is really at the heart of a lot of these problems. Because I've said it a million times, I know it's repetitive, but Sony should have simply invested all this cash outside and let the studio, and explicitly told the studios that do whatever they do to be like, just focus on the games you make, like why we bought you, or why we acquired you to begin with, or why, in Santa Monica's case, why we started you up to begin with. It's like, Bluepoint, you make remakes and remasters. Where are you going there? Naughty Dog, quadruple A level story-driven action games, and so on and so on. Stay in your lane. It's good to stay in your lane, but they never were instructed to do that. It's not hard to give artists and entertainers and creatives tons of rope, and before you know it, like, they've hanged the entire studio with it. Like, that's not new. You have to have. That's why when people are like, with the new CEO of Xbox, where they're like, she's not even a gamer, and it's like, who cares? It's a matter of like who you surround yourself with to make the decisions that matter when it comes to games. And it's just clear that the games tastemakers are not who they should be at PlayStation. I think that's just clear. Do you have anything you want to add here, Chris, about this?
Honestly, I feel like everything that I would have said has been said already. But I think, I think ultimately it's a little sneaky, right? Because it's a way to imply, right, that, we're looking in this direction. You don't have to do it, but we're pretty much going to guarantee you funding if you come to us with something like this, as opposed to a single player game, which would be, I guess, maybe a little bit harder. That's forcing without forcing, and it is kind of like this nebulous kind of space. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, really. I think it's still ultimately, I mean, I think you just have to have some level of intuition to know, especially as Bluepoint. It's one thing if and this might sound disparaging in some way towards Bluepoint. I don't really mean it to, but like it's one thing if you're Santa Monica or Naughty Dog and you're like, we want to make this thing. Okay, well, your whole thing is that you build shit from the ground up and you build new, you know what I mean? Like, you steward things. Bluepoint, your whole thing is remakes and, recreating things that have been created. It's not to say that you can't do anything you want, but like, I mean, this is your strength. And so even if there was like some kind of fear of seeming antiquated, I just feel like your gut should tell you that, like, no, we're Bluepoint. We're going to do a remake of something that will absolutely fucking hit.
Right. And I also think that, because some people say like, well, it seems like they wanted to do this, and it's like, well, you just have to have leadership to say like, too bad. Right. Like like you were talking about, the foresight to say like, stay in your lane. And even if people are eager to say like, it's like, we didn't buy you for this purpose. We don't want you for this purpose. We should. And if we do want you for all these purposes, we shouldn't want you for these purposes. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. It's like a sign that everything's off to begin with,
Bluepoint was never going to print money. Like, I don't know what Sony thought they were going to really get involved with, what do you think? These guys are going to make a 20 million unit seller like a Zero Dawn or a God of War? They're not. That's not what you bought them for. First of all, there's like fewer than 100 of them.
Like 70, right?
Yeah, 70 or 80. And they are what they are. And people that work there have to understand that they are what they are. I understand they made Blast Factor in 2006. Other than that, they've done remakes and remasters, and they're good at it. And it should it's what I was telling Jaffe. It's like, it's so disappointing because at the embryo of Sony's movements over the last few years was something smart. It's just botched.
You gotta steward it correctly.
It's like, yeah, buy Bungie for the games as a service, the rationale of games as a service expertise. That obviously blew up in their faces, and that was the biggest investment that they made. But it's like, yeah, Nix's to like get to offload the PC stuff so that these guys shouldn't be porting their own games to PC or worrying about, like, who cares about any of that? Like, offload it. Valkyrie as an internal services studio, so you don't have to, go to third parties and get help and go on the market and potentially pay more for artists and animators and all that kind of stuff. Neon Koei didn't work out, but it's like, yeah, go make mobile games. And like, the idea was right. Even with Housemarque, go make small arcade games on an affordable budget, but they just, in most of these directions, they just fucked up. So
yeah,
as I understand it, it's like, and I think this has been relayed, it's like the God of War thing with Bluepoint, it's multiple levels deep, because it's like they were purchased after Demon Souls and then put on God of War to help them ship Ragnarok. And it's like, that was the first bad decision. And then since you gave them 2 years working on God of War and they began an expertise on it, now you're like, well, what if we leverage your knowledge in God of War? And then it gets the ideas going. It's like, they should have never been working on God of War at all unless they were remaking the God of War games, which is probably what they should have been doing. Now we know or it seems like they're remaking those games internally. And it's like, are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Like, you wouldn't take Bluepoint and be like, the next 10 years, if it's necessary, are going to be spent on God of War 1, 2, and 3. That's a fair use of time of an Austin-based Texas studio of 70 or 80, or you rally them up to 100, whatever. It's like,
yeah.
What were your expectations?
That you bought 4 remakes. It's one, another thing too, is like, they really skipped a step too. Like, it's one thing for Housemarque to go from like independent single player games to like more polished, like AAA single player games. Like, that's still in the realm, like that's the natural progression, right? But like, you have a remake studio that's then going to build a live service game. Like, that's, so you're skipping steps. They haven't even made their own thing yet. And so like, it's just, I don't know. All of it is so not ill conceived, because as you said, like the beginnings of these relationships make sense, but it's so poorly managed and poorly handled and poorly thought out. And any fucking idiot on the street could have told you not to put Bluepoint in the trenches on a God of War live service. Anybody. Right,
of course. And then Chris, you also say like, well, there's like, well, we can extract more profit out of them than if they're making more remakes. And it's like, well, then why did you buy them? You should have just left them alone. Or contracted them as needed. It's very,
it's crazy.
I'm very bothered by it. Like, and the thing that bothers me the most, and I think that this is undersaid, is not like Sony execs greenlit a God of War multiplayer game at a studio of fewer than 100 people after shutting down a years in development multiplayer game at a studio with 400 people and telling that studio that they don't have the manpower to support a multiplayer game.
Yeah. Multiplayer of a multiplayer mode that they've made some version of already, by the way.
Right, exactly. It's like, it's fucking nonsense. Like, I don't even understand. You can't even square those two things. It's like that. I'm like, whoa.
Dude, I would even argue that like, if they were making Last of Us Factions and they realized like, oh, we don't really want to, we don't have the manpower to do this. Okay. Is there a way you can shift that over to Bluepoint then? That wouldn't be the ideal thing, but like, I mean, dude, because certainly the Last of Us Factions would have yielded a better result than like the God of War live service game that never happened. So I don't know. It's just,
I'll always lament the Last of Us Online and Factions and all that. Like, I just feel like the calls are so bad that they don't even know which games to release. They don't know which studios to invest in. They don't like Firewalk, Haven, Bungie. Bluepoint now is a ridiculous purchase. They bought it 4 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
So they didn't even release any. Like, the funny thing is that between being purchased and being closed, they didn't even release anything. So it was just a complete waste. All of it. Not only the money they dumped into whatever project, but just buying the team. I'll never get over like how bad the taste making is or was. Maybe it's different now. And I continue to look at Herman Hulst, but Jaffe brings up the point. He's like, well, it could be other people. And I'm like, yeah, but like, where does the buck stop? Like, who's the guy who's supposed to know better? Whose fault is it? I would want to know whose fault all this was. If I was internally, I would be cracking fucking heads like coconuts, dude.
Yeah.
You know, like, we wasted all this money. All the time is the bigger shame. The money would be the shame. And of course they're sad about the money, but the money would be a shame if they were in bad shape. They're fucking lucky they're not in bad shape, because none of this matters. And as I keep saying, I would go around and be like, we're doing so well. We could be fucking killing it if we had these various cannons, first party cannons, firing at the same time when they're supposed to be. You guys fuck this up. Who's responsible? Who's going to go? And by the way, there are plenty of people that can do this job. I know it's difficult to make bets and be like the guy who signs off on the $200 or $300 million game. I get it. Or like the $50 or $100 million acquisition. But someone's got to have the balls to do it, and someone's got to have the balls to do it right. And Haven's on borrow. When we were talking about first party studios being closed, it's like Haven, we don't even consider them, because everyone just kind of assumes like, well, that's got to be on borrowed time. How much money are you, the deviation cancellation, all the other internal cancellations? As I said, we're kind of hard on Sony because they canceled these games. Most of them were never announced. So It's like, you can kind of forgive them that they never even got to that point of like marketing the game, but
it's not like a Scalebound or like a
right.
Or what do you call Perfect Dark? Even
God of War, it's like it's a little rough because it's like they didn't announce it, but still you can be critical of the fact that like you've just been spinning your wheels, like that you wasted the. By all rights, the team should have a game out right now, but they don't.
But then, dude, it would have even, because that leaked, right? The God of War live service game. Mm-hmm. So there's a reality where just like we didn't know any of that, and they just vanished.
Yeah,
and we would have no idea.
It would be especially perplexing because I think the assumption, if we didn't know about that God of War game, would be that they were making the God of War remakes.
Right.
And people would probably be, and then that would have made the whole story even stranger. But I don't know, man. It's disappointing. Weird. I feel like the ship is being righted. I feel like a lot of the proof's going to be in the pudding in terms of like second party. Like they're even spending on third party exclusives. I think Townfall being exclusive is weird, and it's cool if you're a PlayStation fan, you get the game. But it's like they're really trying to differentiate things and spreading the field as much as possible as they heal, in a way. Because again, the money out the window is bad, but the time. Man, what a waste. What a fucking waste of time. It's a bummer. Everyone's basically missing a game from their catalog now. Yeah. Each of these studios that got, and I still am not convinced that we're going to see games from all these teams. We'll see. And then, of course, there's the new teams and how they all fit in. Team LFG and Dark Outlaws, both going to be games as a service, it seems like.
We'll see. We will see.
Andrew Walsh wrote in and said, hey, CDC, first off, hope all is well with your family, Chris. You were definitely missed on last week's episode.
Thank you.
I got to say, though, boys, I was a little shocked last week when brainstorming Corey Barlog's next game. None of you mentioned Uncharted. Just think about it. Corey is definitely someone Neil would trust with the IP. Now imagine a scenario where Corey went to Neil and pitched his idea for a Cassie Drake story or game. Jason Schreier did say it wasn't a new IP, but it may feel like one. It all adds up. One last thing. Can you imagine when they show the trailer, they don't mention the studio right away, but just the game, and then they show the title, The Uncharted Cassie's Fortune, then splash screen Santa Monica Studio. The reaction would be wild. Could I be onto something here? Congrats on 400. When I first read this, I'm like, no. And by the way, I still feel like that's probably not true. But there's something interesting there. The thing that interests me the most about this is that Naughty Dog and Santa Monica are both in the same place. They're couple miles from each other, I think. I've been to both many times, and that level of interoperability makes it so that those two teams could even be working together on something, which would in itself be dynamic and interesting and wild, like a Naughty Dog and Santa Monica production of Uncharted or something.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be interesting. The thing is that I'm so disappointed that Corey isn't working on something new, and knowing that it's like something that's old but feels new. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that means, man.
Well, to be fair, he's established himself as being pretty good at that. That is kind of what God of War 2018
taking something is. And yeah, sure.
And so, I mean, it's only one. It's not necessarily a trend, but he's clearly got some. Because, dude, on paper, God of War 2018 should be a fucking disaster. Like everything about that game is kind of like I'm kind of amazed that it got even past the planning phase, because just the premise of it. And it's easy to like pretend like that's not the case now when we have it and we're living in a post God of War 2018 world where like it's beloved and accepted. But like, I don't know, dude. Like think about any other protagonist from that time. Like imagine like there's a new Gears of War game and you play as Marcus Phoenix raising a kid, and it's like purely sentimental. You know, like it's a completely different vibe, type of game. Like it's not the same. It's not a hack and slash game with like, you know, a high camera anymore. It's like this personal kind of over the shoulder. Like that's a risky fucking thing to do. And they kind of nailed it. And so maybe they look at that and be like, you know, he's only done it once. So like, we don't know if this is a trend or if it's like a skill set or whatever, but like, I mean, that's not nothing. Maybe he could do something with Uncharted to make it feel like crazy, interesting, and different and unique, because God of War does feel like a new IP. Like it does not feel like God of War.
No, not at all. Not at all. You're absolutely right. I know it's a joke with the audience. Like I'm convinced that there's an Uncharted game. Like I refuse to believe that Sony is not investing in an Uncharted game. Like it's just unbelievable. Not only the way Uncharted 4 ends, as we all know, but because it's huge. Uncharted's fucking huge. And it's been a long time, dude. It's been 10 years. It'll be 10 years this year since Uncharted 4 came out. I mean, I think that almost anything can go away for 10 years in games and come back and feel fresh again. Like that's enough time. It's a little hopium, I guess, for me to feel like that if he is working on something established and we aren't going to get it from Naughty Dog itself, then the next best thing is to get it from Santa Monica or some other studio. And so I'll take it. But again, if I can pick, it would just be something new. But it's clear based on reliable rumors that it's not something new. And so we do have to figure out how it blends in with what we know exists already. And I guess Uncharted could be one of those possibilities. Dustin, how do you feel about this? Are you compelled by the locality of Santa Monica? Are you compelled by, like Chris is saying, the Corey's ability to make things shine? Are you compelled by the live action trailer that clearly showed Cassie Drake?
Yeah, there's a lot of compelling elements. Initially, when you were reading this and when I was looking at the notes, I'm like you, Colin. I was like, no. Because I think my gut reaction was like, why Santa Monica? Why wouldn't you have them be making a new IP or refreshing something else? Because initially I was like, well, you could have another team that isn't as big as Santa Monica do an Uncharted game, but that doesn't really make sense. Uncharted is, even though you're right, it has been gone. There hasn't been a new Uncharted game for 10 years. Of course, they did the Nathan Drake collection on PlayStation 5, but there's also a major movie that came out for Uncharted. And so Uncharted is an extremely important IP still to this day, I'm sure, to Sony. They understand the potential within it. And so what it initially sounded like a wasted opportunity, but it's like, no, you probably want one of your most prestige teams working on a new Uncharted game. And, you know, at this point, I think you would agree with me, Colin, that it's like, I don't want Naughty Dog to make an Uncharted game ever again.
I do. I just don't know how it fits in with the other things that I want them to do as well. You know?
Yeah. I just feel like they've done 4 games in that IP, obviously with different people at the head of it, but I feel like it would be way more creatively boring to me to see a new Naughty Dog Uncharted game. But as Chris brought up, to have Corey do it, who is able to take new spins on things, I'm pretty compelled. I think I'm like you, though, that I am still leaning like probably not, just because nothing ever happens.
Yeah, in other words, you said it. It's right, exactly. Nothing ever happens, and that is true. And I love that whole mantra. But at the same time, because it keeps you grounded, and it's relatively true. But things do happen every once in a while, and it would be exciting. I would want Naughty Dog to make another Uncharted. I just don't think it fits in. There's a pecking order for me. It's like, Intergalactic obviously is a big thing, and that's probably going to be big enough, I would assume, where they would probably investigate a sequel immediately. You have to assume The Last of Us is going to come back with part 3 at some point. I think that's inevitable. And then something new even beyond that. And then Uncharted would probably slot 4th. So there's no room. And that might be why, because I was kind of compelled, and we've talked about in the past, like this idea that they had a secret team working on it. And maybe it's just Santa Monica.
Yeah.
But it seems like such a well-kept secret that it would be surprising that no one would say anything to anyone about it for all these years. The other thing that makes it intriguing, though, is that it sounds like it's going to be revealed this year for a launch next year. So it's been in development for a while, and maybe it was intended for an earlier time. You know, Andrew, I appreciate you writing a very thought-provoking idea here.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens. And maybe, and how will it be different too, will be very interesting. Like, will it be a more stat-driven, equipment-driven? How do you, like, what do you do to Uncharted to change it? Is it not Uncharted anymore if you do things to it? But it is interesting how much time has passed, just because we got all of Uncharted. So the PS3 trilogy, Golden Abyss, and Uncharted 4 in a 10-year period. And now it has been 10 years. So we got all of that in a 10-year period. So it's time. And I feel like Uncharted is such a guaranteed hit as long as it's done right. And what's interesting too is that people would be upset. They were kind of upset with Ben doing Golden Abyss, but I thought Golden Abyss was pretty good. But it's almost like Santa Monica is one of the only teams where it would get a huge pop if it was them doing it.
That's how you know, by the way, that it's not happening.
Right, exactly.
Because everything that is true is shit that we never would have. It's shit that we never would have done because it just doesn't. It doesn't sound cool in premise. And it just objectively isn't.
It reminds me too of what we were saying when Stranger Things, the last season of Stranger Things came out, and there was like everyone thought there was going to be that secret episode, and it's like, it's too cool. That's too good of an idea. You have to understand that that's too good of an idea.
That's too good of an idea, and so that's why it's not. It ain't happening. You're gonna get. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if that Uncharted game is just not real. Like or
what is that trailer, dude?
Or they were making it, or they were making. They were like, because that's also possible.
That trailer haunts me, and I know people roll their eyes at it, but I'm just like, well, why is everything else in the trailer real except for that?
It is mega strange.
That doesn't make any. Like, I'm sorry, that's simply nonsense to say. Like, no, that doesn't mean anything. And it's like, but everything else in the trailer means something. What are you talking about? Like, of course it means something.
They casted and shot that, so it means something.
Obviously, obviously,
it's a crazy.
And to me, it's obviously Cassie Drake. Like, I feel like it's so. Who else could it? It has to be someone.
That would be a wild thing to do, though, in the first place at all, to even reveal that in that way.
But that's what I'm saying earlier. I wonder if this was just supposed to be ready a while ago. And that's why there's so much confidence that it's going to be shown this year and going to be launched next year, because like it is late, long in the tooth, as it were.
Yeah.
Internally.
I mean, maybe. We'll see.
Because Corey didn't direct the second God of War game.
No.
This has been going for a while. And if you're going to do an Uncharted game, you're going to want to make sure it's right. Especially if it's not Naughty Dog.
Yeah.
Neil talks about producing another game. Is this the game he's producing? He makes it seem like it's an internal game. That's why I wonder, like, are there Naughty Dog people working on it? Certainly they would produce it and probably write it and stuff like that, or help write it. But
yeah,
I don't know, man. Look at what Andrew Walsh has unleashed. Pro Pac-Man wrote in and said, "Hey boys, curious if you guys saw the recent rant from Kind of Funny's Blessing. How do you say? Do you know how to say his last name? Adio. Adiole Jr. regarding Windows Central's interview with new Xbox CEO Asha Sharma. I'm butchering everyone's names. Blessing called it a softball appearance, in quotes, softball, and criticized Xbox leadership for choosing an internal leaning outlet and Jez Corden for their first major sit down. Blessing is catching a lot of heat online for this take, and I know Colin hates softball interviews himself. Where do you boys stand on this one? What would Chris ask Asha if he had the chance? Why Chris specifically? That's interesting.
I would probably ask crazy. I would probably ask pretty good questions because I don't give a shit about my journalistic career.
Right. That's exactly right.
I'd be like, so you plan on making everything with AI, huh?
Yeah.
It's kicked out immediately.
Yeah, I have a lot to say about that. But I also don't really think it matters. Like, she's like a steward. That doesn't matter. I'm surprised. Have you guys been seeing the discourse about this?
I saw a little bit of it. Yeah.
I'm surprised it's like become a thing, actually. And people can go look it up. I watched it. And then I looked at a lot of the reactions to it. I see both sides, to be honest. I think the thing that the men, I want people to say things that are men in the or women in the arena, right? I think I'm critical of journalism a lot because I do journalism. I was a journalist, really a journalist, and then I still do journalism and try to hold myself to some sort of standard. I feel open and I feel, how do I put this? I'm trying not to be like mean or an asshole. It's like I put a lot of work in and have done things that really mattered in terms of games journalism over the years, not like so much recently, but like go and look up any like PlayStation franchise or PlayStation game and look how many times I'm cited in a lot of these things in my research and like my interviews and the things that I've done. Just look at Naughty Dogs. Like I'm the most cited thing on that page. So I feel like I come from a place where I can be critical of journalism because I've done it. And I feel like I would rather hear from people in the arena. Like, as far as I understand, I don't know this Blessing person at all. That kind of funny, but like, he's not a journalist. He's never really contributed in that way. And so it's easy to say, like, what are his big contributions, in other words, to journalism, to games journalism? And I think that there should come a level of understanding that when you're getting first access to a person like Jez was to these Xbox executives, it's like you have to kind of lay the groundwork before you get into anything crazy. And unfortunately, when you get this level of access, and I know this from my own perspective, is like, and my own experiences, is like they often make these interviews, especially these preliminary interviews, short so that they just say what they need to say and then they're done. And there's no time for follow-ups, but there's nothing to follow up on and probe about until you get that shit out, if that makes any sense. So like you have to let them say their piece first. Then you start probing and penetrating the piece, like the various things that they're saying. Does that make sense? In other words, yeah. Jez probably literally got 10 minutes or 15 minutes. It's in 90 minutes, you can like get all the shit out and then get into the nitty gritty. But until you get the shit out, and you can't be like, what are you doing? It's like, well, we haven't even said anything yet. Like, so here's like the plan and here's what we're going to do. So when I think of Kind of Funny and the people over there, it's like, I would take that feedback much more seriously from a person like Greg than I who is a journalist, who is a trained journalist, who went to journalism school, who knows how to do it and has an eye for what is and what isn't. But I'm not so interested in hearing from, and I don't know this Blessing person, so I'm not trying to be mean to him, but just generally, because you see it with a lot of different people. It's like, until you know what it is, until you've really done it, I feel like I'm less interested in what you have to say. And I feel like that anyone who has interviewed these executives before, and I have interviewed many executives before, you have to like give it a little bit of leeway before you get into the nitty gritty. In other words, there needs to be a narrative that exists before you destroy the narrative or before you question and pierce the narrative. That's all I wanted to say about that. But I also, so that's one side of it. The other side is I think people are vastly overreacting to this. And I do want to throw that out there as well. People are mean to each other all the time in this industry. It's shocking to me how like certain things bubble up. It's like, that's probably not even the 25th meanest thing that was said by someone else in the industry to someone else in the industry last week. So it's a little, you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
So
yeah.
I when I watched it, I must admit, I expected to hear much worse. I have been critical of Jez publicly and privately in terms of some of the things that I feel like I do agree that he has given a softball, or not given a softball interview. I don't want to say that. That's like putting meaning into it. I've asked him, why aren't you asking these questions? So I've been critical too. And people have been critical of me, although I feel like people are critical of me in my interviews where I'm too hard on people. And it's like, well, I don't know what you want with that. I don't think anyone's ever accused me of having a softball interview. But if we're going to have a limited interview, by the way, you should frame it as such. That's what we did with Neil last time he was on, right? It's like, right. They are making him available to speak about the show. I could ask him all these things about the games. Not only is he not going to answer and isn't allowed to answer, but we'll just never have him on the show again because we even tried to pin him down when we said we wouldn't. That stuff's fine.
Yeah.
You have to make that clear though. That to me is the difference, right? What's up?
Nothing. I'm getting
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
No,
like I'm getting my friends. I have terrible friends, and so they're like they're spamming my Steam, and they're like, "When you getting on, bro?" And it's just they understand that I'm working, and so they're evil.
I'm always nervous when you start laughing or smiling, even though I know it's probably 9 out of 10 times has nothing to do with me, and yet
100%, yeah,
it could. It has in the past, and
yeah, like maybe like a percentage of the time.
Yeah,
it happened kind of recently. I feel like something like that.
Yeah, like you guys didn't. I said something like where I said a name. And then you didn't jump in, but it was funny. And then I ignored it because I'm like, oh, they're laughing about something that has nothing to do with me. So I never really know what I'm supposed to be doing. But
I didn't mean to derail you.
No, that's fine. It's totally fine. So I wanted to say both of those things. It's like, I think journalist on journalist crime is fine. Like, because it's like, we should be critical and trying to hold each other up. I don't think Blessing is really a journalist from my perspective, as far as I understand his role. He's a podcast host and a media critic. There's nothing wrong with that, media pundit or whatever. I think you from that position show a little more grace to someone who does do the legwork of doing those kinds of things. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I mean, I don't know anything about this person. Maybe he does have this huge array of product. But on the other hand, in Blessing's defense and the defense of this argument, it's like, I don't know that it was that crazy. And I do understand people's skepticism, but I don't know that that's Jez's fault as much as he's like the messenger and you're shooting him. Now that all that stuff's laid out, the next interview, you can simply point back to all this stuff or quote it, and you're off to the fucking races. So that to me is like kind of how I saw it, and I think it was a little, so it's a little overblown and a little unfair to Jez, I think.
Yeah. I think it's important to look at the context of an interview. Like, this was as you said, Colin, probably short and clearly with an intended message behind the interview. If Jez had like a live 30-minute interview where you can really get into it and they're on the spot, and it's kind of like do or die, like you have to answer the question or else you're going to look like an idiot, then absolutely. And to Kind of Funny's defense, I think that a lot of the interviews they've done with bigger people have had some interesting questions. Because I saw there was people like, well, look at Kind of Funny has done these, which I don't think they're being critical of Kind of Funny. They're being critical of Blessing, which I don't know what interviews he's done. And I'm not saying like what interviews. I literally don't know.
Yeah, I don't
specifically
either.
Like when
to be honest,
like when Greg interviewed, someone posted a clip when Greg interviewed Todd Howard and was like, that you said that this was the game that you wanted to make for so long, and now it's extremely polarizing. How does that feel? Or something along those lines. It's like that's a pretty hard hitting question. Just be like, yeah, a lot of people think your game sucks.
Yeah, I mean, but that's why I'm saying, like, I Greg's an OG, and some of those guys are more in that vein, in my opinion. And that's why I was like, yeah, maybe this criticism would come better, but maybe Greg doesn't even share that criticism. I don't know. I just think that like it's okay to be critical, but at the same time, I want to hear it from the right people, the people that have done the work, like a lot of it. And I've done a lot of that work. So I feel like I can say something. And I think that a lot of other people have their own things to say, but I think it comes off as mean spirited and to a lot of people too. And I understand that. I'm just surprised by that because like, are you fucking kidding? Like, are you like, look at the way people talk to me every day. Like,
look at the way people talk in general. Like that was the thing with me, where it's like I saw that there was a big thing, and I like Jez. Jez is really nice. He reached out to me recently, and he's a good guy. I like Jez. I don't really have anything negative to say about him. I don't follow everything that he does. But people were saying like, oh man, I saw this thing trending, and I was expecting. I feel like what I saw was like, is Jez even bothered by this? You know what I mean?
Well,
like
he probably is, because I feel like he's taken a lot of heat lately, which as a friend, I feel bad about. Like I like Jez, and
right, but like I've heard worse things, like infinitely worse things about Jez.
Oh yeah, sure.
Than was in that video.
Like, yeah, definitely.
And especially with the context of them, they're on a podcast, they're kind of talking off the cuff. They're not this dude, at least from what I understood about the clip, wasn't positioning himself as like, I'm a better journalist or whatever. They're just giving their like kind of take on, you know, their perspective of an interview, which is like, it could be uneducated or whatever, but it's like, I don't know. It didn't strike me as, it surprised me that it was news.
It's just one of those pieces of niche industry drama, I think, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So hold on a sec. Oh, sorry. I just got an email from Barry. I just want to make sure it was nothing blowing up.
Yeah.
Because we're just like, we're so close now, and I know he's like eager to enter certification. So if I'm standing in the way, I want to make sure I'm active. Yeah, I don't know. I actually saw a clip of Jez going around recently, and I want to have him on the show in the coming weeks. We've had him on the show many times. I consider Jez a friend, like a personal friend, not just like like someone in the industry. But it was really reflective. He was saying like, in so many words, like, I understand why some people think I'm like a shill. And I think a lot of it is lost in and I understand his position a lot more now, because I kind of agree with him in a way where it's like, he's like, I'm trying to be an advocate for the fan base. And that's a tough line to walk, but I understand what you mean. Like, you want to do right by your people, and you don't want to be like the bearer of like bad news on a constant basis to people that rely on you to maybe uplift and inform them in different ways. And it's a tough position to be in. Like, imagine if Sacred Symbols was the podcast that was about the thing that was kind of going away. What would that look like? It could become really dark and ridiculous. It could become really fanboyish. It could become a lot of different things, probably. Mm-hmm. And in a way, we're kind of able to do. That's why it's always funny when people criticize me or us or Sacred Symbols. You can tell who listens and who doesn't, because like, there's no one on God's green earth that would think that like we don't criticize Sony or criticize Sony enough. Some of the most common feedback we get is that we're too hard on them and that we don't like anything. So that's not going to be a point of confusion here. But it comes from a place of benefit that we can kind of do that and not get away with it with the audience, but things just kind of have a trajectory, and we are just commentating as the fucking comet flies through the sky. Nothing's bouncing it off course. And so I'm sympathetic to people on different beats that have a different, the Dukes are dealing with it right now, and Defining Duke's doing better than ever, really. But it's funny, like, I don't know. So I just try to look at it in a more human way. And again, I think the biggest thing is just the surprise that it became an issue at all. But, so yeah, anyway, I think people being like, Blessing's got to apologize and like the mea culpa capitulation. So I'm like, I don't know, man, about that. Like, it'll be all right. It'll be fine. Everyone will move on. Buffalo Bill, luring Fat Princess into his pit, wrote in and said, hey, gents, reviews are coming out for Resident Evil 9, and like clockwork, I am already seeing outrage for the game's reported 10 to 12 hour runtime. I understand $70 is a lot for people, but can't they see that longer does not equal better? I personally feel like this is the perfect sweet spot for an action horror game. What were you guys expecting from this game? I'll be listening to your response while I work on speed runs and challenge runs on RE9 this weekend. We talked about this a little bit earlier, and I know Chris and I are into it. Dustin, I assume you are too, the shorter 10 to 12 hour playtime. I think this is a special, like, listen, sometimes I want to spend 50 hours with the game. I'm not saying I want every game I ever play to be 10 to 12 hours long. Survival horror is kind of perfect in the 10 to 15 hour range. It kind of loses its luster if you stick around too much. So I have no problem with this. And I'll also reiterate, Dustin, Resident Evil games are replayable. They're meant to be played again. They're meant to be played multiple times. How are you feeling about this?
I just feel like it's like, oh, did you know that you can eat for only $10 a week by only eating bread and peanut butter? It's like, yeah. $70 is a lot. For if you're only viewing from an efficiency of hours for a game, it's like, well, yeah, I guess $70 is a lot for a 10 to 12 hour game. Go play Fortnite. You'll never have to spend a dime, and you can be entertained forever. But I get it on one sense that, people only have so much money to spend on games. And so maybe and how long you're going to spend on a game is an important factor. And if that's true, where you're looking to get a bang for your buck type of thing, then that's fine. I totally get that. I've talked many times about how the only game I had when I had an Xbox 360 for like a year was Oblivion, and it was great.
Yeah, because that's like the perfect only game to have.
It was the only game I had, played for so long. I didn't have any money for any other games. That's great. But you're right that a game like this, 10 to 12 hour runtime, it's perfect. Doesn't overstay its welcome. And clearly the reviews, I mean, I'm sure there's some that talk about having a shorter runtime, but there isn't like an overwhelming consensus like, oh, it's just a little bit too short or something like that. So I have no problem with it. And as you said, Resident Evil games, so replayable. Gene's review on the Washington Post is all about how he played Resident Evil 9 times. So I guess even from a value perspective too, which not all those, most of those playthroughs after are not going to even be 10 hours. They're going to be much quicker.
No, a lot of them will be quicker because they have to be too, because of the trophies and whatever you're going for. Like, that's the thing with me with our Resident Evil games and just survival horror in general is, in my experience, long experience, 30 years of playing these games, it's like every first playthrough is this clumsy mess. You're wasting ammo. You don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, you're backtracking when you don't need to. You're wasting. I mean, back in the day with fucking ink ribbons, which I loved. I love ink ribbons. I think that's such a cool idea to like limit how many times you can save. And then you play it through a second time and you know what you're doing and it's like much cleaner and it's fun because like now you're like, oh, I there's not so much tension. Now I can really play. Then you go after the collectibles and you try to do the herbalist run and you try to do the run where you don't use guns and whatever. I like it personally. I think, and that stuff's not overwhelming when you know the game is 10, 12 hours maximal. So where are you on? Well, Chris, I know where you are. We don't need to.
Yeah. I love it. I think it's great. I don't think any of these things, like I'd like to spend hundreds of hours in video games, but it's one of those things where it's just like, I would love a game that takes me 10 to 12 hours to finish that I want to spend triple that amount of time playing. You know, give me a short, incredibly replayable, really dynamic, really like, you know, never the same outcome twice kind of game, which is not that difficult. And dude, I can't even tell you how many times I've beaten, I don't know, like the Halo 2 campaign or something. It's probably literally like 100 hours. And that's like a 5-10 hour game max. So
yeah, you don't need to overstay your welcome, in my opinion. And again, I'll just reiterate that I think survival horror loses its sharpness if you stick around too much.
I agree.
Apollo wrote in, said, congrats on 400 episodes, fellas. Thank you. Thanks for countless hours of quality content. I've been listening since episode 1 and been a patron for a few months now, but this is my first time writing in. I started playing Clair Obscur over the weekend, and after hearing Colin talk about how he uses guides often, I decided I'd give a spoilerless guide a try to get all the trophies and see as much of the game as possible in one playthrough. What is the best way to use digital guides? I currently have a tab open on my phone browser, but that is not convenient at all since I have to unlock it with my face every time I pick up the phone. Do you print out guides, use a laptop or tablet whose display is always on, guide overlay on AR glasses? Please show me the way. I will say, man, and we've discussed this a lot in the past on the show, just in different references, but the web experience on a phone is so bad that it's unbelievable.
Horrific.
Like, unbelievable. We were talking earlier about like not believing someone versus something being unbelievable. And like, I go on some of these websites, like I use IGN. Sometimes I'm like, this is unbelievable. This is unusable. So I learned long ago that the web is not the way to go on your phone. So typically your phone it's not great. You know, it's not. I do two things. And it depends on like what I need for the guide. So if I need like more active help, what's a good example? Like God of War Sons of Sparta. I was like running around looking for all the collectibles and I found everything I could naturally. And I'm like, I don't want to spend any more time with this game. So like whatever 10% I was missing, I'm like, I'm going to look up what I need. And I had a laptop with the browser open and I was just using like a guide, like a video guide, and just clicking the different timestamps. It's like, I'm missing this. So where is this? And so on and so forth. That's a really useful way of using a guide, but it's distracting because then it's like, oh, what's going on Twitter? Oh, I got an email. All right. It's very unimmersive, and I try not to do that. And I don't typically use guides very actively like that. So it's not usually a problem. Printing guides out is ideal. And this is especially great with, you were bringing up a spoiler-free guide, Apollo. Like, I typically use spoiler-free guides too, which is why I always laugh when people bust balls. It's like, I don't know. Like, I remember we had the argument over what is that fucking role-playing game from the Persona people? I can't remember it. Dustin.
Metaphor?
Yeah, Metaphor. And we were having the argument on whether I was spoiling the game for myself or not. And I was literally reading out loud what the guide said. It's like, go talk to this person.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And then like 3 days later, it's like, it's just telling you. And I'm like, this is not spoiling anything for me personally. I have a little, Micah has it actually. I use it. It's like a clear pink clipboard. And if your guides are like 20 pages or less, I don't really mind doing it at home. It's like a kind of a waste of ink. That's a really great way of doing it with those spoiler-free guides where you can just kind of check along as you go. You just keep it nearby for when you need it. I love the physical guide thing, but digital guides have obviously been a huge part of my life. And I think that's a great way of doing it too. When I was at Northeastern, I used to go to the school library and print out guides that were so heinously long that I would often get yelled at. Like they would have people manning the printers and like flipping out if you printed out more than like 10 or 20 pages at a time. And so I would do it like really slowly, like over many batches. And I'm like, dude, how much do we pay to be here? Come on. I'm going to print out whatever I want. And I would do it in the middle of the night usually too, because I've always been a night owl, because they would often not have anyone, or the person who was like supposed to be minding the shop like didn't give a shit. And then I would just be printing out like all sorts of shit. It's expensive. Yeah. Damon Vetter says, hey CDC, I've been playing Lovish based on Colin's recommendation and I've really been enjoying it. I'm on my way to the platinum, but the RNG for filling out the friends list has been a slog. How do you feel about RNG in games? What's a memorable experience, good or bad, you've had with RNG in a game? Keep up the amazing content. Best podcasting and gaming by a mile. Let's go Islanders. Thank you for writing in. And thank you for the kind words. Lovish does have a little bit of RNG stuff, but I must admit that it took me like an hour, less than an hour, to manipulate the game. I just play. Basically, you get random scenes in between stages, and so you have to just solicit very specific scenes from happening. And so you just have to keep beating stages over and over again until they happen. But there are stages you can beat in the game in literally 5 seconds. So you can just constantly chip away at the RNG until you finally draw. And I did it, and it wasn't a huge deal, but I understand it's a little frustrating. Dustin, do you have any RNG memories that you want to share? This is obviously the bane of many a gamer's existence. And yet, if the RNG was not sophisticated and complicated enough, it wouldn't be that fun. The balance. Sure.
Yeah, I think good RNG means you won't think about it being RNG because it's It's when you know that you're dealing with a situation where you're just waiting for the right drop that you never get. It can make you go crazy. I see Chris smiling because I know that he's probably thinking around the same lines as me with Destiny. Specifically in Destiny 1, this is like an iconic, and I'm sure many people dealt with this, is that there was the best weapon in the game for a while, or the best heavy weapon in the game was the Galahorn. And it was very hard to get the drop. You could only get it at the end. Was it Crota's End?
I don't even think it had like a way to get it. Like it was just, you literally just had to luck out and get, I don't think they added a way eventually to get it.
Right. And Zur, that fucker, he never had it.
He had it the first. I remember this. Dude, he had it. I think so. This is getting a little bit inside baseball but like basically once a week there would be a dude who would be in the social space.
This slimy dude in a cloak with like a tentacle face.
Yeah, it's clearly a Resident Evil 4 merchant callback. Like clearly.
Yeah.
But he would be in the tower, the social space, and once a week he would be there. I think on the weekend he would be there selling an exotic of some kind. So if you had enough coins or you had enough money, it was expensive, but you could get yourself an exotic from him. And on the first week or the second week, I think he had that gun available. But that early in the game, no one knew what the fuck anything was, and everybody was just hoarding their money, so they missed it.
Yeah.
But that ended up being the big thing. Like where like if you went into a raid, the people would always ask like, "Do you have Galahorn?" And if you didn't have it, they would kick you.
Yeah, it was like a class system.
Yeah, it really was. It really. I remember being like when it dropped for me, it was so exciting because it was like winning a lottery ticket. I was like, I'm not one of you fucking urchins anymore. I have this weapon, but
yeah, that was the one that, dude, I was so mad. The other situation I can think of is the Dark Souls 3 Platinum. I can't remember exactly. I think I needed to get all the rings, and you need to be part of some faction or something. And you needed to farm a specific type of item for part of the platinum. And I remember reading guides at the time. They're like, oh, just farm these 3 enemies at the steps of Anne Orlando and just do that until you get it. And I remember Brandon got the platinum trophy. He's like, yeah, that took me about 6 hours of RNG for that drop. I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I've beaten this game. I've basically done everything I need to, that you can do in the game other than get these trophies. I'm moving on. So, dude, RNG trophies like that, maybe a little RNG is okay. You want items to feel rare, certainly, for the excitement of when it does drop. But, yeah, it was too much for me. So, no Dark Souls 3 platinum, unfortunately.
Yeah. Destiny was all mine, like all the negative and all the positive. Because I remember getting that Galahorn was like amazing, and then I remember, and it took me months of just playing constantly. And I remember specifically, I think a friend of mine, he was kind of into Destiny, but he kind of wasn't. He was doing other things. He would play with us on occasions, and we went into a PvP match, and he did the worst on our team. By a mile. Like it was, I think he had like 15 deaths and 6 kills, maybe something, you know what I mean? Like a lot. And then the game ends, and then the post-game screen comes up, and he gets Galahorn as a drop for being like, after having the worst performance I've ever seen. And that, I think I went to bed. I think I remember being like, there's no way you just got that. Did you get that? And I had him confirm. It's like, yeah, Galahorn. He couldn't even pronounce it. And I remember being like, okay, I'm going to bed. Ain't no way that just happened. And I think it was before I got mine too. So it was just like, he'd played like maybe 1-2 days max.
It's awesome.
Infuriating.
That's chance. Classic.
It's memorable. And I have a fond memory of it now, but ooh.
I don't encounter RNG too often in the single player realm because you do once in a while if you want like a rare drop or something from in a single player role playing game or something. But the most memorable RNG for me still is really one of the first times I ever became aware of it as a function in a game, which is in Final Fantasy IV. There is a rare drop. Do you know this something called the rat tail? Have you ever heard about this before? And it's extremely rare.
No.
So in Final Fantasy IV, I think this is how it works. There's a 1/8 chance that the fight will end with a drop. So you have 1 in 8 chances of just getting a drop. And then when you fight the right enemy, they have a 1 in 64 chance of dropping the item, which brings it down to something like 1 in 500. And this is like but you use this item, the rat tail, as part of like getting Excalibur, I think, like a sequence of events that bring you to like the most powerful sword in the game. And now I remember being a kid in battle and grinding those battles out to get it and how annoying it is. And I love the things with RNG though, as you're saying, Chris, where like every once in a while you stumble upon like really good RNG, like unusual RNG where it's like, you're reading like horror stories online and then you just get it. And you're like, all right, I'm good. And then other times where I'm like, I'm convinced the game's broken. This is working so badly. But honestly, I don't really encounter it very often. Because even in games with loot and drops and stuff, it's like a lot of stuff is just fine and good enough. And so I don't really give a shit. But interesting question nonetheless. And yeah, Lovish does have a little bit of an RNG component, so be aware of that. But I didn't find it ball breaking by any stretch of the imagination. And those were the last trophies I needed as well. Damon, thank you for writing in. All right, that's it. That's all we have for this 400th episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast. Good to be here with you guys. Thank you for being here. Chris, goodbye to you. Any plans, anything to share before we go?
Yeah, I'm going to get myself some food and then immediately jump onto Marathon.
Oh, good. Yeah, exciting.
Been waiting for this for years. And so, yeah, I'm really pumped about it. I'll be streaming it a lot, too, on Twitch. And it's, by the way, that's like I think it's just Chris Reagan on Twitch. But if you're curious, I'll be on there probably an absurd amount over the next, during the server slam and certainly on launch. So, yeah, I'll be all over it. But I need to eat. Oh, my God.
All right. Well, be well. Good luck to you. Stay alive. Because you're hungry. I don't want you to. Don't want you to faint. Hit your head. You're walking up the stairs. You hit your head. You hit your head. Dustin Furman, executive producer. Goodbye to you. Anything to share before we go?
Well, I'm hoping maybe I can play Marathon a little bit tonight before Resident Evil this weekend. Tomorrow morning, Holly has a baby appointment check-in, and I realized driving to this appointment last month that we passed a Taco Bell that said it had breakfast.
Oh.
Have you ever had Taco Bell breakfast?
No.
God, dude, it's amazing. It is shockingly good. The breakfast Crunchwrap Supreme, 10 out of 10. And I said last month, I'm like, next time we're here, if it's a morning trip, we're doing it.
It's go time.
So I'm looking forward to that. You know, it happens to me every time with big release weekends. Tomorrow, I'm happy to do Sacred Symbols Defining Duke. It's during the workday. I can't always, play a game during the workday, but sometimes I don't record. So we have that. Saturday, big family event for Holly's family. Her grandma's birthday. I love her grandma dearly. I just wish it wasn't the weekend Resident Evil comes out.
It's unfortunate. Maybe she'll understand.
And it's like, it's a hangout. It's a dinner. It's a whole evening. I'm like,
Did you explain to them that Resident Evil 9 is coming out?
No. No, I didn't.
No.
I don't.
They might
I
understand.
feel like that wouldn't look positive for me.
Well, they might understand. That's all I'm saying.
They might.
I understand. I love Resident Evil.
They might. So
I can't even conceptualize
I love that Leon
those words.
Kennedy.
that Leon, yeah, he's so sexy. That's the big thing that Kotaku article.
Dude, what the fuck?
We didn't talk about that.
Jesus.
Because
wasn't the thing that like I'm on PrEP, which is the HIV, but is that the medication you take to not get HIV? So is he suggesting that Leon Kennedy has HIV?
I think they're suggesting that he's clearly got something.
Yeah.
You spend a lot of time around, like, I don't know, man. If you knew everything, like from the perspective of a woman, you meet Leon Kennedy and you're aware of everything he's gone through. You think he's not contaminated with fucking something?
Yeah.
Impossible, right?
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
You're probably right.
That's a wild headline, though.
He's got super AIDS or something from the T virus.
Oh my God, yeah. Or he might be the anti-AIDS. At the same time, you might even be able to get it.
He can heal them.
Yeah.
Good for him.
He's like E.T., but with AIDS. It's amazing.
But that's it. Thanks everybody. 400 episodes. Thanks again.
Cool.
We did it.
Yeah. For me, yeah, so midnight tonight, I'll be able to start playing Resident Evil 9, and I think I'll do that. So I'll probably, I got to work out, I got to eat, shower, and do all that kind of stuff. And then I'll probably do a little Saint Slayer stuff leading up to midnight, and then it'll be go time. Time to get into the role of Leon Kennedy and whoever the other chick's name is. All right. Time to go. Thank you guys out there. 400 episodes. Couldn't do it without you. Appreciate you. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access. LastStandMedia.store for merch, including beginning Monday, your Allegheny Hogs t-shirts up for pre-order. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.